I could see that things were working on the view, and yeah, this is it. This is Xenogears. So I know we're jumping into a whole title thing. Don't worry, this comes up again. We could watch it from here technically and then talk about it again. I'm just gonna let things play out while we are just giving like a few moments. Oh, oh man, this is gonna be something though. This is a childhood game of mine, and if not for this game, I would not be who I am today, which I know is a very bold statement, but it's also true. I would literally not be here, well, talking about the game, but I just wouldn't be the not overly, but like, I don't know. I feel like I seek a lot of answers. I seek a lot of things, not to an crazy extent where I do it with everything, but this game made me ask a lot of questions about a lot of things, made me curious about philosophy, made me curious about the world, etc. This game changed me as a kid. Hey, Bryn, what's up? How you doing? So, I'm pretty sure they replay this amazing, amazing FMV sequence when we start the game, but there's a lot about this. The beginning message, I am Alpha and Omega, representing the beginning and the end, and a thing that carries on from before you know anything about it, something that gets explained in like this too. So, if we look here, how well are we hearing this? How well do you hear this, Bryn?
Access confirmed. Initializing fake net. Disconnected. Activating emergency shelter. Denied. Contamination is spreading widely. Captain.
Cut off the cables manually.
Roger. Activating self-destruct bolts. Confirming. No good, nothing happened.
Okay. Let's see, we're 3 minutes in, 2 minutes in now. I think maybe we can properly get started in a bit. This itself is going to end soon, though.
Ergo area is increasing. An internal plane is forming. Switching to space displacement mode. Alpha 1, confirming transfer of coordinate codes. Coordinates input, coordinate NX128, EZ061. The main planet.
Damn. So they're planning on attacking. Engine room. Activate the emergency sealing system.
Needs more volume? Okay.
Engine room. Engine.
It could be that this scene is just a little bit on the quiet side too, but there won't be much voice acting later. This is the only part where there is voice acting. Well, this and like other scenes, but they're smaller.
See that all civilians and passengers are safely transported to the escape shuttles.
Because even though I turned up my speakers,
evacuation is complete.
even I'm having trouble hearing.
All of you, evacuate now.
But what's going on here is essentially, something, right? There is something that they are fearful of that is on this ship that they were transporting, and they're realizing it's not going to work out. In fact, it seems like the entire ship has been hacked by whatever this thing is. And now this is happening. And our man here realizes this is kind of useless. There is a character here that we need to pay closer attention to, the one that was on the left. It's brief, but it's a Chekhov's gun kind of situation. Not important per se, but still somewhat important. But yeah, he decides like the only way we're gonna get rid of this is if I self-destruct the ship, because they don't want this to reach where they're headed to. They were headed to this Earth-looking place, and they were hoping to. It seems like I don't want to go into too much detail until it's actually relevant, but it's important to keep this part in mind. Purple hair character right here survived a self-destructing ship. How the heck does that happen? Keep this character in mind. This is a very important character. Do not forget. She has really long hair. And then we see something fly down as well that was in stream. It's being weird. Says no data. Okay, I think we should be back. Okay, good. Okay. So, let's get started. We've seen a thing in the beginning that I'm pretty sure it gets replayed later, but or it gets replayed again. But it was just to allow others to get here. Yeah, I see it gets replayed again. So yeah, that was on my end, that freeze. Oh boy, but there is a lot to Xenogears, especially when you know where what was it? Soraya Saga and Tetsuya Takahashi, like, they're a very big, like, their influences play big time in this. So but yes, this scene is quite important in its own weird way. Believe it or not, they even go into nanomachines in this game. Way before, like, well, I mean, it was around the same time, I guess, with Metal Gear Solid. Technically, Metal Gear Solid, like, discussed it first, sort of, in, like, the... No! Oh my god, wait, holy shit. Wait. No, Xenogears talked about it first. Well, unless you consider Metal Gear on MSX, but I don't recall... Wait. Metal Gear, MSX, nanomachines. Who did it first?
Alpha 1 genome restructuring. Confirming exon replacement. Base code 85 million. 100 million.
No, I don't think the first Metal Gear really talked about it.
Alpha 1 to raise your central.
So, Xenogears talked about it first.
Disconnected. Activating emergency.
Oh, but it was something popular at this time to, like, a circle of individuals, I would believe.
Captain.
Cut off the cables manually.
Alright, so... was it? Speaking of, though, so right now, and I can't skip this. A lot of things are not skippable in Xenogears. Not from memory, at least?
And its space logic is being rewritten. Ergo area is increasing. An internal plane is forming. Switching to space displacement mode. Alpha 1, confirming transfer of coordinate...
Oh yeah, you know what's interesting? One thing I found out recently about Xenoblade, not Xenoblade, but this Xenogears. So there's a logo inside the game's disc that says Project Noah. And guess what the main character of Xenoblade's called? Noah! I wonder if they decided to revisit that for some reason. Takahashi. Maybe. It was the development code name, so, you know, considering Noah's purpose in Xenoblade and how he plays in there, you know, that's why people are like, wow, there's a lot of elements of Xenogears in Xenoblade 3 especially.
All of you, evacuate now.
Evacuate the ship immediately. All passengers please board the shuttles in a calm and orderly fashion.
But yeah, this beginning segment, when you play the game as is, okay? When you play the game as is, you completely forget about this and its meaning to the broad situation of the game. It literally will pass over your head. But this is all very important. And like I said, I'll get to this when it actually becomes relevant. But for now, I don't think I should discuss anything from here for those who have not played the game, because it would be literally a big spoiler. Super big spoiler. Like, one of the biggest spoilers ever as to what's actually going on here. But essentially, like, all of this is explained. All this is explained later. You just got to remember, there's a ship, there's a woman with purple hair, and something went berserk on the ship, and what that is will be explained. And I kind of like it because all of this is right now relevant today. Or well, the thing that went wild on the ship is very relevant today, and probably part of people's fears of that thing. I won't say what, but I think if people look back at this game and watch this opening, they might be able to actually guess what, which is actually kind of funny. It's connected to a thing they talk more about in Xenosaga. Like, Xenosaga really discusses a particular thing here. You see, we see two, three things crashing down. But Xenosaga especially talks about this particular thing they were transporting somewhat. Okay. So now we're finally able to begin the game. The continent of Ignis in the northern hemisphere of our world. On this, the largest continent, a war has been raging between two countries for hundreds of years. In the north of the continent lies the Kislev Empire, and in the south lies the desert kingdom of Ave. The war has gone on for so long that the people have forgotten the cause, knowing only the pointless circle of hostility and tragedy. Oh yeah, so I just pressed the record button. I should have recorded the opening maybe. But remember, a ship, a woman with purple hair, and something went awry on the ship and was killing everyone. So the guy self-destructed the ship. Just remember those three things. It becomes important later. I'm not going to say anything about it now because that would be a big spoiler. But we are getting an exposition right off the... I'm trying not to do that. Okay, there we go. We're getting an exposition right off the bat with the game. It's laying down the surface. The thing is, none of this is gonna matter to the player, but they do want you to take notes on it or remember it, because this is actually all super important. But at the same time, when you play through at a base level, you kind of relearn this stuff anyway, but this stuff also bites you in the ass. So remember that, right now we're on the continent of Ignis, and the northern hemisphere. It's the largest continent, and the main things to remember is Kislev versus Ave, okay? They've been at war. They have no idea why they're at war anymore. They just hate each other now. This has been going on for so long. So remember that. That's important. We're going to come into that. The chronic war obsession was soon to encounter a devastating change. This was due to the ethos, remember this term, an institution that preserves our world's culture, repairing tools, and weapons excavated from the ruins of an ancient civilization. At once, both countries excavated these ruins and had the ethos repair the discoveries in order to increase their military power. So the ethos, they specialize in culture, history, and these tools from long time ago. Remember the ethos. Very important. They come up a lot. But this might be ringing some red flags, okay? Something to relate to real life, perhaps. The various weapons excavated from the ruins greatly changed the form of warfare. The outcome of the battles between the two countries was no longer determined by man-to-man combat, but by gears. Giant humanoid fighting machines, we'll just say mecha, okay? That were obtained from deep within the ruins. So imagine, the ethos is like in charge of helping people understand this stuff. And these things, now that they've excavated these tools, these big things known as gears, which are mechas, that's being used to fight wars now. So mechas are fighting wars. They used to fight on ground, not anymore. It's all done with mecha. Eventually, after continuous swings in the state of the war, Kislev gained the upper hand. The major factor behind this lay in the enormous difference in the amount of resources buried within the ruins. But suddenly a mysterious military force appeared in the continent of Ignis, called Gebler. This force decided to make contact with Ave. So remember Gebler and Ave. They made contact with one another. They're probably going to explain a little bit. This is going to come back. Gebler's highly important as well. Very important. Remember that word. Now, you're probably not going to remember it, but don't worry. They're going to say it a lot anyway. but, you know, Gevler and Ave, and then, you know, Kislev, which was against Ave, gained the upper hand. Remember this. So Kislev was winning. And then, you know, now here comes Gebler, right? And that's because of the resources in the ruins, why Kislev was being able to fight back. With the assistance of this Gebler military force, Ave was able to recover from being hopelessly outnumbered to being back on even standing with Kislev. Then, taking further advantage of its newly gained momentum, Ave started to capture one territory after another from Kislev, showing no indication of slowing down in their invasion campaign. So all of a sudden, here comes this Gebler force. They team up with Ave. They're like, here, we'll help you out. And now they're poning Kislev. What's going on? What? How are they so suddenly kicking ass? Well, that's what you're gonna find out later. That's it. So, two forces are fighting against each other. That's the main thing. The remote village of Lahan, the outskirts of Ave. So on the outskirts of Ave. So away from all this, it's remote. Oh, uh-oh. This is where it all begins. Big uh-oh. Da-na-na, da-na-na. Ba, 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 da, Okay, sorry. Damn you! So what's really interesting about this opening is we're already getting right into things, which is possibly a little odd. Like, whoa, what's going on? What, why is there a village being attacked? And what? Yeah! We get to see a little, like, mecha combat. That's one down? Where's the others? We see a dude on the right there. He gets back up. What's going on? What on earth are you? No matter how often I knock you down, you still get up. Hey! Stop! You must not fight here! Boy, are you persistent. Damn it. How come? Why did it have to come to this? Why indeed? Well, we're gonna find out soon. We're gonna find out soon, clearly. Because, you know, imagine, why did it have to come to this? Pan away. Oh, right. What did they pan to? Okay, looks like a fire. Well, what do we... Well, okay. What's this? What's this? Oh. Painting. Bum, ba-dum, na-na-na-na-na. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Whew. That about does it. All right. Now for a short break. So let's actually start off by taking a look at the paintings. You can actually look at these paintings, which is pretty cool. And we can look at all the paintings he's done. So he has like a cute one of like, you know, some nature over here. And then what's this he's got here? Looks pretty abstract. A little bit of red and a little bit of black. I don't know if that's supposed to be Rubedo and Nigredo, perhaps. Alchemy, maybe. I don't know. Someone's dealing with their PTSD. Oh, that's funny. Oh wow, that's a pretty sight. Looks like it's from a mountain view. Okay. So, like Chrono Trigger. So, this is kind of a funny thing. I feel like there's sections in here where Chrono Trigger was a little more prevalent. Grabbing money from under your bed is a very Chrono Trigger thing, which even returns in Chrono Cross. This was originally meant to be the sequel to Chrono Trigger. So there's certain names that come up from, you know, from Chrono Trigger and whatnot, which is kind of funny. Melchior, Balthazar, those are all names that reappear. but in what capacity, you'll see. Because it gets kind of changed a little bit. Hello, Faye, you're looking well today. My, how time flies. Why, it's already been 3 years since you came to our village. When they first saw you, brought in all bloody and soaken, to tell you the truth, they didn't think you were going to make it. And that strange masked man who carried you here that day, do you think that maybe he was your real father? Don't you remember anything? Why, they say you had terrible nightmares and constantly called out to your father. So if you don't talk to this lady, you're never going to see this scene. Very important scene, mind you. This is all the important. In fact, this is like downright one of the top 10 most important scenes. Who is it? Who is it? Who are you? What? You want me to look after this boy? Boy! Oh yeah, I'm playing on DuckStation. I actually I've held on to my Xenogears discs. And I'm playing on DuckStation because, this is the only emulator that actually doesn't crash on a certain boss battle. If you play it on EPSC, there's a crash that's, I don't know how to solve it. Actually, there's an earlier crash that can happen on that. If you play it on PS3, it has a crash. If you play it on PS2, it has a crash on certain segments. So they're literally one of the only ways to play is PS1. I don't have any capture stuff for that, and in DuckStation, that's the only way. And DuckStation is my only way to capture this game. I have no other means. And this doesn't crash the game, except for one specific section, which you could win by very, very good luck. But now you're so healthy and strong. Wait, I'm gonna just right back real quickly. Sorry, you're gonna see my avatar glitch out. Don't mind me. Okay, I'm back. I was just letting the dog out of the room. He was like, all right, I'm ready to leave. Okay. But now you're so healthy and strong, and it's all thanks to our village chief, Lee. My, you should be grateful. Oh, I should be grateful? Excuse me? No, I'm joking. So, not related to any form of analysis, but one funny thing that you can do in this game is you can jump and recontrol your jumps, and you could just jump at all. There's a funny thing I'll revisit once we have more characters in the party. Okay. You know, Faye, I'm sure that our village chief thinks of you as his own grandson. Not having any family for all those years, and living on his own for oh so long. That's why he cares so very dearly about you. Oh yeah, just like Chrono Trigger, you can walk around while people are talking. Please, never do anything that would break his poor old heart. You promise me that, Faye? So, what if I told you all the dialogue in here, in this very moment, actually somehow matters in a weird way, a weird roundabout way that I'll discuss later. But just remember some of the things people say here. Hello there, Faye. Our Timothy is a really lucky boy to be able to marry such a beautiful girl like Alice. I hope you come up with some embarrassing tales to tell in your speech. Ha ha ha! I don't know whether to be happy or sad. Tomorrow, our little Alice is going to become someone's wife. I knew this day would come. This is the worst part of bringing up a little girl. Oh, it's you, Faye. We're in the middle of discussing Timothy and Alice's wedding arrangements. Hey, why don't you bring a girlfriend or two home once in a while? Just because you live with an old man like me doesn't mean you have to hold back now, you hear? Why, when I was young as you are, it seemed like every day I would... never mind. Now, we still have important things to discuss, so don't you get in the way now. Okay. Yo, hi there, Faye. Sorry for us all using your house like this. But we have to talk about the big day tomorrow with the village chief. Yeah, tomorrow, huh? Your wedding with Alice. Now that is a big day. Yeah, right. But it still hasn't hit me as reality, though. Hey, Timothy. I just want to thank both you and Alice. 3 years ago, I woke up in this village without a trace of my memory. Didn't know who I was, where I'd been, or what I'd been doing up until that day. I couldn't recall a single thing. Very important. Very, very important. This is important all the way up to, like, near the end of the game, or disc 2 or whatever. Like, this is all so important. Despite that, you and Alice sympathized with me and encouraged me to go on. If the two of you hadn't been there for me, I don't know what would have become of me. Timothy, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Now you and Alice had better live happily ever after. Huh, quit it, will ya? You don't have to go and get all mushy on me. Anyway, to me it feels like I've always been friends with you friends with you ever since we were kids. And we'll go on being friends forever, right? Of course! Oh yeah, Faye. Could you stop by and check on Alice? I still have stuff to discuss with my old man and the village chief. But I'm sure he'll be glad to give you some company. She'll, whoops. Yeah, sure, I'll do that. Anyway, I'll see you later. Oh, and I'm really looking forward to the ceremony tomorrow. Alright. So, there are some important things to gather from the village as well, before we even... Oh! So, there you are! Faye, I have some I have to talk to you about something. Why, hello there, Dan. You have quite the, forehead today, as you do every day. Dan, don't be so rude. What's this barging in and all? Ah, Timothy's here too. Yeah, I don't know why they gave Dan the most, like, wild hairline. And, unfortunately, this character is also quite important, but luckily it's not something you have to remember. He'll make you remember him. Butt out, Timothy! Until you marry my sister, you have nothing to do with me at all. I just have some business here with my friend Faye. I really... Once you see his sister, you're gonna question how... Anyway. Yeah. Why is he both 4 and 40? That's my question. That's been my question forever. So anyway, Faye, I have something to talk to you about later. What is it, Dan? Sounds serious. Yeah, that's why I can't talk about it here. There's a certain person listening in who could cause us trouble. It's really important. We gotta talk, seriously, one-on-one, man-to-man. I'll be hanging around outside, so I'll see you later, okay? Be seeing you, Timothy. Take care of yourself until tomorrow. Loser! Like, I don't know, he literally looks like he's like, you know, like a little loser. Huh? What's up with him? As of tomorrow, I'm going to be that kid's brother-in-law. Ha! That part isn't going to be no honeymoon. So this is town. Man to Munchkin. Yeah, literally, man to Munchkin. That's, yeah. So, similar to Chrono Trigger, there's a lot to interact with here. A very, Guardia fair, if you do. Oops. Ooh. Sorry, I'm just cracking my neck there. Alice and Timothy's wedding tomorrow is the talk of the town. I guess it's to be expected, though. It is one of life's biggest events. The women of the village are born, raised, married, and live the rest of their lives here. There must be some happiness in that, but I've been thinking from time to time, sometimes I wish I were born a man, so I could travel the world and live an ever-changing life. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, that's weird! No, of course not. Actually, like, genuinely, no, of course not. Really? Do you mean it? I knew you'd say that for me, Faye. Here, this is my very own homemade Aquasol. Our bear cows love it. Try it out sometime. Received Aquasol, the choice of all bear cows. So this is just like a funny interaction, but this is your basic potion. Aquasols are just basic potions. We'll talk to her later, because there's more things to collect around. Oh, Faye, maybe you can help. Have you seen Dan? He's probably around here somewhere, getting up to his usual mischief. Alice was saying she needed him for something. How could a brat like him possibly be related to Alice? Oh, brother. And yeah, literally, how? That's what I wondered too. Like, there is so much that is like, it makes me question, like, did he get all the recessive genes or something? Like, what is going on there? No, I'm telling you, they are so different. It's like, Someone in the family, oops, sorry, don't waste perfectly good food like that. Finally, at my age, I've become able to live in peace. At this rate, I'll probably live 100 to 100. Haha. Yeah, so you could step on the guy's food. Hey, I thought I told you not to step on my food. Like, there's all these weird little interactions that are just really appreciable. Insert liquid snake speech. Hello, Faye. Tomorrow is Alice and Timothy's big day. Isn't it exciting? I know Alice will make a lovely bride. Why did I go I hope a handsome prince comes into my life soon. That Dan, when will he ever grow up? So if I remember in here, there's a very... Okay, it was a different house. My husband's love for rock, paper, scissors, or RPS game is ruining us. Just recently, he even said he said he had a dream of receiving the hero title from the RPS king. If only someone could utterly defeat him to make him see reality, but he's just so good. So, we will deal with him in a bit. I'm just looking for a certain little cameo, which you might recognize the character. I think it was this house. So, oh, who's that? Is that Luca? So, funny thing here, how much money do I have? 300. So, I'm just gonna use the save, but, Luca has some interesting things to tell you. I mean, it's fine, whatever happens after, but just to show you. Oh, good. You're lucky you came at just the right time. If it's about the memory cube, then don't hesitate to ask me. No one knows better than I do. How about it then? Want to hear me out? Yeah, okay. Alright, good show. That's the spirit. You're pretty smart for an artist. Now, open up those ears and carve every word I say into that tiny brain of yours. Okay, Luca. What are you doing here from Chrono Trigger anyway? But, once again, this game was meant to be a sequel to Chrono Trigger at one point in development. I'll begin by explaining how to save your adventure. Normally, you can open up the menu screen by pressing square. From there, you can select the file option and simply follow the directions to save. However, when you're in the town or a dungeon, you can only save at designated memory cube areas. Without a cube, you cannot save. Like, this is a lot of... Whoa! To make the long story short, this spinning... Oh! I wish I got to cat. I was gonna try and pause. You understand everything? Okay, well, I gotta... What? You didn't understand? Ah, gee. Well, alright, let me explain once more. Alright, this time, make sure you're listening. This spinning, bobbing thing here is a memory cube I just spoke about. Wait, I think I could go backwards on my stream and pause it. Let me... Oh, wait, is the stream looking okay for you? Is this, like... Is this blurry, or... It's probably lowering the quality because of reasons for me. Because I'm watching it back. Actually, yeah, I'm just gonna go back in the stream. So, she suddenly says, super fast, to make this, long story short, this bobbing, spinning thing is a memory cube, right? You must be cool, calm, and collected to superimpose yourself with it and boldly open the menu screen. If you accomplish that, you will be able to save successfully. You should always save without hesitation whenever you find one of these things in a dungeon. In life, you can never tell what may lie around the corner. So, just like a funny thing where she almost like, if you superimpose yourself, you know... I feel like the language there was almost condescending. If you superimpose yourself with it and boldly open the menu screen. Alright. Huh? Okay, let's fine. Okay, good. Fearlessly stand inside the cube's area and calmly and composedly, see, instead of superimpose and boldly, calmly and composedly open the menu screen. From there, you'll be able to save into a memory file as per normal. Especially in dungeons and other like areas, as soon as you should see one of these, you should save without hesitation. You never know what can happen next. So she does summarize what she says, but much more kindly. When outside in the world map, you can save anywhere you like. Probably, in parentheses. If you don't want to wind up crying later, make sure you save frequently, okay? So, that's it for my concise summary. You took it all in this time, didn't you? Well, even a 2-year-old Dongarian monkey could understand my fantastic explanation 120%, right? Jesus Christ! You are so condescending. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Or ho, 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 I'm such a genius. Alright, now for the explanation fee. It's 28 gold. 28 gold is a bargain considering you were able to receive such a perfect explanation from the likes of me. So come on, drop the excuses, be a man and pay up. Had 28 gold taken from you. Yes, thank you so much. No receipts given though. So a very silly interaction. Do you know that you can spin the world around with L1 and R1? I'm sure you'll see things you weren't able to see before. Explore the world by using your own eyes and ears. That is how you make the gains in your life truly your own. If you're lost, then then be lost. There's no need to rush, is there? Nor do you have to explore the world using someone else's maps. So this is kind of the tutorial house. When it comes to fighting techniques, I tend to be extremely fussy. I started to study up on them recently. How about it then? Want to hear about what I have to say? So this just teaches you how how you gain things. Abilities are gained via leveling up. Death blow skills are gained via pressing the button a certain amount of times, and once you have it enough times and you're at the required level, you'll automatically learn it, and so on and so forth. In short, don't cheat. You can never become too old to study. There are mountains of things to learn out there, youngin. Good day, I'm the village consultant, but to tell you the truth, the village chief knows far more than I do. However, the chief is an awfully busy person, so I have been placed in charge of answering some of the more mundane questions. And as a special for this week, we're lecturing on the techniques of martial arts. Martial arts is self-defense. I like how he said martial, not like martial. Martial. Wouldn't you like to learn about it? So another place where you could just learn some of the commands in game. But the tutorial house, effectively. Alright, so now we could get on to some of the other stuff. This is the village consultant's house. Oh yeah, I already thought about the... Okay, so we're gonna deal with this guy here. Now that I got to save. The whole point of me going into that save room was because of this. Marshall, yeah, it's like they're talking about a person. Yo, want to play rock, paper? This is why I saved. Yeah, that's the way, Faye. If you manage to beat me 5 times in a row. Now, should I allow myself to save state? Because this is one of the most... Like, this moment here, you might think the special reward is just whatever. No, this is one of the most important endgame rewards you can get. That changes, like, this is one of those things where it's like, oh, you didn't search around. You didn't open the hidden treasure chest. Now you've lost access to the greatest thing ever. Save state? Okay, alright. Yeah, because it is... I mean, I can understand you put in all the time to win against this guy 5 times in a row. Alright, Bryn. But yeah, we're gonna get the most important save item here by playing rock, paper, scissors. A simple rock, paper, scissors with this guy. I need some kind of risk to make things interesting against such an amateur. Okay, man. Alright. You know what? Screw you. Here we go. Oh, geez. I'm not sure if I'm ready. It didn't even teach me how to play. Oh, it's been so long. Oh, boy. Alright, so as said, we'll use a save state. 1, 2. What? Hey, you were late, cheesy cheater. Only cowards do that. The penalty... This guy... I forgot there was a time limit. Usually I was just really sure. Okay, let's do it. Alright, I'm gonna say scissors. Oh, no. Hey, you did scissors too. So that's how you play. Oh boy. I'm scared. I'm very scared of this man. He oh no, we tied. Okay. Anyway, here we go again. Rock. No! Stop copying me. Whoa, you did rock too, not bad. Now, oh god. Paper. Ah, he got me. No, there goes my goals. Okay. Yep, we might even be here for a while because they don't give you enough time for certain things. Paper. Oh my god. I think he decides it right on the spot. Rock. Oh, it's right on the spot! You can't even scum it! You can't scum it! Ah! Or is it based on time? It could be based on time. No way. Oh my god. What if we just say rock again? Aha! We got him. We got him. We're gonna save that one at least. Oh my god. Aw, no, rock? Darn, you got me. I can't believe this. Arr. Welcome back. So guess what? Save stating almost doesn't work. You just gotta get lucky. It's decided right on the spot, it seems. So now I gotta beat him again. So I just gotta hope I get lucky and save each one. I can't even, like, know what he's gonna choose. Ah, he got me already. Okay. Like, because otherwise I'm just gonna save scum. I'm just gonna reload my save every time. I know, I'm just always choosing rock now, because it's probably the best way to do this. Are you ready to rock? Oh, I'm gonna rock your life, man. You better be prepared. See, it's literally... And watch, I can reload that instance. And if I, like, mash it out... So it's like, I think it's based on time, and it goes literally second by second. So if I were to delay... Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Or I'm just really lucky. That could be the case, too. So what if I were to say... But see, here's the thing. If I say paper... See? You see? It's like you're forced to clash with this butt face. And watch, if I say scissors... So it's like almost decided from maybe the moment you talk to him. So you're gonna lose no matter what. Like, they want you to... No, it's purely random. I was literally pure random. I clicked it so quickly that time. No different than the first or the second time. So it really is pure random. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. But we're just gonna win with rocks. Oh no, rock! Darn you, you got me. I can't believe this. Arr. So now we gotta do it 3 more times. Oh my god. I'm just getting started. Are you ready to rock? I'm gonna rock you again. Get rocked! Aww. He is such a butt. I'm gonna rock his life. I'm gonna rock his world. Rock! This guy is playing unfriendly. Okay, what if I like, okay. This is how I do TASs for fighting games. I usually change the timing of when I do things. Oh my god, this guy. So no, maybe he's just always gonna say rock. Rock you like a hurricane? Yeah. Scissors. Boom! This guy's so mean! How? Paper. Yay, we got... Oh, it is literal pure random. Like, I really don't know if there's any trick to this that's been discussed on, like, a GameFAQs guide or something, but... Lost 3 times in a row. Not bad, Faye, but it's not over yet. Here we go. And remember, he wants to be beaten 5 times consecutively, so if you mess up once, you gotta start over. You gotta start over. That's why you have to have a save at the very beginning before you go to him, because if you screw... Like, if you were to get a few times... Yeah, no. So, you want to make sure you get this all in one. This is not good. If I lose the next one, that's right, you little bit. If you lose the next one, you're done. You're done, son. I can't afford to lose the next turn. This time I'm getting serious. I'm just gonna say paper. Watch him choose rock. Ah! Ah, that was all me! That was all me! Let's go, let's go, let's go! I was like, watch him say rock because I chose rock so many times. What the? Paper? Paper? Me lose? This is ridiculous! Oh my gobrino! So, this is, analysis, not, like, for story, but If you know Ted Woolsey is a famous translator for the Final Fantasy games and a few other great RPGs. But one of the things he also did was Xenogears. And so the Oh My Gobrino, the Japanese text I think was something similar in its own right, but he had to think of a way to like, what would people understand over here in the West though? So, and even then, it's like, this is still not even technically completely West, but like something in between where it's still like, it's a strange sounding thing, but it still captures the same essence of the Japanese part to it. It's over. Where's my reward? I give up. It's my loss, Faye. Here, as promised, I'll give you this. Mythical RPS Hero Badge, although no one has any idea what use it has. Now, you give this badge to a person later, and you get a super special item out of it that's oh so powerful. It's oh so good. You want this. You really do want this. Well, if it isn't Faye, isn't it exciting to know that Timothy's wedding is going to be tomorrow? I think it's time you found a wonderful girl like Alice yourself. Haha. By the way, Faye, what do you think of Lahan? I don't dislike it, or I like it. No, I mean, we like it. I mean, he was so thankful. Lahan, I like it. The village leader, Chief Lee, has taken such good care of me. Everyone in the village has warmly accepted me. You can interact with every cat in this game. Regardless of where I may have been born or raised, Lahan is now my home. Ah, yes, it makes me just happy to hear that. Here, take this as an allowance. Don't you squander it all at once. So at least we made up for the 28 gold we lost, and we got, some gold from the little, But yeah, there's a few interesting, like I said, there's things to collect around the town, which is really awesome. A lot of interaction and a lot of, talking to people really went into this. Hey Faye, next time teach me more of your kung fu stuff. I'm gonna get you, this kid here. Hey Faye, help me find another elephant sparrow nest sometime, okay? So we just learned this guy can do kung fu. So now I think we can talk to, No, don't waste perfectly good food like that. I believe... I'm trying to remember if there was anything else. Oh, here's some people. Oh, I'm just contemplating what I should plant next. There's an old person It's a lot of work just trying to raise crops, but it's an excellent feeling, Faye. In this great open land, new life emerges. I'm not saying we're doing it, it's just the earth, rain, and sun combining together to nurture these striving new lives. We're just helping them out. Pumpkinberry, apple, lily, radish, they all seem good. So I'm glad we got the RPS hero badge. Oh yeah, I forgot. Here, take some of my homemade aquasol. Literally, like, just people. I used my special fertilizer in it, so it should work real well. Ha ha ha. It's just aquasol. So, you might be noticing there's some little lines between the stuff when I run around. This is part of the duck station geometry correction. So while it makes the geometry look nice, it looks like in movement, though, it kind of has its own little side effects. So I'll just show what that's like when it's off. Let me see. There's a thing with it, though. If we take off, I think it's perspective breadth textures. Oh, nope, the lines are still there. So that also could just be an emulation thing. So it looks like it doesn't cause much trouble, per se. Yeah, it's still technically there. But on the other hand, actually, well, what if I just disable it altogether? Ah, there we go. No, I had to disable the entire thing, which is fine. I think this game actually looks... I typically have it for other things like fighting games and whatnot, but it looks actually pretty alright here. The main thing that it solves is, if you notice the wobbling of textures. So this is it with it on, so textures don't wobble, but if I take it off, notice how the textures wobble. So geometry correction essentially helps with that. But some games don't like it too much, partly because it's like, oh, well, it wants to wobble in some games. So we could turn that off for now. But it's a very nice feature for fighting games, because it, you know, if you've seen a few, Soul Edge, you especially will notice it helps a lot. There's a person I'm looking for. Oh, wait. How could Alice go and get married to that musclehead Timothy? I loved her since I was a baby. Makes me laugh all the time. I'm like, who the hell is this kid? What in the world? Since I was a baby, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to live? Ah! Like, what in the world? This is a specially made scene with the camera angle and everything. Life would be so unfair. Like, who are you? Woe is me. Why you're a kid? Why would you? Is he an isekai protagonist? Like, what is going on there? Oh, hello there, Faye. Come to think of it, it's already been quite a while since you first came to our village. I take it you still don't remember anything prior to coming here, though. It must be terrible not knowing your true identity and all. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm being rude. Please don't take it the wrong way. Okay, yeah, and then she says the same thing. I'm just gonna run away so her test disappears. Now, I think it's this person down here. There's an old person who says something very like, whoa, what the heck? The town may be hidden away deep within the mountains without anything else, but I still love it, Lahan. Okay, so it wasn't you. These are some kids that get feelings that early. It's kind of sad. I know, right? I mean, look, I don't blame him. Alice is pretty, okay? Alice is really pretty. I love her design. She's really cute. But that poor kid is gonna have problems later. Oh, here's the bar I was looking for. Oh my gosh. So I love this place because there's some interesting characters here. Young one, beware. I can see it. There is a dark and icy wind that blows where you're going. A wind that nurtures grief and resentment, inviting death, from which there is no salvation. No one will be able to escape from it, but you, and only you, must eventually face up to that dark wind. Just kidding. I've always wanted to try saying something like that. Did I scare you? I'm really sorry. So, please keep in mind, all old people, what they say in here is 100% true. So, you'll see in a lot of JRPGs, they go, oh yeah, I don't know, there was like a UFO or something, but oh, I'm just crazy, ignore me, I'm just a crazy old man. If they say that, they're actually telling you the truth, and they're brushing it off because yes, they would sound crazy, but they're actually telling you the truth. They know what they saw. So this guy, instead of believing what others say, you should follow your own path. After all, your fate will be what you make of it. But, do you want to hear my prediction again? Yeah, from the top. Oh good, that's the spirit. Well, here goes. Are you ready? Yeah, so they let you see it again, because if you played the game the second time, this is very vague. Very, very vague. But, this right here, the wind nurtures grief and resentment, inviting death from which there is no salvation. This is the line that he's referring to, probably in, well, with the pace we're going at, probably in 2 hours from now. I would say an hour. Naturally, like, anyone who's playing this game at normal RPG speed would see this happen in an hour, possibly. And then it also is a reoccurring theme. Oh, and he's also talking about, like, midway into the game, like, kind of Disc 2, sort of, Disc 1, Disc 2, around that area. Alright, but yeah, a lot of these old people will say some really real stuff, and then they'll say, oh, it's just a joke, though. Or, oh, don't listen to me. Have you heard the latest rumors? It's said that in the southern desert of Ave, there's buried treasure all over the place. There's hundreds of people who are trying to strike it rich by digging everywhere. A single strike could make you totally rich. And also if they're in a bar. But then again, you never can tell how much of... Okay, so after what I just said, after what I just said, they'll go, oh, but don't listen to me. I'm just some crazy person in the bar. Listen to them. In life, it sounds too good to be true. It usually is. Bah, he's a freaking liar. Hey, how's it? Hey, it's Faye. How's it going? I ain't got any drinks for kids, you know. So come back when you're older, all right? Bro, Faye's like... He's like... Wait, isn't his age in the stat screen? Faye... Wait. No, Faye... Wait. Faye age Xenogears. He's 18, bro! He's 18! What are you talking about? Is 21 your thing, or is it 25? What's old? What's old for this village? What did they decide on? What did the village chief say is an adult? Apparently Faye's not an adult in their eyes. Wow. South of here is the Black Moon Forest. If you can make it through there, you'll come to Ave, the great land of fire. I shouldn't be wasting my time here in this little country village. Why, I ought to go to Ave and work there. Beautiful woman and good liquor. If I work hard enough, I'll be rich in no time. Haha, wouldn't that be good? Legal drinking... Legal age in Lahad is 21, apparently. Well, okay, it's 18 in Canada, so... Wait, no, actually, it's like, isn't it... I don't know if they changed it. I could have sworn it was actually 16 over there. Maybe I'm wrong. It was 16 where I lived in Canada, though. No, wait, no, I first... It was that wasn't Manitoba, that was... Oh, where was that? But there was a place where it was like 16 or something. But yeah, age of drinking is all over the place. I guess, you know, it's funny because the age of drinking got bumped up in some places in the States, for instance. So, you know, I guess Lahan was ahead of them. Lahan was ahead of its time. Oh my, welcome, Faye. You want to have some fun? I give the best service in... What? Hey, Ellen, quit teasing the innocent kid. I forgot about this. Yeah, I know. It's just a joke, you blockhead. I doubt it. Why would he tell you anything? He's got sharp hearing. Wait, are you telling me? He's like, oh, hey, Faye, you are a little... Can I show you a good time? I can show you a good time. He's like, hey, pipe down over here. He's got sharp hearing. Anyway, maybe next time, okay, Faye, I'll be waiting. Wow, I'm a cougar. There you go, Faye. Oh my god. I mean, Faye's a handsome guy. What can they say, right? You got a problem with me? Yeah, like, drinking at midday? How can I not be drinking? Damn it! You got a problem, boy? No, go for it. Yeah, I hate drunks. Drinking won't help matters. Actually, wait. So I'm gonna save state because I think the choice here actually gets locked out. I want to show you each of these because they're all interesting in their own right. I think the won't help matters one actually has a lot of meaning. But we'll go with, yeah, I hate drunks. Ha! The feeling's mutual. I hate nosy people. Since we both hate each other, why don't you just leave me alone then, eh? Nobody knows. In the depths of the sea, oh my god. So, I'm remembering this one again, but this one's referencing, not a mermaid, but just a song, funny enough, in the game. It's not some dream, you idiots. Actually, no, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. There's also some truth to that, too. So, I'm gonna reload so we can see the other one. No, go for it. Ha ha ha, I like you, boy. Now go away and leave me alone. And then he says the same thing. But I think it was the drinking won't help matters. Shut up, what do you know? You don't know how I feel. I wouldn't want you to know, damn it. No, wait up, boy. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying, like, this one has a lot of meaning to him, surprisingly. I'll give you this. Take it. So when you look out for him, what is that? I have no use for it. Don't worry about it. Just take it. Nobody knows in the depths of the sea, a teardrop shed by a mermaid. Receive the mermaid tear. So, the very thing he was talking about, he actually possesses. And he's like, oh, no one knows about this. It's legend, whatever. And he literally has it. He has the very thing of myth. And this is also an important item later, if I remember correctly. So now we have a mermaid tier, and we also have the RPS badge, one of the most important items in the game. Actually, it's not spoiler what the RPS badge gives you, but just to remember the name, let's see, where is it? Where is it? Okay, what do you do with the RPS badge? I'm trying to remember who I was supposed to give it to. I could have sworn it was like this guy called Big Joe. We'll get to him soon. Actually, not for a while, but soon. Yeah, you trade it later for some rare but soon to be purchasable items. Oh, right. But you could still, like, if you manage to get it, it's actually really nice to get early. What else? And then as for the mermaid tier is very important too. Oh yeah, okay, now I remember. Yes, this one's actually pretty decent, the item you get from it, because there's nothing else really like it. Essentially, you get an item that increases your ether defense and ether by +10, and you can combine that with the ether doubler and just be absolutely broken. I wouldn't need anything else if I could live together with my family, just the three of us. Why can't men understand something so simple? Oops. I was like, okay, I didn't mean to interact with that a second time. Oh, kitty. And then there's this girl over here. Hi there, Faye. Did you know that beyond the Black Forest lies the great kingdom of Ave? It's got a big capital city with lots of people living there. My father is working somewhere in Ave. Soon my father is going to come back, come pick Mother and me up so we can all live together in Ave. Oh, Father, please come home soon. So I'm also recording these moments. I'm going to be uploading a smaller bite size of this stream. Of just, like I said, the important moments, or the moments I think are important to keep note of. Because, you know. And with all the stuff in between that I'll be cutting out, what I record here will help transition to what comes later. Oh, good, Faye. You ready to talk? As soon as you know, as you know, tomorrow's finally the day of my sister's wedding. So what I want to talk to you about is exactly that, Alice's marriage. Faye, to be perfectly honest with you, I've always wished you could have been my brother. It's still not too late. You could go steal Alice and run off with her. Shout out to the Highlights View crew. Yeah. If you need me to help, I'd be glad to. It may be odd for me to say this, but my sister's beautiful and a good cook. And this is just between you and me, but she's well endowed too. Yeah. Like, what the heck, man? That's your freaking sister. Why? You're like... What? Wait, actually, we could see his age. I think his age is actually Dan Xenogears' age. How old is this kid? No, they did it. Oh, they put just 99XX. So we actually don't know how old he literally is. But it says age child. Why is this... Why is this child telling... I really don't like this forehead gremlin. No, I don't like him. No one likes him. Everyone universally who has played Xenogears hates this freaking kid right here. And you'll know why, but he's also the framework for the character known as Alan in Xenosaga. And as I go through this game, you'll see that when we get to Disc 2. I won't say any more than that, but he, in my opinion, judging by the color and design and there's certain weird things about this character that I feel inspired Alan in Xenosaga. They're very different characters, but they have very similar resolutions. Resolutions, not beginnings. The beginnings are completely different, but the way, the effect that they're meant to have on the player is rather interesting. But I still think there's a thing I have to say about this that I agree with Resonant Archon, and that's that I can't say yet. You'll find out soon. Forehead. No, his forehead is the least important part. What is up with this kid? Oh, and then he does his, yeah, he does his little punch, you know? So come on, go for it. Let's do it. That's crazy. What should I say, Bryn? What should I say? Tell me, man. What should I say to this kid? Should we agree, like, yo, let's just steal with Alice. Let's steal off with her. You know, screw Timothy. He may be our best friend, but we deserve her more. Or should we be like, dude, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. We can't do that to Timothy. Timothy's my bro. He's my man. He's my chill bro. That's crazy? Okay. Hey, what are you talking about, Dan? Timothy and Alice are both my best friends. You know I can't do that. Exactly, don't screw with that romance. It's so, it's wrong. You can't do that to them. After what they've done for, I mean, it's... Anyway, this is gonna get really interesting later as well. Yeah, I know that. Well, if you're gonna be like that, but if you change your mind, come and talk to me. And he goes, yeah, he does a little fist pump thing. Actually, wait, what happens if we do talk to him again? So, Faye, you up to it? Quit being foolish! And then we get a repeat of what he said before. Okay, I'll at least, like, pause here so we could, like, get past that for the recording. Okay. So now we go talk to Alice. I know I was saving this moment for so long, but we had to... The setup was so important, guys. I'm telling you, the setup was very important. All right, here we go. This is a moment. Why, hello, Faye. Have you come to visit our Alice? She's upstairs right now. I put the recording back on here because I was like, oh, well, you know, we don't need to worry about the person in front. But doesn't time fly? It's already been 10 years since my brother and his wife passed away. We did our best to raise 2 children in their place. But now, so Alice only has an aunt. Timothy has his uncle, it seems like. But now, as far as Alice is concerned, I can finally say my job is done. Because we saw Timothy's uncle. I don't recall seeing Timothy's dad. I know Timothy will take good care of her from now on. Now all that's left is Dan. I'm gonna have to have a hard time raising him to adulthood. Yeah, I don't blame her. Alright. So, major moment. Hello, Alice. Is that your wedding dress? Oh, hey, you startled me. Yes, it is. I just finished it. It took more work than I expected. You did a great job there. It'll look wonderful on you, Alice. Congratulations. Thank you. Hey, I'm Faye. What is it? Oh, nothing. I see. So they're having this weird, awkward silence moment. Oh, yes, that's right. Faye, have you seen Dan? Yeah, he's outside bragging as always. That kid. I just told him that I had an errand for him to run. Oh yeah? What kind of errand? It's for my wedding ceremony tomorrow. I was hoping you could go borrow the camera and some lights from Dr. Uzuki up on the mountain peak. So Uzuki, you might recognize that last name from Xenosaga. Guess what? They're not really related. There's no relation between the two. They just thought to use the name again. If that's, well, but they do reference they still do reference Dr. Uzuki in like Xenogears, but in Xenosaga, but in a really weird way. It's more just reference, cameo, fighting style, not so much like actual relation. There's zero relation. If that's all it is, I'll be glad to do it for you. And the reason I say that is because, spoilers, I can't say why. Spoilers for Xenogears. Could you? Oh, but I couldn't possibly. Don't worry, it's no problem. Anyway, it doesn't exactly make me feel comfortable having Dan handle such delicate instruments. So did you see that? You see that? It's too delicate. Why Dan is just a problem? Clearly, I'm just joking. But no, he really is. Okay, sort of not. Anyway, what's more, I might have a chance to eat some of Yui's cooking if I go to Doc's place. That's my Faye. Well, now I'll go up there now and get them for you. Oh, Faye, wait. Huh? Is there something else you want me to get from Satan? I mean, Shitan. Oh yeah, here's another thing. It's Shitan. Some people go Satan, some people go Satan, and then there's people who go like... I've heard really weird pronunciations. It's Shitan. You can see it in the... Not only the Japanese text in the debug menu, but Shitan is a reference to the devil. You'll understand why I'm bringing that up eventually. But Shitan, the devil. Oh, 666. The devil, the number of the devil. You know, just remember that. Remember that. No, it's not that. Huh? Faye, have you ever thought about things this way? If you had only been born in this village, and if we had only known each other earlier on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Oh, it's nothing, I'm sorry. Well, I think I'd better get going now! Oh, that is some dangerous words you're saying, Alice. Be careful on that mountain path, and give my regards to Dr. Uzuki. So, if you happen to notice now, so maybe Dan is quite related to Alice, and that they feel the same way about this. Maybe Faye is meant for Alice. Is this fate? I feel so foolish. Who am I kidding? Like, she feels it, he feels it, Timothy's just complete. But see, the thing is, oh, they're stuck by tradition. You know, like, Faye is technically still, you know, he's still a stranger to the village. Everyone has been here their whole lives, except Faye. So, Faye, you up to it? No, we're not up to it. Though, okay, maybe we'll just... After what she said, should we see what he has to say to us actually being like, yeah, let's do it? Should we just appease him? Appease this forehead child? I still can't believe he's a child. It's so weird. Why would they make him this way? Someone has to interview Takahashi again and ask him, like, why was he a forehead child? Why did you make him like that? Did we do it, Bryn? Before we go, because once we go, we're out of here. We're going. Wait, where's that one girl who was like, oh, where's Dan? I don't think you could do anything about that from memory. Yeah, she has nothing to say about it. But yeah, shrug. Okay, I'll at least, it doesn't affect anything much. All right, so yeah, it's not gonna affect anything really, but you know, let's do it. All right, Dan, you've got it. I guess I'll just go sweep Alice away and make a run for it. Really? I knew I liked you, Faye. That's the spirit. But if only it was that easy. It's not like we can change their feelings. And you would need to have love for her too. But I'm not gonna forget this, Faye. You were really willing to go that far to help me. Faye, you're a good guy. So, yes, no, he knows that, like, he's at least mature enough to realize that that's not really a good idea. It's wrong. It's just morally wrong. It's morally incorrect. So now, oh, whoops, I went the wrong way. But you know what? I can make a save this way, so that works out anyway. So now we're finally gonna see gameplay. I know we spent all this time in the village, but believe it or not, there's 3 people in there, dialogue-wise, absolutely important. not that it, like, you won't find out about it, but you're gonna be biting yourself in the ass like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it, you know, like, I can't believe that, you know, like, they were telling the truth kind of thing. And there's gonna be more people like that, and it's just fun to see that in the game. Right now, there's no, like, overly symbolic elements besides fate that was brought up. There's an interesting thing with that. So, now, this is the part where I'm just gonna cut out stuff for the most part. I'll show one battle, and I'm sure we're gonna get into it in just a bit. But I think if I remember correctly, there were some things to pick up around this area, but for those of you watching at home, not on the stream, you're not going to be seeing much of me traveling around, at least unless I decide to say some crazy stuff or, you know, answer questions in the comments. So here's how the gameplay works. You have however much not stamina, but however much turn order stuff you have, and you can input commands within that limit and do little combos. And Chrono Cross would adopt this in its own different way as well, funny enough. They could do light, medium, and heavy attacks, as you saw. And they each have their own accuracy value that you can't see. In Chrono Cross, you can see it, though, so you could tell some of the team staff thought this was a good idea to experiment more with. But one thing that they do here is death blows, which will be, now to show you. Now that I've put 4 triangles, 1 X, the first death blow you can learn is triangle X. Okay, it doesn't show up yet. We probably will level up and have that. Alright, but this is all you're going to see so far, guys. We're going to be back at Dr. Uzuki's home. Okay, so I stopped the recording there. We're continuing via live stream still, as usual. Actually, then again, like, hey, see, there's a treasure chest down there. There's not really anything too important. Dr. Uzuki's house is over the bridge and up to the north. But if you, there's a kid around here that you can talk to, and he tells you that you can basically platform. We'll just be inputting triangles, since we're going to need a lot of triangle commands for learning a lot of death blows anyway, and a lot of X too, so. Actually, hobgobs never evade, so we should also input X while we can on these guys. They're, you know, they just cannot evade for anything. So we're getting these hob jerkies. Hob jerkies are in-menu items that you can use to heal. So this is you don't want to use aqua souls to heal yourself if you can help it. You want to use hob jerkies because they're only meant for non-battle. And that's how you could keep yourself restored throughout a dungeon. So you could hang on to your resources. Oh, it's you, Faye. The cliff's edge collapsed from the heavy rain we had recently. You're alright, Faye. You can do a big jump to get across it, but I'm too scared. So a big jump is just running. You have to run first and then jump. Say hello to the doctor for me. Wait, was there... Nope, okay. There we go. If you tried to jump across it normally, you might not make it. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. I actually, when I was playing Xenoblade X, after I hacked my Wii U and all that stuff. Oh, Nintendo's gonna kill me for that. But since the online went down and everything, like there's, you know, might as well modify it, right? I decided to, I pulled Xenoblade X from my copy to the PC to try it on Cemu. And one of the interesting things I did was I modified the music files, and I put the Xenogears battle music as my battle music instead, because there's small little elements of Xenogears present in there just from the mecha and like the beginning, somewhat. So I was like, you know, I feel more Xenogears-y this way. Too bad they didn't have like a martial arts fighting style thing in there. We're gonna jump down here, collect the treasure. Getting free Aqua Souls is nice. At least in the beginning. Oh yeah, funny thing, so when you get into a battle in this game, you know that your about to get into a battle on the original PlayStation, because the CD starts like it'll sound a little different, or you'll stop hearing it spin and stuff like that as it's loading the battle, essentially. And oh yeah, they can block. Almost forgot about that. But that's good for us because now we can learn death blows faster. It should be keeping track of it even from level 1. But yeah, another thing that's telltale. So say you're on an emulator though. How can you tell then? Well, you can't jump. When the battle's loading, you are unable to jump. Guess what? Battles can happen while you're platforming. So imagine you're in a big tall tower and you're just, jumping adorably to where you gotta get to. And then, oh wait, a battle's happening. So as you're running, you just decide to fall off the edge instead. Or it happens mid-jump. Guess what? If it happens mid-jump, you fall like a goddamn rock. All your momentum goes bye-bye, and you get into a battle, and you got a platform all over again. Oh, isn't that the best? That's one of the main complaints of Xenogears is not the story. It's not the combat. It's the platforming and the way, random encounters interact. Like, they just shouldn't have put random encounters in very specific spots of the game. They really shouldn't have. But the game is otherwise just full of so much charm. These camera angles, like all the things they're doing, are actually very impressive, to say the least. Not that it's impressive, like everyone was playing around with camera by the time of Metal Gear Solid. By the way, this came out before Metal Gear Solid, and they were already playing around with this, but like, Xenogears was trying to use it in a lot of different ways too, including when you get into battle. One of the main themes of the song, or one of the main song themes of Xenogears is, or one of the lyrics is 1,000 Shades of Light, which is the shattering glass, and how it reflects the light. But when you get into battle, it's that, and there's actually a different random encounter sequence that comes up later, and each thing has a meaning, essentially. Injured, sick, and all accepted. Come on in, but no deceased, please. They should have set up. They should have it set up that it waits until you land before throwing the encounter. Yeah, exactly. Instead of disabling jump, or even like, this is what happens if you get into a random encounter and you're jumping, like that. It just or that happens. I've had that happen where I jumped and then I stopped in the middle of my jump. It was like, no, So, what was it? When we enter, we can explore his home a little bit, Dr. Shitan Uzuki. And, like, this is where him and his wife sleep, for instance. Or do they? Also, there's a chicken that comes out of here. That's a fun one. You can find an item, as you see. I find it funny that there was a chicken in there, though. I could have sworn there was something we could read somewhere. I might be thinking of his actual workshop. Oops. This kind of teaches you about climbing and having to sometimes jump. Do you want to look through the telescope? Yes, we do. What will we see? So here we can, we're at Dr. Shitan Uzuki's house, and we're using his telescope, and you can actually get like a view of some of the world map. And, they keep telling you about this Ave place beyond the Black Moon Forest over there, but we can't really see it still. We can make out that there's like some sand there, maybe. That's about it. But this also just tells you how remote this place is. Like, you cannot see it. Even if you're on a mountain. You have to be on, from beyond the mountain. You have to be on the mountain to actually see it. So, yeah. Really interesting. Alright. So, we're gonna talk to the family. Here's Yui, or not Yui, Midori. Hi Midori, it's a nice day to play outside. How about we feed the birds later? So she's a quiet child. That's a thing for some reason in Xenogears. I think there's like one other quiet child. Maybe there's a third one too. Oh, Faye, welcome. Hello, Yui. Where's Doc? My husband is Oh yeah, that's right. This is probably one of the greatest quotes ever. My husband is tinkering with his junk out in the backyard. Like Ted Woolsey. Ted Woolsey. Let's give a round of applause, everyone. Let's give a round of applause to Ted Woolsey's translation. And I think it was something like that in Japanese as well, something similar on that kind of scope. But still, this is hilarious. I should have guessed. Doesn't he ever get sick of playing with that? Well, okay then. I'll go out into the backyard and see if I can find him. Actually, I forgot she has anything else to say. My darling husband is probably tinkering with his junk out in the backyard. Didn't you see him there? So yeah, he's not in the house, he's not upstairs, and, you know, we can't, if we look around, we still can't find him anywhere. I don't see him tinkering with his junk. He's got a very unique mechanism here, too. Where are you, Doc? Whoa. What's going on? Oh, this is no good. Why do they use such inferior parts? Why is there... whoops. This is why the intervention strat... Doc, so that's where you are. Where you were. Whoops. Oh, Faye, good to see you. Are you all right, Doc? What are you doing all the way up there? I thought I would try to restore this land crab. Oh, and that explosion was nothing to worry about. It happens all the time. Could you wait a while? Oops, could you wait a while? I was just about ready to call it a day. Oh, yes, there is something interesting in the storeroom. Why not take a look? Okay, Doc, I will. But please, hurry up. It'll get dark before you know it. Okay, so let's see what's in the storeroom. So this is actually a very important section. So this is what Doc was talking about. Let me see. What's so interesting about it? Whoa! I find it funny how to go, wow! That was like a common thing in some other RPGs too. Wow! Even Dart from Legend of Dragoon goes, wow! What is this? I hope that's coming through. Maybe I gotta up the volume a little. This is a very important song. Na 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 da da da. I'm turning it up. Da da na. Na 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 da 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 da. Na na na. Like a proud wolf alone in the dark, as passion burns in its heart. Burns in your heart. Ready to fight, a knife held close by your side. Oh, the next part is the... Oh, okay. What's broken mirror, a million shades of light. The old echo fades away, but just you and I can find the answer, and then we can run to the end of the world. Oh wait, no, it goes run to the end of the world. That's how it goes. But otherwise, I skipped some lines there. Run through the cold of the night as passion burns in your heart. Ready to fight, a knife held close by your heart, your side. Like a proud wolf alone in the dark, with eyes that watch the world. And my name is like a shadow on the face of the moon. Broken mirror, million shades of light. And you heard the rest. Then it goes, cold fire clenched to my heart in the blue of the night. Torn by this pain, I paint your name in sound. And the girl of the dawn with eyes of blue and angel's wings, the song of the season are her only crown. And there's one more little lyric and everything, but kind of, you know, something that has a lot of meaning is called Small Two Pieces. Small Two of Pieces. And you hear it good. But this, like, the music doesn't necessarily come back. It's not something like, oh, I remember this from my childhood. No, it's not. Well, anyway, what they explain here is more specific. So I feel like I've heard it before somewhere. What do you think? Not bad, huh? Doc. Hello again, Faye. Sorry to have kept you waiting. But see, it feels like it's been a while before he gets there. It would have been instantaneous otherwise. Music is a mysterious thing. Sometimes it makes people remember things that they do not expect. Many thoughts, feelings, memories, things almost forgotten, regardless of whether the listener desires to remember them or not. Doc, what is this? So what he says there is basically like introducing a theme in the game that's going to be relevant, and that's remembrance and other sorts of little elements. It was excavated from some old ruins, and is still under repair. So, from old ruins, do we remember some exposition in the beginning about old ruins and excavating? And like, I don't know, ethos and stuff. So, you know, I'll let you do with what you want to do with that. I can't say anything. I can't say anything for like until disc 2. Obviously, it is an audio device of some type. Long ago, people would listen to this melody, just as we are doing now. At times, they would have been cheered up, while at times they would have been made to cry. By the way, what brings you here today? Oh yeah, that's right. Alice asked me to borrow some camera equipment from you. Oh yes, her wedding is tomorrow, right? Understood. Well, we'd better get them ready then. Oh, and dinner should be ready soon. Would you like to join us? Would I ever? I was hoping you would ask. I still have some cleaning up to do out here. Would you mind giving me Dory some company back in the house? Okay, take your time, Doc. I'll go ahead and eat when dinner is ready. Ha ha ha. Go right ahead. But I will not be held responsible if you get a stomachache from eating my wife Yui's cooking. Doc, I feel strange when I listen to this music. I feel something warm inside. That just may be because you have someone living in... Oh my... I forgot about this line. Oh! I can't say anything! Need to try sleeping. Alright, you sleep well, but I literally cannot say anything. You may have someone living inside of you. And he too must have liked this music a long time ago before he became a part of you. Ah! Oh my god, it's so funny. Every time I come back to this game, I forget about, like, all these things. And then I'm like, oh my god, I forgot about that. Oh! And now I can't say anything about it. Alright, you sleep well though, Bryn. Is Timothy and Alice's wedding really tomorrow? It might actually be better to live an ordinary life, in this condition, as a son of man. Well, anyway, I suppose I had better adjust to the gyro at least. The gyro at least. Huh? Uh-oh. So, I'll talk about the way he talks later. Uh-oh. What? This cannot be. Is this an omen? Now, what is going to happen? Oh, Elowen. Wow, been a long time since I've played this wonderful game. Absolutely. Yeah, I've just been not spoiling, but also telling people, hey, remember this, remember this. We're doing a lot of analysis. where it comes up. That was good. Your cooking never fails to impress me, Yui. Thank you for such a delicious meal. You're welcome. If you'd like my cooking that much, then I'd be happy to cook for you anytime, Faye. I'll bring the equipment the equipment you need to the village tomorrow morning myself. It does not exactly make me comfortable to have you handle such delicate instruments, I am afraid. So, if you notice, the way Chiton speaks, Chiton, oh, the devil, right? If I feel like every time I go Chiton, I have to go, sits, the number of the devil. Oh, you own the OST? Oh, that's great. That's great. I love everything about Xenogears. Xenogears made me who I am today. Like, Xenogears is my personality. But if you notice the way he talks, it's very, it's very structured. It's very, how do I put it? It's very overly formal, which is an interesting thing about Chiton. You won't hear much of the other characters do this, but he speaks in a way of, like, high intelligence, sometimes to the point that it can sound condescending at times, but where have I heard that line before? That's alright by me. Well, see you tomorrow, Doc. Good night, Yui. Midori. Good night, we're looking forward to tomorrow's wedding. Or, yeah, like, it's, he goes, I am afraid at the end of the sentence, or, let's see if we catch another one here. Well, good night, Doc. Yes, good night. Ah, no, that's all he says. Oh, Faye, please, be careful. I mean, the path is dangerous when it is so dark. Why not just say, oh, the path is dangerous at night? Also, he says, oh, I need to speak with my wife, Yui. Why does he have to re-inform that we know who your wife is, man? So throughout the entire game, he has this very overly formal manner of speech where he will say, like, oh, we must go, or how, like, he won't speak informally. He won't speak casually. He's always speaking very formally. And it's just something of a hint to his character almost, but not entirely. Not the biggest giveaway, not the biggest, telltale sign of things later in the game. What's wrong, Doc? There's nothing to worry about. Well, anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Let's see what he says when we talk to him again. Good night, Faye. And do be careful. Alright, so now we're getting into some major territory, which is why, well, we're still getting into major territory, but this is why I still haven't stopped recording yet for the shorter version of this stream. The people at home who wouldn't want to see all the running around and battles, random encounters. What's that? About the Japanese script? Oh yeah, no, that's the interesting part. So Ted Woolsey, in his translation of Chiton, was, like I said, it's rather interesting. I can't recall if he spoke in a weird similar way, but I do know he did speak a little differently in Japanese, like the way his use of his sentence structure was. It was also, I think, it was formal in Japanese too from him. But yeah, the Japanese script is a fun one to compare with this game. What Ted Woolsey kept, which, like, he did as best as he could with a lot of the stuff here. The bigger and harder thing with Xenogears was translating over the Gnostic themes and everything that was just really philosophical. That was the most difficult part for him, and he had to do it all alone. Giants. Hey! Doc, some flying objects went toward Lahan. So you saw them too. Judging by their shadows, they appear to be a group of gears from our neighbor country Kislev. See, judging by their shadow, why not just say they appear to be a group of gears, or they appear to be, rather than just saying they look like gears. They are gears. Formality is easier. I know, but like I said, compared to all the other characters, this is the one character that got specifically translated in a ultra-specific way. Something to distinguish him from other characters in the game, both Japanese and English. Those were gears. Oh no, they're headed directly for Lahan. The ones I just saw? Let us make haste. I just said it. Let us make haste. I mean, I know it's all of us, but we should hurry. Instead of let us make haste. But I will be back. I know this is such a mean moment to pause at, but I need to be back. my dog needs something, and I'm also a little bit hungry. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of a be right back. Okay? I'll try to be quick. Okay, I'm back. Let me get rid of the BRB, and let's put me back on the screen. Okay, alright, here we are. Okay. So, where were we now? Right, we are about to go to Lahan because bad things are happening. Okay. So what kind of bad things, one might wonder? Well, you know, if you were here for the big... If anyone has played the beginning, or if anyone managed to stay for the beginning... That's all I gotta say. No! Lahan's! Uh-oh. That's not good. Alice! Timothy! Dr. Uzuki, Faye? Doctor, they just came out of nowhere and landed right in our village. I know. What on earth are they doing starting a battle here? Are you all right? Yes, but it's Dan. We can't find him. I'll go look one more time. Ellis, go ahead and get out of the village. No, Timothy, wait! You and Alice and the rest of the villagers should evacuate to a safer location. Doc, you know I can't just leave Dan behind. Timothy, I understand how you feel, but leave the rest to me and Faye. The primary thing you should be concerned with is your own safety. Timothy, your responsibility to protect is to protect Alice. But there's no time, dude. It's just as the doc says. The two of you should get out of the village now. Don't worry about Dan. Knowing him, he has already evacuated and is waiting for you. I guess you're right. Okay, Alice, let's let Dr. Uzuki and Faye handle it from here. Yes, okay. Thank you, Doctor. But, Faye, please look out for Dan. Yeah, don't worry. If he still happens to be in the village, I'll be sure to save him. Now, both of you, hurry! I will go and check inside the houses to see if there's anyone left behind. Faye, please go around the village and guide the stragglers to a safe location. Alright, but Doc, be careful, okay? You too, Faye. Uh-oh. So here's a rather interesting scene. Whoa! So Faye was just so focused on the gunshots, which was interesting, and then all of a sudden, this gear has, just suddenly, oh, and there's a very subtle thing that happens here. I think it happened earlier, for all I know. Oh my gosh, I forgot to be recording. But I'm on time. So, what could that mean? So there's a dead pilot on the ground. We actually see a very subtle shadow of them falling out during the previous cutscene, or during the previous moment before the cutscene. There they are on the ground. And oh, whoa, Faye's just jumping right in. He didn't even go to search for anyone. Huh? Faye? So, sorry for not recording the moment of how we got here. I got back from having some food, and I was just immediately getting right back in. But essentially, Faye comes back to, starts heading down the mountain to the village, and they see some gears, like Shitan identifies some gears flying down towards the village. And he's like, oh my gosh, we need to get over there quick. So they go over there, and Timothy and Alice are like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And they're like, you guys need to, like, just get out of the village for now. And we're gonna help find stragglers and get everyone out, right? And then Faye watches a mech, one of the mechas, the gears, as they're known as. This is a gear we're staring at. There's a gear that's shooting guns, or that's shooting like a machine gun, and he hones in on that for a moment, and like then they show like some of the destruction around the town, and then they go back to him again, focusing and zooming in on the gunshots, and then eventually there seems to be like an explosion. He jumps away in time, and then he sees this mecha that just sits down in front of him all of a sudden, and its pilot falls out. It's a very small detail to catch, and then now we're here. So he's just, there's a heartbeat. Wait, Faye! Faye is not hearing Shitan. He gets inside the robot. He gets inside the robot. Do not do this, Faye! You must not fight here! Hey! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now, you might recognize this from the intro of the game, right after the FMV sequence. Linguistic modifier enabled. Identified. Lamb. Ignis dialect. No piloting experience. Easy mode set. Very interesting. So, this interface seems to recognize the pilot, like what kind of pilot is in the cockpit. Input interface with the pilot's normal reflex time. Get in the robot, Shinji. I mean, Faye. Yeah, I mean, he gets it in himself, you know, which is interesting. And not to mention, just seemingly possessed? Warning to pilot. Combat mode. About to enter combat. 1,200 units of fuel left. Utilize command ring in the upper left of the screen to select attack. Then triangle, square, and X. So this is like an interesting way. Like, this right here is presentation. They're having... Like, they're explaining controls to the player, but they're also putting it in a way that's like, you know, in line with this machine and its user interface. Power and fuel usage differs from the type of attack button. Triangle, 10 fuel, square, 20 fuel, X, 30 fuel units. Charge restores 30 fuel units. I think charging also increases defense though, which is another little factoid that doesn't always get taken advantage of. Warning, enemy gears are now preparing to attack, terminating help mode. So, now we just get into it. We really don't need to use any... I'll show it off though, why not? So here's what happens if you use... Well, I didn't even show what guided shot was like the first time, it's just a little key ball he shoots, but here... Here, it's a goddamn flame Kamehameha Shinku Hadoken. So these are Musha Mark 100s. Now we'll attack. So this is how the gear combat kind of goes for those of you at home who are watching the home version of this stream, the shortened version. So, and here we don't have the stamina points or any of that. We don't have the action points. Jokes aside, noting that the gear was on a different language than the continent they're on. Yeah, that's another big one. That's another big one. And if we paid attention to the exposition in the beginning, you know, there's a conflict between Ave and Kislev, and then the Gabler, you know, comes in, helps the Ave, and they're suddenly just totally owning the Kislev. And the Ethos are the ones who are helping with the excavation and people understanding what these mechas are, etc., etc. So this clearly came from somewhere other than... Oh, and they said Ignis dialect. Now remember, Ignis is the continent we're on. So, where is this from in that case? And what else is there besides the very continent we exist on, right? That speaks a different language. Well, that will be all explained in due time. But yeah, here, until we unlock death blows, until we unlock like our physical skills, we're not going to see anything else other than what we're seeing here when we're attacking. The attack level is going to stay at 0. But the same rules apply. The lighter attacks with triangle are high accuracy, low damage. And the heaviest attack is, you know, the lowest accuracy, but the best damage that we can get. That's why we do 31 damage instead of 30. Whoa, we gained 3 whole levels after that battle. That's pretty cool. So actually, I believe, was it level 4 or was it level 7 where we're allowed to learn our first death blow? Can't remember. Maybe it was level 8 even. coming to me right now. Uh-oh. Reinforcements, huh? A lot of reinforcements. On my right, too. Damn it. How many of them are there? Uh-oh. Who's this guy crossing his arms like an anime ninja? You know how, like, anime ninjas, they do the arm crossing thing, right? They stand on a high place and they're like, Or even like Bison from Street Fighter, crossing the arms, floating. I guess there's no choice but to fight. So, if you guys saw the previous introduction, they're not showing that to you again. They already showed it to you. There's no need to show you that again, where he's getting shot at by these floating gears that are shooting him with the guns and everything. Faye! The way you are fighting! Oh no, this is not good. If he awakens here... If what? I'm sure a lot of people are going, I think it's early. I remember unlocking it before this. Yeah, you could get Raijin before this. I remember purposely going out to the main world map and just trying to find those two-legged enemies and get enough experience to master Raijin early. That way I could, like, kill these guys really fast, right? But if he awakens here... Dan! Are you alright? What on earth are you doing here? Do you not know how worried Alice and Timothy are? I'm sorry, Dr. Uzuki. I got out of the village earlier, but I came back. Just couldn't bear to think of leaving my sister's wedding dress behind here. You returned to save your sister's wedding dress? You are such a sentimental little boy. Let us evacuate. There it is again. Let us evacuate to a safer spot while Faye has their attention. It appears that they are after that gear Faye is in. How does he know that? Why does he know that? Why are they? What does he mean they're after? Faye's inside that monster. These people have no idea what a gear is, so. Faye is bound by the dark, cruel destiny of God. What is this guy talking about? Some people are wondering. Faye. This is a really cool shot, though. Like that. Come on now, Dan. We had better get away from here. So, what I found so interesting about that shot is how they show the other half of the gear, like in a little more shadow, and it's a nice little theming thing. You know what I mean? And because he's bound by the dark, cruel fate of God, like, so there's a half of him that is now absorbed into whatever this cruel fate he is talking about is. And there'll be way more on that later. Just give it some time. Dan! I knew you were still in the village. Boy, am I glad you're okay. Huh? Oh, jeez. Oh no! Timothy! Wait! Don't shoot! Stop it! These people have nothing to do with you! Here's a major moment. Timothy! I mean, if you couldn't tell already, you should be able to tell. It's... Out of my way, you bastards! Stop it! I said stop it! Oh, this is okay. So I'm actually quite used to back in the day this would crash in certain scenarios on older emulation. But Station got it covered. Uh, uh. So yeah, what do you think happened? What do you think happened? Huh? Where am I? I know Elwyn knows what happened. Oh yeah, well, sorry, I forgot to say welcome to the stream, Elwyn. Welcome. Welcome here. I appreciate you being here. Doc! Oh, you finally gained consciousness, Faye. Doc, what happened? Where's Chief Lee? Timothy? Alice? What did I... Yes, well, that is... You murderer! Dan, what do you mean? This was your first PS1 game? Oh my god, that's crazy. Final Fantasy VII was my first PS1 game, but Xenogears I would get eventually. Like there was like maybe Ape Escape and a few other games that would like just get in the way there. Final Fantasy VIII, I think, maybe even 9. I remember I always saw Xenogears. Like I remember seeing an advertisement in the magazine, and then I also saw it at the store. And the thing was, I actually had played Xenogears maybe before Final Fantasy Final Fantasy VII, for all I know. And that was because there was this guy we knew. I don't remember who he was. I wish there was some way I could find out, but I actually he had Xenogears playing on an emulator before I knew what emulators even were. So I thought Xenogears was a PC game. This entire, for like literally some of my childhood, I thought Xenogears was a PC game. So then lo and behold, I see it in the store and I'm like, oh, this is that game. This is that game I saw. Look, like the UI and everything looks the same on the back of the cover. And I would end up picking it up and it would change my life forever. But to have that before FF7 must have been crazy, because now you can't appreciate FF7 anymore. I'm just joking. I am joking. But I feel like this game changes you so much, and it makes you so curious about philosophy, psychology, all of it. It changes you as a person and makes you want to seek more answers on any media or anything you interact with for deeper understanding. And sometimes it makes it hard to appreciate even simple things. At least that's how it is for me sometimes. Like, I remember at one point being like, well, I'm still, like, Xenogears is a masterpiece beyond a masterpiece in terms of its philosophical storytelling and its deeper narratives and symbolism and everything. Nothing has ever achieved anything like it still to this day. Like, not in Mankind. Not even Xenoblade 3 was, like, really close. Xenoblade 3 came so close. There was so much, like, alchemic symbolisms. There was so much Nietzsche on the there was so much Gnosticism. They had Sigmund Freud, id and super ego. Not so much on ego. Well, okay, ego was somewhat there, but it's very like subtle. But like Xenoblade 3 felt like it really had so much Xenogears DNA in it, more so than the other games, but still nothing comes close. And to this day it feels like Takahashi is trying to get back to that, but he really needs Sorya Saga. He needs his wife to get in on there, they should remaster the game, but it's like my main concern, I mean, they can bring it back, but my main concern is it can't be brought back on PlayStation, because PlayStation is just ultra against they hate like any kind of suggestive themes that are presented from an Asian developer. I've realized it, because Stellar Blade is proof of that fact, because at first I thought it's just anime and they like to censor anime nowadays, but Stellar Blade is not anime, but it's from an Asian developer, and they censored it on day one. So if that doesn't say anything, then I don't know what does. But they just like censoring that stuff, yet they allow Western developed games to they don't put any censorship there. So I'm afraid they could not like they can modify it. It's impossible. I don't think they even have the source code for the game anymore. But they can't like remove the scene, so they might not even bother remaster it. And if they remastered it, it would be a complete remake from the ground up, or a remaster from the ground up, like 2D HD style or something, like Star Ocean, how they did that. But even then, they might remove some very important scenes and dialogue from the game just out of pure censorship, unless the game's released on the Nintendo Switch, where they seem to have a precedent against censorship. Like they're not censoring the games that are getting censored by Sony. So I don't know. So hopefully it would come out on somewhere like PC and Nintendo Switch where they don't censor or change like the stuff. They actually let it be. Because I know what was it? There's some recent games that once again like had a censorship problem for the PlayStation only, which is so weird. I need to try Stellar Blade myself too. It looks good. Oh, sorry. It was because you would to go get in that monster. But yeah, sorry for completely going off track there, everybody. Especially like in the recording, but I think that's actually important, like discussing the possibility of bringing Xenogears back. The only thing I would ever want out of Xenogears coming back, okay, let's make this very clear. Very, very clear. It would be awesome if they could, here's the thing. They would, one, have to outsource hire Monolith Soft because they had Takahashi's there. Two, they would have to actually include all the stuff in Disc 2 that they expositioned over. Like, the exposition chair in Disc 2, okay, that's all. For those of you, not necessarily spoiler, but let's just say Disc 2, they rather, okay, the main thing development wise, rather than cut content and just not show it at all and end the game early and release it in its current state and hope to make a sequel later, which Square suggested, Takahashi was like, no, we're finishing this game. We need to finish it. The story needs to be complete. So what did he do? He had to cut corners. He had to just, cut corners while still telling you what happened. And that's the thing. He had to do tell, not show. So literally you have this moment where characters are telling you about how they went into some cool-ass dungeon and they did such and such, and then they had this conversation with whoever, and they found out about this and that, and doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. And it was honestly like a lot of people actually loved it. I loved it. I was like, whoa, because some of the most important things are delivered to you like ad nauseum, as is, just like that. They explain it, they tell you, everything you need to understand is just told in exposition. And while it's like, oh, but they should show not tell, well, they couldn't. They were out of time. And they had to finish. And they wanted to give you a full complete story. Okay, they gave you a full complete story, but we got one of the best things out of it, and the pacing was good. Like, honestly, there were long, like, you would be there for an hour unable to save, going through somewhat of a visual novel with some playable sections. But people actually liked it a little better than, or some people, and myself included, liked it a little bit better than Disc 1 because the information wasn't spread apart. It wasn't spread apart by you exploring the world, getting stuck on bosses, or anything like that. It was just, boom, you're getting it. So there was less confusion in Disc 2, which is why people who play Xenogears, they really remember a lot of things about it, or they go back and they play it again, and they're like, oh, like, that moment helps make sense of so much things in the beginning, too. So, like, in some ways, I'm like, they could still give us the exposition chair, but I want to play, like, one of the dungeons that they showed in there. Like, they need to give me the dungeon that they mentioned that one of the characters went on with another one of the characters, because I'm curious of how the two would have interacted with each other because of reasons that I can't explain. But I want to see those moments. I would want to see that. You know, so they could still have the exposition chair, but let us play more of those moments that they were telling us about. Like, instead of telling us, yeah, we went through this cool dungeon and blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, we have that. And then we actually play it as well. I don't know. Like, it would just be so great to see the unplayable moments. It would be so cool. That would be the best thing ever, you know? And it would be nice to see what Xenogears 1 through... Because this was Xenogears... Spoiler warning. This is episode 5, was it? Or was it episode 4? Within, like, an actual whole thing. I think Xenogears Perfect Word said it was 5, from memory, how they show the timeline. But there's actually a whole bunch of stuff that happened before this, and Takahashi wanted to revisit all the things that he shows that are of the past in this game. You'll see when we get to it. But end of spoiler warning. Not sure where that would be. 132. Shoot, I wish I said something earlier. All the dungeons in this game, all the dungeons are in the final world map. No, there's one. Oh, okay, it is 5. Awesome. But there's one that you don't get to do. And it's a place that looks like where we're going to, but it's not there. And it's with 2 characters that are not Fae. Let's just put it that way. This was a separate thing that would have been done without Fae. So, but I can't say who those characters are yet until we meet the last one. Yeah, it's the last character and the character we're gonna meet soon. They had a dungeon that they only tell you about, and it's from the second character's exposition. The second character, their exposition is when they talk about it, and they're like, I had to go with the last person that you recruit through this dungeon. Do you know what I'm talking about now? Like, that's not a dungeon you get to play because it wasn't even from Faye's perspective. And I was like, I want to know what happened there, you know? We get to play parts of the other final dungeons. Yeah. It's the one that looks like the design was based off of where we're heading to, and they just kind of reused it for the picture that they show. It was because you had to get in that monster. Alice and Timothy, the people of the village are all... You killed everyone using that monster! Sorry, I can't do a better voice for this kid. Why did you have to fight in the middle of the village? Says someone. How do you even know how to operate such a monster? Mother? Where's Mother? See, I told you so. I said allowing someone we knew nothing about into our village would spell disaster. Oh, it hurts! It hurts! Dan! Yikes! No, keep away, I'm scared! Ah! Sorry for all the voices. Murderer! My sister! Give back my sister! Dan, there is nothing to be gained from putting all the blame on Faye alone. What is more, you know Faye had no control over the malfunction of that gear. I know that! But... I hate you! Ah! Dan! It might be better if we left him by himself for a little while. He does not know what to do with his grief, his anger. And Faye, it might be a good idea for you to leave this place. There is no guarantee that reinforcements from yesterday's unit are not going to come. They'll probably want to know what happened to their comrades. Also, if you stay here, I do not think the atmosphere is going to be very joyful, if you know what I mean. It is probably best for you and all the other villagers here. I guess you're right. This disaster happened because I was here. But what am I supposed to do now? Yes, well, why not go through Black Moon Forest and head for Ave? I'm sure those soldiers from yesterday were not from Ave. If you can manage to get to the Ave side, they will not be able to track you down very easily. Okay, I understand, Doc. Well, anyway, please take care of the rest of things here, Doc. Of course. Well, do take care now. Ugh. This is not a happy situation, clearly. Very grim one. Oh boy. You killed everyone with that monster! Murderer, my sister! Give back my sister! So he's just remembering Dan's words and... And let's not forget what we saw with Alice and how, you know, like, there's a lot there. Timothy, his one and only, you know, his good friend, destroyed their marriage, killed the villager, the village chief who took him in. Like, so he's lost also somewhat of a father figure. Like, this is pretty bad. So now we gotta move on. So I'll just be pausing eventually to do that. I'm gonna be using like oh man, even probably more of these memory cards. At least like I know what I'm kind of doing now, but I've played this game this is the 6th. This is like, okay, out of like how many times I've started the game and went some ways in is like probably 10, 11. But this is the 5th time I'm like probably gonna seriously go through the game again. Maybe 6 even. Because I know I was watching I was doing the book club style of play with Resonant Arc's you know, Xenogears analysis. That is, if you have not, okay, shoutouts and, you know, plug for like just what made me love this game even more again. Like, I knew about a good chunk of like some of the stuff, but not all of it. I didn't know about Gnosticism. I didn't know about Nietzsche. I only knew about Carl Jung and, you know, Sigmund Freud. So once I had that knowledge, oh my gosh, everything changed. I highly suggest watching Resonant Arc's Xenogears story analysis. It is very good. Please check it out. I'm actually going to put them in the description of my video. I don't know if I'm able to do it right now, though. Let me see. Is there a way for me to edit things? Edit. Okay, here we go. Okay, they're in the description. So if you have not seen Resonant Arc, the channel, and their Xenogears podcast, and it's not just podcasty, they do show some things, they're talking to each other if you need a visual, but please watch it. If you play like, even if you're playing Xenogears for the first time, play through with them, especially if you like, if you want to understand the game without having to play it a second time. Even watch that analysis. It is so mind-blowing. And if you've already played the game, even better, watch that analysis, play through again with them. It was it was so good. Waking up, you know, I think they were doing it during COVID, and it was so awesome to wake up like, oh, it was like every Friday or something, and you know, I played up to the point they said to stop at and go over, and learning so much. Like, one of the things that really stuck with me about this game is they said in order to understand, or no, by the time you understand this game completely, you have a college level understanding of philosophy and maybe a little bit of theology, Carl Jung, Sigmund Freud, some psychology, etc. That is not an exaggeration. It's 45 hours worth it. Trust me. Like, I had that while I was somewhat playing through Xenogears at the same time. Like, going from certain areas, or when I was grinding, I would have it playing. And I was also, or even when I was playing another game, say I was already at the area that you were supposed to be at or something, that they wanted you to be at, I was playing something else on the side while listening to their podcast. And I'm telling you, if you want to learn more about Xenogears instead of getting, like, even more than me, okay? I highly recommend going to them if you want a 100% full understanding of all the symbolism and all the deeper narratives and everything in this game. But if you want the layman's version, then you could stay here, but I'm still going to recommend them over even myself, because even I cannot regurgitate all the information that they have in their brain that well, because my brain has to be filled with something else for a board exam that I'm going to be doing in like 2 weeks or something. So I don't have the mental capacity for it right now. It needs to be for other things. But I can give you the layman's versions of Carl Jung and all that stuff. So that's why I'm doing this anyway, because it's like I want to be another resource of some sort. Sort of. Well, also I want to play Xenogears. I've wanted to play Xenogears on my channel for such a long time. You'd never believe it. And I'm finally doing it, and I actually feel super happy. I feel super proud of myself. But I've been waiting. Like I felt like I can't do Xenogears justice. But maybe the way I can do it justice is by being like also applying my own analysis, because sometimes they were like, okay, this is very interpretive, and you know, even I had my own interpretations that I was adding down in the comments of their YouTube, kind of hoping they would notice and maybe like talk about it, you know, like maybe think about it a little, like what I suggested, but you know. So right now you might notice I'm using the triangle X command here. I mean, one, it does do good damage, but then two, and it's something you can fit in, but two, the reason why I'm actually using this is because this is how you quickly learn your first special move in the game. And we should be able to. We have 4 action points. Once you get to 4 action points, you can basically learn your first special move. Other characters will just already have that, or it might even already have some special moves they can learn. So there are a few things to collect around here, so for those of you who are watching the recording afterwards, you're not going to see me running around to get those. So I've just stopped the recording for those who want to watch the shorter version. Oh boy. That is almost an hour less. I wish it were shorter, I wish it could be, but sometimes I talk about too many important things, and eventually, oh man, once we get to Ave, once we get to, you know, all that, oh my gosh, it's gonna be hard to not be recording. I'm trying to remember, there's like, right now I'm just getting rid of all this stuff, but I could have sworn there's 1 or 2 treasure chests to pick up in this first area. One has an Aqua Soul, the other one has... And I'm just saving myself money. If I want a smooth playthrough without too much money grind, then it's best for me to collect all the treasure chests I can. Otherwise, I'm a speed up the game. I'm gonna speed up the game and grind if I must. But I might not have to. Because back when I was playing it with Resonant Arc, I didn't have to, because I at least knew like how to take on certain bosses and all that. I knew what equipment would be best for certain situations. We should also make good use of those hob jerkies. Okay, let's get out of the way. So we just beat up an enemy and let this rock roll along. We're just gonna look for the treasure chest. I'm letting the people on the recording know. Okay. I'm not repeating information or nothing because people might not remember. Nothing like that. Literally just trying to keep some people watching it at home up to date. Okay. I know, it's kind of funny to myself that I say people at home, because I guess like I equate watching a stream with like not being at home for some reason. I don't know why. So because of those 5 levels we gained, or those 3 levels we gained in the prior battle, our defense is so high, we're not taking anything more than 1 per hit from them, which is really cool. Kind of shows how small numbers make a big difference in the game. So even if it's like, oh, but the defense thing only gives me like +2. +2 in Xenogears is big. Kind of as it was for Xenosaga Episode 1, you have small numbers of HP. Like, you only have, like, what, 50, 40 HP in the beginning, 65? And similar to this, and you just gotta survive with that, you just gotta deal with it. But small numbers are big in Xenogears and Xenosaga 1. Let's use the hog jerky. So it might be the second area I'm thinking about that has the treasure. We have a very important scene coming up otherwise. Yeah, I think it was the second area. Okay. Oh! Fun fact. Xenogears, there's a Xenogears map in VR chat, and it has like a good chunk of some of the areas. So you could actually see all these areas from phase level of height, which is pretty insane. Someone went out of their way to just port in every single place from, well, not every single, but a lot of places from Xenogears and make it all explorable. It's so weird. Just don't fall in the well of Lahan or you'll never get out. You'll have to respawn, I think. But yeah. Okay, so important scene coming up here. Rana Karte!
Throw down your weapon. Make one wrong move and I'll shoot.
You're gonna shoot? What? Turn around. I said, turn around. Are you shaking? Be quiet! You don't seem to be one of the Kislev soldiers who are after me, but... Don't move! I have orders to kill all surface dwellers, lambs I come in contact with. It's part of my mission, nothing personal. I have a question for you. How do I get out of this forest? Are you lost? Just answer my question. How do I get out of here? Sorry, but I'm looking for the way out of here too. Oh. How long are you just going to stand there like that? So, for those of you who are seeing Xenogears for the first time, I doubt you would be seeing it here. You're more likely to see it on more popular YouTuber channels and whatnot. But if you do happen upon here, I'm sure you must be wondering, what the heck is he talking about right now? Why is he saying that? Is he just being rude? If you're going to shoot me, then hurry and do it. What an odd thing to say. Don't you understand the situation you're in? I don't care about my situation. I'm just a guy whose life is worthless. There's no point in me living anyway. So, what's one of the first signs of depression? You know, it can occur, you can actually, what is it? So depression can actually occur after PTSD. And, you know, usually when someone starts feeling it's worthless to go on or anything, it's very important in the medical field, which I might be involved in, I won't say directly, but it's very important to recognize that sign as a sign of depression, and to investigate it more. If you ever meet anyone who is like this, and you are their friend, please, that is your time to extend, you know, care out to them, to show them that you care, to show them that they are worth, you know, something, but to also tell them to seek help. Depression is very, very powerful. It is the most powerful evil that can plague anyone. And, well, I will say Faye is probably one of the first things that made me I'm not going to go into personal life stuff. So anyway, main thing is Faye is a big inspiration for me to help others. Let's put it that way. but not just. It's related to personal life. Anyway. Don't ask for me. Seek medical help. It is very important if you have depression. But there is a lot to psychologically study about Fae that is actually more accurate than I thought. And once we get to it, which is unfortunately closer to Disc 2, I will explain some personality disorder, to be specific, that he has currently, that he's going to... Actually, I'll be able to explain it as we go, but I have to make a correction on a certain character who says something else. It is not that something else. But what are you aiming at? Here, shoot me here. Come on. Are you mocking me? You're weird. Something's very wrong with you. You should at least resist a little bit. Uh-oh. What's this? Who are you? Stop! Keep your hands off Ellie! Ellie? Who? Who's Ellie? I just sure you can my ass. I always like the little triple combo. But, yeah, so he's basically had it with life. He's done. He is absolutely done. And I don't blame him. Everything that happened, and, you know, he's blaming himself for all of it. He's lost everything he knows in life. Let's not forget, he has no memories of the last 3 years. Literally, he was... They said he was barely able to, like, form words or something. And then he started, like, coming to eventually. Started sounding like a person. So, imagine... Put yourself in a situation where, literally the only thing you know is that, and now it's all gone. Everyone has turned on you. They see you as a monster. I don't think a lot of people can imagine that, though. It's not something that, like, you can imagine, but you can't really know. You can't really know what that feels like per se unless you've really experienced something like that. In fact, one of my professors, who I learned like more psychology stuff from, yeah, they actually experienced something similar. Not on the side of being a monster, but losing their village and everything. And I was like, oh my gosh, you know. And, they told me exactly, you know, what they went through and everything. And yeah, Faye is a very well-written character. Are you all right? Hang in there. Good. You finally woke up. You didn't move for so long that I started to worry. And if you... Oh, right. I mean, nobody's probably made it this far even in the recording, but from the beginning, I just kind of went into it. I'm sorry. But the... what is it? Obviously, this is all analysis. We're going to be stopping a lot to talk about a lot of scenes. So if you're looking for gameplay, this is not it. This is not it. You should go elsewhere. If you're looking for gameplay and you're not looking for discussion, then this is not it for you. This video is not for you. Bye bye. Good. You finally woke up. Oh, right. We read that. How are you feeling? Do you still intend to kill me? Then go right ahead. Shoot me. But you'd better not do it while we're in this forest. Forest monsters hate loud noises, you know. Fine. Don't talk to me if you don't want to. But it wouldn't kill you to thank me for tending your wounds. Thanks. But you shouldn't have helped me. Don't think it'll save your life, though. It really doesn't change a thing. What are you so afraid of? I'm not afraid. I'm just being cautious. Record a separate thing to add to the beginning of the video. I know, I might have to. And I'm sad that I have to, because I was just hoping to upload it, just like that. But yeah, I may have to. It's natural for me to be cautious considering I've met a suspicious surface-dwelling lamb. Don't you worry. I'm not going to do anything. Besides, you're much more suspicious than I am. Huh? So, what's your name? And it's funny that he says that, she goes, huh? Because, you know, she was speaking a completely different language and all this stuff. So, you know, and he's the surface-dwelling lamb. So it's like, how are you more suspicious than I am, you know? Like, I belong here. I'm this surface dweller. I don't know what that means, but, you know, for you to call me something that I get categorized into, I think you're more suspicious. So it's funny how she goes, huh, not really realizing, like, hey, you kind of came down on me with a gun. I won't give you my name to a surface dweller lamb. What's with you in this lamb thing? We're both lost in this forest, surrounded by dangerous monsters. Shouldn't we at least be cooperating with each other until we get out of here? Good. So what's your name? It's going to be hard for us to cooperate without one another at least knowing each other's names. Anyway, my name is Fei Fong Wong. So this is the first time his whole name has been introduced. You can call me Fei. So Fei Fong Wong is actually what was it? He is, oh my god, wait. The name is based off an actual, was it a Chinese philosopher, I believe it was? No, I'm trying to remember now. Wang Fei Hung. Okay, so he's based off, I had to look it up. He's based off a Chinese hero named Wang Fei Hung of Guangdong, China. His name in katakana is written exactly the same as the Chinese hero. Because of this, his name can also be written as Wang Fei Fong. So, just a little interesting tidbit, but yeah. Just thought I'd put that out there. I'm Elhaim, but my parents call me Ellie. Ellie, huh? Somehow I already knew that. So, another interesting thing this, right here. Somehow I already knew that. So, something to pay attention to later, please remember this. Remember this, write it down somewhere. He already knows that. He knows her name is Ellie. Why? Well, you know, we'll find out as we go through the game. And she's confused by it. Anyway, it's too dangerous to travel in these parts this late at night. Let's wait till daybreak before we can continue looking for a way out of here. If that's okay with you. I guess we have no choice, do we? Okay then, Ellie. How about having something to eat? So, supposedly those are the hob jerkies that he's cooking there. Possibly. Oh! Important scene.
Wait! Hey! Don't leave me here! Wait!
So let's take notice to that right
You
there.
must be lonely here by yourself. Faye. Faye. Faye.
So we see a character that might look somehow familiar. Maybe. Faye. And are you awake? We don't even get a follow-up if he actually dreamed that or not. They make it seem like it really was what he was dreaming. And maybe we're going with the, oh, sometimes you don't remember your dreams when you wake up, right? But I thought we just said 3 years ago, you know, he had no memories of anything up to that point. He was carried by a masked man up to the front door like a blank slate almost. So what the hell was that? at first, you might forget that information in the village, or if you didn't talk to everyone, you know, if you missed talking to that lady in the very beginning, because I didn't do that, I went right up the stairs when I first started as a kid. If you miss that scene, then you're not even going to question this scene right here. Like, some people will, you can still find other people bringing it up, sort of, but that detailed scene and everything showing you that makes this make less sense technically. Well, not less sense, but it makes you question, wait, I thought, you know? It makes you go, I thought this was the case. So what is going on, right? Oh yeah, now that we have another character, now we can do this! Woo! We can jump in circles and make her copy what we do. Yes. There's a 4-panel coma with someone playing around with this idea of the characters following whatever Faye is doing and jumping on top of people's heads, and yeah, there's a lot of funny stuff with that. So just a funny thing. But now all we just got to do, there's not going to be anything until we get to the next little area checkpoint, and we'll just be taking care of these encounters to further level up Faye and everything. So I stopped the recording right there. Not stopped, but paused. Still trying to gain Raijin. Oh. Always behind in level. I thought. No, that's right, she does start with 3. So what I'm thinking is we'll stop after the you-know-what fight that's coming up soon. After that, and we're at the other side of the forest, that's where I think we'll stop the recording. And maybe the stream too? Like, I want to go through more. Oh, wait, no, all I just have to do is make a second recording. No, screw it. Yeah, there we go. There's an idea. Ah, wait. Since the video's... Okay. You went... There's an idea. Yes. I'm a genius. Ah. Yes. Okay. All right, so actually, for those of you back home, I know I keep saying back home, but for those of you who are watching this recording, we're going to stop here. This will be part 1. I know it was 2 hours, but there was a lot of fun stuff in the beginning, little secrets and all that to look at, as well as this very moment, you know, that we were talking about not too long ago. But we'll stop here because we're hitting 2 hours, and hopefully the other videos will be a little shorter. So you guys be ready. I'm just going to be hitting record right after I stop recording this one. So stay tuned for the second video if that comes up immediately after. There it is, and so on and so forth. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I love you all! Hey, and welcome back! I'm still streaming technically, but welcome back to Xenogears. We're on part 2 of this layman's terms analysis. Highly still recommend checking out Resonant Arc and doing their thing. But if you are here because you want a more simple analysis, or an analysis from myself because I have my own interpretations, then you're in the right place. But do expect us to be having a lot of discussion. Make sure to leave some comments as well as we're going through. You know, write down your thoughts, and I will read. I will read and try to answer what I can. But yeah, we're back on the stream, so let's keep going. And then I paused for them, so that way it feels like, oh, well, you know, this was like a 7-hour stream or something, and you guys are getting it broken up into nice little bits. Ain't ya thankful? But okay. Where is I'm not looking for the enemy. I swear there was a treasure on the ground level, and it was like behind a little crevice, but you know what? Maybe it will, because the battles here are not random, by the way. There's no random encounters in this area. So, can you grind up Ellie? Technically, I think if you go to the previous area, You can. If you go to the previous part of the forest, I think it's possible to go back, to backtrack. I could be wrong. Wait. Oh, yeah, okay, so you can, I think you can backtrack after you get through this area. My mind's a little hazy on there, but I do recall trying to forcibly get a Screamer on Ellie. So, oh wait, here's how you get back, see? So you could run back if you want to do like some optional grinding. But funny thing is, yeah, you can catch these enemies before they run off. And yeah, just a fun fact. This is how you know I played the game like only, well, I played because I played it when Resident Arc was playing it, so I guess I played it 2 years ago. But it feels like I also played it a year ago too, so I don't know. I love this game to death. I love it to smithereens, that's why I know all these little things. But, what was it? What was it I was thinking? Oh, no, I wasn't playing I played Xenoblade 3 and finished it last year. Raijin! We're gonna be murdering the next boss. Thank goodness we have it early. I'll show that off. Okay, so we just learned Raijin. Might as well show it off. Literally a power geyser, like Terry Bogard. I think it's possible to learn Screamer by the end of the battle. I should throw some X in too. Maybe then she'll learn it simultaneously if I'm very lucky. In fact, actually the best way would be to have her do all the fighting, technically. If you wanted her to learn Screamer, so that way when you get her in your party later, well, no one's gonna catch that unless they watch the stream and be spoiled on when she comes back. But, if you want her to have a death blow for her mecha, because I think the first time you get her back is with a mecha fight, right? I'm trying to recall. I could have sworn that was the case. But yeah, you can have a death blow early on her that way. Or did she already have it? I'm trying to remember. Because some characters start with death blows. I can't remember what they do for Ellie though, because I think she gets automatically leveled up throughout the game. Right? Yeah, it's been a while, yeah. Okay. I can't remember when she levels up, so I'm gonna check. Wait, oh my gosh, I looked at the complete wrong area. Oh wait, 10, yeah, she levels up, okay, literally the next battle. So, and that's the forced battle. Once you walk to that specific location, you get into a forced battle with the Burbs. I would think, yeah, they have to. So I think you automatically get her square X death blow from memory, as well as her triangle X death blow. Like, those are the, because okay, here's what I recall. When you officially and finally, like, kind of get her, after the big moment, not the big moment, the other big moment where Faye and her and all the stuff that happens, then when you go out to fight on ground before going to the dungeon, while bringing along that other character and the third character, the guy, you know the guy, the big guy, she has Breakthrough, Square X, and she also has, was it Heart Snap, Triangle X? She has those. Okay. Oh, there's the other treasure chest I was supposed to get. But luckily there's no random battles here, so that's another thing. Oh, hey, Elwin. So I mentioned this earlier. It was before you were here, so my other watcher got to hear it. But did you know that Arcane Rod? That's right. Did you know that Xenogears was supposed to be it was supposed to be a Chrono Trigger sequel, which is why the names Balthazar, Melchior, and Melchior appear in the game. It's also why there's Luca as a cameo with the save screen, or the memory cube, and it's also why there's like certain other interesting aspects present in regards to time, because it was meant to be a Chrono Trigger sequel, or even a Final Fantasy VIII sequel, but they were like, this is way too dark for either of those, so they let them have their own title, and then also let them have guide their own direction as well. So that's why Xenogears not only has its own name, it ended up becoming very different than what was originally intended, as they were like, oh shoot, I'm allowed to do what I want now? So, as soon as he got the green light to really, not have to rely on previous media, Oh wow, yeah, no, that's a thing. That's a thing. Because there's 3 wise sages. There's Melchior, I literally fusion danced them. But there's Balthazar, Melchior, and what was the other guy's name? Crap, I suddenly just forgot it now. But the 3 sages are in this game, which is kind of hilarious. And one of the sages you meet, I think that was Balthazar. He's the guy we're going to be meeting soon. Underground. And that's kind of why he comes back in the story, too, for a moment. So let's also show Ellie's ether abilities off. I recorded again, so that way people... Gaspar! Yeah. I was just talking about Chrono Trigger references in this game, because the game was supposed to be Chrono Trigger at one point. So, what was it? Ellie is your effective mage for this game, and she can cast 4 elements, and they're really powerful. And the enemies, the birds up there, they won't come down and attack you until like those ghouls are defeated. And elements do play a big part in the game. But what's even crazier is just how powerful ether can be in this game. If you put on an ether doubler, which you eventually find in the game, you basically have win the game. You have win the game activated. Every single... Hey, we got Screamer! Let's go! We got her death blow. We did enough triangle and hexes, and we got her to level 5. But, well, I'm not going to say beyond here. So here's another moment coming up, which is why I started recording. Faye, yesterday you said your life was worthless. What did you mean by that? Why are you asking? Why? Yesterday you looked like you had a death wish. You think it wouldn't make me wonder? Say, how did you get stranded in this forest in the first place? I should ask you the same question. Huh? Well, I ran away from my village, or what's left of it. Village? You don't mean... Lahan. It was a small village that existed between this forest and the mountain range. I ran away from there. That village... It was a nice, peaceful village. Everyone there treated me like family. Then, last night, a group of gears suddenly appeared and started fighting right in the middle of the place. The village was engulfed in flames. Couldn't just stand there and watch as Lahan was destroyed. So, to try and save the villagers, I got in an empty gear without even knowing how to operate it. I just thought maybe I could do it. No. It was more like someone whispering to me. Someone whispering to me, telling me to do it. But it was a disaster. The village! So, not to interrupt my voice acting and everything, but, whispering. Now, you might confuse this for certain. Now, there's a little bit more to this, you could say, but also there's a little bit more to this. So don't immediately assume, because there is a character who says that they think it's that. But there's a little bit more to this because of what happens in the game. If you know, you know. But, moving on. Was it destroyed by the Kislev army? Faye? So, funny that she just brings up, oh, was it this army? Right? So she's already saying who it might be, which already letting on more than she knows. No. The village was destroyed by me. Yes. It was me. I destroyed Lahan. I'm sure of it. What do you mean you destroyed it? Because that sounds very strange, right? I thought you were trying to help save the villagers. I did try to help. I actually took out a few gears. Then I came under heavy fire from a new group of gears. And then my friend, Timothy, was hit by a hail of bullets. Then I lost it. Everything just went dark. I don't remember anything after that. The gear I was in went out of control. Well, that's what the doc said. When I came to the village, and everyone in it was Alice. She was such Alice and Timothy. Oh God. Everybody. All such good people. Went out of control. The gear. What about the village? Faye? Yes, the gear. Damn them. They're still giving chase. We've entered Ave territory. I'm not giving up now. This gear's too important. That's done it. I'm at a disadvantage now. Van Houten, what's wrong? Respond. Trapped in my back. My thruster's output is dropping. I can't maintain altitude. Damn it! Everyone land now. Regroup on the ground. We'll have to engage them. So the question is, who were they running from? Was it the Kislev army? But if we take a look, hers looks like the floating gears that we saw. They have the gun and the similar shape. It's not those weird Musha-looking gears we saw. Oh, there they are. And see, they start shooting, so that may be the Kislev army, perhaps? If they had never come to the village, never started fighting there, so now we know Ellie was there, though, then I wouldn't have tried to pilot that gear. It's all their fault, not mine. They're the ones to blame. If they'd never come, none of this would have. It's not for them. Enough of that. You're a coward. A coward? Me? Yes, you're a coward. All you're saying is them, them, them. Don't talk as if you have no part in the blame as well. I'm to blame? Yes, that's right. Of course the direct cause of the battle was the gear that made an emergency landing in your village, Ellie. But all Kislev wanted was that gear, right? They weren't invading or out to destroy Laha. The real damage occurred because you climbed in the gear and tried to fight back. Whatever made you get into that gear? Not just anyone can pilot them. It takes training. There is no way a civilian could help to pilot one. Besides, you should have been helping the villagers flee to safety instead, which is what Shitan did say, after all. But let's not forget, there was something that was causing him to get in there, something telling him he must do it. How can you blame the damage on the gear when it was your decision to fight in it in the first place? Why don't you take some responsibility yourself? Why are you putting all the blame on others? That's just running away. That's what makes you a coward. Well, if you put it that way, yes, it's right. I am a coward. I didn't realize my own strength, and I've been blaming what happened as a result of that on others. I'm a pitiful excuse for a man, but I just felt this rush of blood in me. I couldn't help myself. Couldn't help myself. Or help others. Faye, I'm... Shut up! What do you know? When I came to, I was surrounded by piles of rubble. I didn't know what had happened or what I'd done. I remember absolutely nothing! All I knew was that my hands could still feel what they'd done. The only things that penetrated the Gears barrier were screams! Screams accompanied by the stench of blood, the sound of crushing bones, and my own curses. Look at my hands! Can you hear their voices? Can you understand this feeling? The feeling of having destroyed your village with your own hands? Of not being able to do anything for the children left behind? Now they have nothing. I have nothing. I have nowhere. No one. I didn't want to get in it. I had no choice. There was no other way. Sorry for crying. I have to wipe my tears. When I act. Okay, I'm just letting you know. I put myself in Faye's position, and I try to empathize as damn well as I can to deliver that, because I feel that's a very important scene. If I'm going to be reading it,
You
I'm
talk
not...
as if it's not your responsibility.
No. I didn't do anything.
They died because you had to pilot the gear and start fighting.
It wasn't me, can't you understand?
So, there's a little bit to talk about with this scene. We'll come back to it later.
Not just anyone can pilot those machines, you know.
I didn't do it.
Why won't you take responsibility?
I'm not so strong.
Why are you trying to put the blame on others?
I'm not even all that talented.
You're a coward!
That's right. I'm a coward.
So, aside from the English dub being a little bit, missynced with that, yes, that's right. I am a coward. So, there's a lot to break down with that scene. But as I was saying earlier, if I'm going to read a very important scene, I'm not going to read it. I am going to give you the best delivery I can, because I'm seeing the character. And I've practiced this scene a lot. Actually, I still have a privated version of that recording, but I think this might be my better delivery overall. I'm not sure, but I have a privated version I haven't released yet because I'm still like, I keep practicing it over and over and over. And I know it's like, this isn't maybe the best translation we could have ever had, but still, I give my best. And, sorry, I have to stretch. But, I feel like when you see the way the characters are expressing, like he is completely devastated, and I have to deliver that. I have to deliver someone who is in this moment, like she is looking at him and she can no longer call him weird. She can't say there's something wrong with him, because for her to suddenly shut up and just then step away, she kind of read him. He kind of made it very clear how he's feeling and how terrible that is. But that triggered something in her, as we saw. That must have been the past, and she was projecting her feelings onto him with something that must have happened to her. Because remember, they showed her. So an interesting thing to break down with that scene is they show a light on her when she goes, "I'm not strong enough," and it looks like she's answering to someone, right? Because who actually, looks up and goes, like that, right? And it seems like what she was saying there to herself, that was her saying what she was saying to Faye, but it's almost the same words maybe someone said to her. That's what that scene, how that scene's kind of going. So she's projecting what was said onto her onto Faye because she saw the same issue of doing something out of your scope, and because you wanted to help, or there was something you were trying to do, or maybe it was something unintended and it got people killed. So her saying that's right, I'm a coward, is something that she is admitting to herself from the past and realizing maybe it wasn't right to call Faye a coward. Maybe it's me who's projecting. And I can't talk too much about it, but the purple, if the basic color meaning with purple, royalty, there's a little bit more with that though. Actually, what was it? I forgot to look into, so because the most prevalent themes of alchemy in this game are nigredo, rubedo, and albedo, and even more so in Xenosaga. But I can't remember if purple beyond royalty had another meaning in alchemy. I'm trying to recall. Oh, purple, clothed or covered the incorruptible mind. Incorruptible. They clothed him in purple. Incarnate, incorruptible, fourfold wisdom, clothed in purple. Love and truth, the purpose of the man's experience on earth. So, she was bathed in purple. I'm gonna have to revisit that one. Because, it's not too big of a thing. It isn't, but I was almost equating that to who was putting that light on her, as if, she's making a confession at that very moment. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, we're back. Okay. Okay. So, sorry. There was... The stream had an issue, it seemed. Now it's back to normal again. Okay. All right. Sorry for people who were following that recording and then just saw me be like, what's going on? So, yeah. But we'll have to revisit that one. I like how, now that I continue, music starts. It's like she was waiting for me to... But... Uh-oh! Spaghetti! I don't know why I'm saying spaghetti. But, dinosaur. You have a bit of a delay. Uh-oh. Oh, the audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend... a stream bitrate of 128. Oh, no! So, I'm just gonna take a look into this audio bitrate thing. I thought I'm at 128. Oh, I'm at 48. Wait. Oh, I'm at 160. Okay, so I don't know if I think I could change the streams on the fly. Yeah, I think so, maybe. If not, that's okay. Alright, but, getting back to it, we don't need to worry too much here about dying. So, story things, of course. Ellie! Well, looks like we saved her before she became dinosaur food. Uh-oh, yeah, it's complaining to me about the delay or something. And then it goes excellent connection. That is really good. I don't know if I have to restream. Because I think it would stop the recording. Maybe not, but... Ellie, are you alright? Darn, she's unconscious! So we can't really do much about this guy. If you see the damage we do, even if we do Raijin. Oh, 17. That was a lucky miss. How did the dinosaur pick it? Well, you know, it scooped her up with his tiny little hands. It was like, you know, cute little hands. So I'm just using this specific combination of moves in order to level something, you know, in order to unlock our next move sooner, so that way when we just hit the level, we can get it. Not that it requires triangle, triangle, square, but it's just to use those buttons. Hey! Hey! I've been searching for you. Here, you can use this. Hey, hold on a second. To tell me I can use it is one thing. Ellie, damn it! I find it. I'll just say this scene feels a little too like convenient because it's like there's a big object and the dinosaur is like, just go over here. Like it's like it's threatening, you know? It's like, oh well, you don't get it. If you don't get in the robot, Shinji, I'm gonna eat your girl. Like, Doc, I have a favor to ask. I'll defeat this monster, but if it looks like I'll go out of control like last time, then shoot me. Faye, let us pray that won't happen. So, I don't even know if he has a gun on him. I'm just gonna say that right now. I'm not even sure how we'd expect to, like, I don't know, shoot a mecha and somehow land, you know, the shot right through the cockpit. I don't know. So now we'll be able to use our first move. So I'll show that off. So now we can use Raigeki, which means lightning. Is it lightning strike? Geki. Raigeki. Well, Rai is of course for lightning, thunder. Ah, he slowed us. No, our ATP meter is gonna charge slowly. Then I guess that means we're gonna have to. So I'll show you another thing. There's a thing called booster in this game. Basically, for additional fuel, you get increased. You basically get the equivalent of haste, like Final Fantasy, in your mecha. I can't remember if you do extra damage also. I don't think you do, but it is very useful because then you could basically double on some moves. And I'm using the light attack, even though I could just use X. But, technically, what was it? You can even use square when I think about it. But, if you're trying to conserve fuel, sometimes that's a okay way to go. Ellie smells like food. Well, oh, good point. Ellie does smell like food. Yes, she smells like, you know, meat of a human, as opposed to a metallic oil spewing thing, fuel spilling thing. Alright, so we even got an accuracy boost, which is very nice. We even got an ether defense up. You gotta love those ether defense ups, because, yeah, magic hurts. Hey, are you alright? Yeah, I guess so. That fight with the Rancor was remarkable. An ordinary gear could not defeat that monster, and you certainly keep yourself in good shape. So, interesting to comment on that. Why did you bring this here, Doc? That's another weird question, isn't it? Why did he bring that here? This? You mean Veltal? Veltal is a German word, or spelling of it. Veltal? Wait, how did he know what the gear's name was? This is the gear that destroyed our village. why did you bother bringing it here? I never want to see another gear again. I understand how you must feel, but in order to protect yourself, you need a certain degree of strength. Even more since we're being pursued. I agree that a certain degree of strength is needed for self-defense. And if it weren't for this gear here, Ellie and I'd be the Renkar's in that Renkar's stomach right now. But its power goes beyond what's necessary. Does one really need the power to destroy everything? You know, you could just say no, Shitan. You could just say no. I don't need that kind of power. I just hate gears. Faye, using power or being used by power, is that not a problem of the heart? Oh, Shitan, I know exactly what you're referring to, but I'm not allowed to say yet, because that would be spoiler territory. He had 2 days to get into the works of Weltal. Oh, yeah, true. But here, I mean, there's a little bit more to Shitan, but yeah, you know what? With 2 days, he'd be able to. So, you know, this is Dr. Uzuki after all. He's already that object that we saw in his house is what he used to fly it over. If he could do that, or even get that working, then I'm sure that says a lot about, you know, he could probably make anything work. If humans do not use their power for wrong, it can be a good thing. I believe such a power can help us. Oh, there's his answer. In that respect, I know you will be fine. It sure helped you out this time. Am I right? I want to believe that, but something is holding me back. This gear. Well, whatever. At least Ellie is safe now. She seems to have come to. Huh? I am Shitan, a friend of Faye's. You almost did not make it. If Faye had not helped you, I hate to think what may have happened. But I was not too pleased with his rashness in trying to take on that Renkar with just his bare fists. Bare fists? Well, I am glad that you were able to find a use for what I brought you. And then, of course, she recognized it. She knows exactly what it is. She was there. Every conversation has spoiler half the time, it seems. Yeah, pretty much. A lot of conversation has a lot of spoiler in Xenogears. Does it all bite you in the ass later? Let us just say we are... But also, what I was saying earlier about Shitan, let us. This is his thing that he does. Let us just say we were borrowing what the Kislev army left behind. Oh! Thank you, Faye. This makes twice. Don't mention it. I'll just put it on your tab. It is getting dark. Let us make camp now and start out early tomorrow. The both of you look tired, and I need to make some repairs on our friend here. Yeah, he definitely got into it. Let us. That you do. He almost reminds me of a certain someone. But it is no use. The knee actuator and the bypass circuit are both ruined. The actuator can be fixed, but the circuit needs to be replaced. Oh, I'm having trouble sleeping there. Yeah. I imagine you would. You have had quite a day. This is the machine Faye used when the village was attacked. There was another machine left sitting on the outskirts of the village. Oh. Nilbaya das Negus. It was yours, right? So... yeah, Degozaru. Oh, no. So, why does he know how to speak that language? Just questions you should ask. Questions people who have never played the game should ask. Just as I thought. The missing pilot from the gear that made an emergency landing in Laha, and the mysterious woman found wandering lost in the forest are actually one and the same person. Judging from your uniform, I would also say you are with the military. Am I correct? Who are you? I checked the ID tags of the soldiers who died in the attack of Lahan. The design of their tags and the design of your uniform, there is the same. Anytime I laugh or I do something weird or I have to pause on something, just know there's more to this. There is way more to this. But I can't tell you because it's spoiler. Do not worry. They were given proper burials. But they may not have been too pleased to die in a foreign land. Oh, why do you know about their culture? Maybe. Does Faye know about you? I don't think he's realized yet. Most likely. Faye knows nothing of the world outside of Lahan. I see. So, how come? In any case... Oh, just change the subject. In any case, it is best if we do not pry into each other's pasts anymore. So he's already saying it right there. Let's not pry into each other's pasts. So, what's his past? And why is he cutting her off at, But, let us just say that I know a little more about the world than most do. A little. Anyway, Ellie, I have a favor I must beg you to do. What is it? Go straight ahead, and you will come to a road. Then just keep going. Would you please leave us while Faye is still asleep? Unfortunate things keep happening around Faye. I would like to protect him if possible. I do not want him to get up in I do not want him caught up in any vain struggles. I am also saying this for your benefit, Ellie. You do not belong here. Go back to your family. Do not worry. I will not tell Faye what your true identity is. I will just tell him when you went to... Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm like suddenly feeling... I will just tell him you went to meet up with your family. No, it's not that. I did something terrible to him. So, I want to apologize. Something terrible? Faye told me it was our fault your village was destroyed. Faye kept saying if only they hadn't come. Then I called Faye a coward because he was trying to escape from the responsibility. But in fact, it was me who was trying to escape from taking the blame. If I hadn't crash-landed there, they would all still be living peacefully now. All those innocent people wouldn't have been caught up in that tragedy, but I accused Faye. So, she is showing she does actually empathize with this situation. You are a rarity. I did not expect your people would ever think like that. As I just said, it is interesting that she's able to empathize. I can't speak, but it's interesting that she's able to empathize with Faye. And we'll find out why eventually. To your people, surface dwellers are nothing more than domesticated animals, are they not? So, surface dwellers, to them, as they call them, lambs, quite literally, they're just not even, like, they are not, even though they are conscious thinking humans, they are considered no better than an animal. Pretty screwed up, huh? The shepherds, Abel, took control over the surface-dwelling lambs, possessing the right to give life and death unto them as they see fit. Exactly. Yet you seem to feel responsibility towards Faye and the villagers. Why is that? I don't know myself. At Jugend, I was taught that surface dwellers were stupid and base. And that is why we have to control them, but upon meeting Faye, something about him made me feel differently. Yes, he's no different than we are. In fact, he seemed more powerful. He possesses something we don't. He also risked his life to save me twice. Most of your people would feel ashamed at receiving such an act. Yet you are grateful to Faye. It's probably because of my father. He had an open mind to surface dwellers. Oh well, there you go. My name was a surface dweller. Oh, my nanny was a surface dweller. No one knew about her though. Besides, I am the same as Faye. The same? No, nothing. Never mind. Well, we know how she means the same. She's clearly experienced something very similar to Faye, so that's why she feels really awful, she can actually emphasize with a situation, not just sympathize based on how she called herself a coward. I think I understand, but she was reacting out of spite of herself because she's like, this would be like the thing where you say you kind of see yourself in a person, so you tend to get angry at them because you see them, they're like you hate seeing yourself that you deny from yourself. You can't accept yourself that way. You know, it's a part of you that is, it's a part of you that is you, and you want to forget about it. You want to reject it. You want to reject that weakness, but it is ultimately a part of you. And she saw that with Faye. She was seeing herself. So, but to accept oneself and all, you know, and all your flaws is what it means to be a whole individual. Gnosticism. See, now we're throwing in the Gnostic things. Now the Gnostic stuff starts coming up. I'm already throwing it at you very early though, way before they start making it more obvious in terms of like visuals. I think I understand. I'm sorry. After just saying we should not cry, it is my nature, you know. My wife says I am too persistent and that I talk too much, but personally, I do not think I talk too much. It is probably best if you return home to your country. You really should not be here. I'll return to headquarters, but then what? You are worried. Yes. Worrying is natural. Even I used to worry once too. Oh, Chitan. Anyway, let me handle. Oh, I didn't catch that one when I played last time. Okay, so him saying that. Well, I'll let you guys figure that one out. But him saying that, there was quotes. I used to worry too, you know. So, it was just the same quotes. But I mean, he used to, just him saying that I used to worry. Just think about read between the lines. Like, I feel like if you really pay attention, you can really read between the lines based on his first interaction with her, right? I used to worry too. What does that mean about Chitan? Think about it. Anyway, let me handle what to tell Faye. You had better get going now. Oh, you had better go now. Sorry. Oh, the game sound is too loud? Okay, my bad. That means it was loud for everyone. So, let me turn it down. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, some songs are a little bit louder than others in here. Actually, we don't need to worry about voice acting from this point too much anymore. Like, only one more that comes up, and then it becomes a little bit more rare. So, what I was saying, if that didn't come through on the recording, was, you know, Chitan said something pretty clear there in that, you know, there was, like, the way Ellie responded to him and the way he said, I used to worry too. That's just something, you know, I'm sure you could read between the lines on that one if you think about what their early interaction was just like. Has Ellie gone yet? Oh, so you were awake. Yes, I woke up midway, so I only heard part of what you two were discussing. So you probably didn't hear him speaking the other language. Ellie, so that's what she is. Faye, she is... I know, it's not Ellie's fault. What happened in the village was all... So, this is, once again, you know, psychologically, somewhat... So, just to discuss, you know, Chitan is very much not what he seems. Yeah, he's not Eloin. But, psychology-wise, let's discuss psychology. So, my girlfriend, Retro Girl, you might know her. Actually, you probably don't. But she is an artist animator, and you know, we are working on a project together and all this stuff. But she's you could find her on Twitch streaming art and animation and all sorts of cool stuff. But she was sorry, just we've had quite a long history with each other, and I had recognized signs of depression with her quite early. And the thing with depression And she, now we've finally managed it. It's really hard. It is an absolute uphill battle, depression. And the most you can do is manage it and find ways to manage it. And, if you need SSRIs and whatnot, then you need that. But here with Faye, what happened, even despite hearing that, no, it was actually her who's at fault, Faye is still blaming himself. And I guess, and I don't blame him because, he feels responsible enough that, if he'd never jumped into the gear and then exploded all over, exploded the village, he would have, everything would have been fine. But at the same time, the origin of the issue started with Ellie's emergency landing. That is really the true origin of it all. And it's very unfortunate. It's something that was out of both of their control because she had no choice but to land. Maybe she could have piloted elsewhere, but unfortunately that's what happened, right? And who could have known that remote village was there? It's remote, it's isolated from everything. Probably no one even knows it's on the map. Maybe, right? But a thing with depression. Oh, personal experience? Yeah. So you would even know is, I remember so many times telling my girlfriend, trying to, she would self-blame for things that were even out of her control, feeling karma, maybe it was something else. She would find some way to take responsibility for something out of her control and be down for days, even a month, 2 months, and no matter what you tell them, even if it was your fault, even if it was someone else, even if it's no, there's no, I remember, you can't, logic doesn't work here either. You can't be look, there's no way it could have been your fault. This is 100% out of your control. If the person hadn't started the train, or, you could use whatever example, etc. But with depression, it is absolutely, exactly, dichotomous thought. It is so hard to break free of that feeling and what it does to your mind. It is it's paralyzing. You could literally give up on living, not even killing yourself. You don't have the energy to do it yourself. Especially, you'll just lay there and rather just let yourself die from hunger. Let something do it, because you don't have the energy to do it. And like I said, Faye is very accurate. We don't see him trying to take his own life. We don't see him trying to find a gun and shoot himself. But when Ellie had a gun, when the situation presented itself, he was encouraging it because the energy doesn't exist. That's how it works. It sucks. It's the worst thing ever. So, this is a lot. There's a lot of self-loathing, a lot of self-destructive thoughts. Self-destructive thoughts is a big thing in heavy depression, debilitating depression. So, and I learned a lot of this, and I guess you too, Elwin, at such a young age, that I was recognizing depression in so many people around me, and they didn't even know. None of their friends knew, and it's and I didn't know what I was supposed to do about it. And even then, it's not that I don't know what to do about it now, but I know it's not, I don't have the, I am dealing still to this day with friends who have depression, but I know that I don't have the exact power, or I'm in the specialty within my job currently. That's not my specialization, and I don't have that jurisdiction to actually help people with that. But I can tell them for sure that they need to seek medical help, because that they can bring you to the right people, and they can figure out what will help you, what degree of help that you need, and hopefully help you get to a better place. But it's a thing of management. You can't necessarily just cure depression. And it sucks. It really does. But this is something that Faye has to contend with throughout the game. And there's like a lot of stuff that happens. There's a symbolic approach to this. Let's put it that way. He's not going to get medicines per se or anything. And in some ways, maybe some of the experiences and things he goes through are exactly good therapy is godsend. Absolutely. Therapy is something my girlfriend still needs to go through, but she can't at the moment. She has to, once I am licensed, then I'm going to be able to help her more as well with that. But for now, I can't even provide for her to be able to provide for herself. She's currently having to provide out of out of pocket, but she can't do therapy at the moment because she can't afford it. And that's the thing that sucks about therapy too. Actually, it's also like depending on where you are, some countries, some places put that as part of your health plan, and some don't. And I know over here, it's a bit weird, but it's not exactly it depends on where you are, and it depends on your health insurance, and there's a lot of factors. I myself have seen therapy for anxiety. I deal with anxiety. But beyond that, his journey and what he goes through is there are some forms of therapy there, maybe even a weird self-therapy, because it gets interesting. Let's just put it that way. But for now, he is going to be pulled along by destiny and fate, essentially. He's gonna be in a roller coaster ride that is kind of out of his control. And in some way, well, we'll go through the psychology as it comes up. I took out all my pent-up feelings on Ellie. I'm the one who should apologize. Faye, do not blame yourself. It was not your fault either. You were just trying to protect the village. Thanks, Doc. By the way, how is everyone from the village going? Do not worry. Yui is taking care of them. I told her to leave soon and take them all to a certain place. They should be safe for a while. So you just worry about yourself for now. So I forgot where that certain place is when I played 2 years ago. Now I know where that certain place is, and yeah, that's all I'll say. I can't, spoiler again. Literally so much dialogue in here is spoiler for the future. Now to think what we should do next. Shall we leave this forest and head for the desert town of Dazil? We may learn what Ave and Kislev are up to, not to mention getting some parts for Veltal. So, now that I actually know more about, like, having gone through in what I was doing for the past 2 years, and I'm not going to go too much into it. I can't. Personal life is separate from this life, okay? Two separate things. But now that I have learned a lot of stuff, I realize Chitan is doing a thing. Chitan is doing a thing you do in relation with, patients who have depression, who have to kind of, like, in some way, it's not that you make decisions for them. They don't have the ability well, it's not that they don't have it, but it's hard to make decisions in that instance. It's hard to decide to do things. It's hard to think of what you want to do with yourself. And that was something with my girlfriend. I remember, like, she would go along with what I told her to do at times, or what I suggested, but she sometimes wouldn't act on it herself. She wouldn't really do things for herself when she was at her worst point. And now I'm seeing it here, and I'm like, oh shoot, so now that I know even more than I used to, I'm realizing, oh, he's saying, here's what we'll do. Like, it's so, and that's how you're supposed to, like, say, it's like if you are working at a place where, you give them a goal to focus on. So if you're like, hey, say you're helping, you're working in, a ward, right? Say you have a patient that is in a ward. They had to be voluntary or involuntary admitted to. and maybe you're their therapist or whoever, etc. And in this instance, you would have to be like, okay, well, we need to take care of the person's hygiene. We need to make sure they eat, or try to help them eat, etc. So you don't say, hey, do you want to eat? You say, hey, let's go and have some food. Let's... Wow, Shitan, oh my god. He really is a doctor. But, so you go like, hey, we're going to eat now. Hey, let's do your shower, right? You don't make it a question of if they want to. You just, kind of give them that goal. You just make it a thing to do. Like, we're going to do this now. Because they don't have the energy to even really know if they want to do it. And some of the time they'll say no because they want, like, it's, it's energy. It's resources that they need to give of themselves that they don't have. They're too depressed. Oh man, oh my gosh. So now as I'm going through this, I'm gonna start even realizing more, and something that I can focus on that Resonant Arc doesn't have. Okay, I'm not saying, oh, I have one on them, but it's just something that they didn't get to go in as often that I can go into with knowledge in this area. The leader of Ave is not going to sit back and let the other knight's fiasco go unpunished. So, in other words, he's also saying, oh, hey, and by the way, these guys are gonna come and get us if we don't do anything. So, not that he's, and it's like, because he's a friend of Faye, it's like, well, I don't want to get killed. Lend them the spoons. Exactly. Like, so, I'm not saying this is 100% accurate, but you know how there's, like, the movies where, like, in this, it's not like the character in some of these movies are depressed, literally, like, they don't have they don't have depression. But there'll be points where it's like, oh, someone will come in and they will clean up the house for them and do all these things for them, and it's because, yeah, you don't have the energy to in that moment. What is that? I would assume it's an aerial battleship from Ave. An aerial battleship? I've never heard of Ave having anything like that. So he knows a little bit about the outside world, or at least what's the outside world to him. Because it's been thousands of years that they've been fighting each other, Ave and Kislev. So there's probably some books and some general knowledge, especially with some of the characters whose family live outside. He probably knows Ave and what's going on over there by word of mouth. Of course, it does not come from Ave originally. Most likely it belongs to the Gebler forces stationed in Ave. Remember what we said in episode 1, or, if you were at the beginning of this live stream, we talked about that whole exposition and how it's like, hey, remember Gebler, remember Ave, remember Kislev. There you go. Special forces from the Sacred Empire of Solaris, known as Gebler. I am sure you have heard something about them. Oh, I don't know. Somewhere in the beginning of the game, perhaps? Player. They're an organization providing large-scale military aid to the Kingdom of Ave. They showed up in Ignas several months ago. Until then, Ave was being routed by Kislev. So, as you see, they revisit it. Even if you didn't take notes in the beginning or pay attention, they will tell you again. But with Gebler's help, they have managed to regain half their losses. Now they're expanding their territory and gathering resources buried in the ruins. I've heard of the village elders talk about it. I've heard the village elders, but is Ellie a part of that? Quite possibly so. Their group has superior technology and power. It is rumored they are here solely to get the resources in the ruins. I'm surprised they are using something as powerful as that ship. It must be to suppress the recent border skirmishes. So they're fighting the Kislev Empire? Yes, it seems they have found new ruins on the northern edge of Ave. Those ruins are under the 500-year-old temple. 3 weeks ago, Kislev took over those ruins. Most likely they're fighting over that. So, as you see, that does match up with what we saw in the exposition. Oops. And, so, and he does suggest that Ellie may be from the Gebler forces because the technology and this and that. The fact that she landed down in his village, so higher technology, gears that can fly, maybe? Maybe? I'm just gonna open my window, so don't mind me looking a little weird here. It is rather hot. Okay. Alright, there we go. So, on recording, oh yeah, also, fun fact, actually, before I pause the recording, but you may notice that Shitan has really high HP, but his stats are like, they're not too far off from, Faye. He's level 5, he has an attack of 20, so 1 less, he has the same defense, better evasion, 1 point ether higher, 1 ether defense lower, 2 more agility. Like, okay, but apparently his HP was a glitch. This was unintended. He's not supposed to have that high HP in the game, apparently. But it somewhat works to his benefit of being mysterious, funny enough, so... but otherwise, yeah, his HP is not supposed to be that high, so just a fun fact if you didn't know. Something from Takahashi. Alright, so I stopped recording, even though it's just a little run over, but we might get into a battle or two on the way. There's no need to really explore any other area, as it doesn't really do much for the player. I guess I could quickly show Shitan in combat. Okay, so I'll just quickly show Shitan, for those of you who are noticing I didn't go straight to the town. So, funny thing is how his ability is labeled as arcane. A little interesting. We have to still gain a death blow on him, but just to kind of show how he fights, he's quite interesting. He's also a martial artist. But I like how he does a finger gun, and that's like really powerful. So imagine this guy got finger gunned and just dead. He just died. He's also really fast. He has the splits, and he does a double spin kick, a little tornado kick. Really cool. Oh, he might gain his first ability. Nope, he didn't. We'll have to train that. Actually, just to show what learning death blows looks like to those of you who have never played this game. Oh, also, Elowen, I meant to say thank you so much for subscribing. It's been very fun. Oh, look at that. But it's been very fun discussing some of these concepts, and I am also glad you were understanding of what the recent topic I was discussing. I don't mean to bring up any negative memories either or anything. Let me know if there's anything that triggers you that I should know about. But I really do thank you for being here. And as I was mentioning, so how this works for new players who want to get your special skills, the next move we're learning with Faye, Senretsu, which means 100 strikes. Wait, no, Sen. Sen is, well, yeah, Sen is 100. Retsu. Retsu is 100, right? But, regardless, yeah, Senretsu Kya. So 100 blows. Where with Chun-Li it's 100 kicks. Senretsu Kyak. So like multiple 100 blows. But notice how that says 100, and then the thing below it says 62. So to learn Senretsu, we have to do triangle, triangle, X. But the thing is like, oh, but we've been using like square more recently, or we've been doing just triangle X. Well, how it works is supposedly you're inputting triangle and X an amount of times. Once you hit that threshold, when the numbers keep going up, then once it's at 100, when you get to the proper level, boom, you learn it. Hagan is square X, so I think we have enough X's. We just got to use more square. That's all we got to do. Shitan still needs to do more triangle X, so I will give a quick show of that to show you how this exactly increases. So we'll get into another battle, just to give you guys the quick like, oh, if we did this amount, this is how much it gains. No triggers? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Okay, so let's see it also helps... Oh, yeah, it helps to have 5 AP, absolutely. That unlocks a whole wealth of moves, which is really cool. But, let's see, so we'll just do Triangle X since that's what we're trying to learn for him. And we're just gonna throw a bunch of square with Faye. And as long as the hit land, it could be blocked, it still counts. Another thing I found interesting about this game, and this also aligns with why I like these type of... Like, this game would inspire my interest in, like, monk characters in RPG games, as well as my interest in unique weapons or etc. in other RPGs and everything, or just video games in general. And in real life, actually. Oh, we learned Ukigumo. So as you see, we're at 53. We did 2 Triangle X's. Bam. So we just learned it. It learns really fast. But Hagan, where is that at? We did 4 squares. So, where does that put us now? $67. So we're at like 53 before, or 50 something, and we went up to 67. So maybe we got to throw in some X's as well, because it only went up so high. Since we used triangle and X, we're already almost learning triangle, triangle, X for Chitan. Alright, so we're gonna go into town. There's gonna be a lot here. Oh boy. Well, not too much, but just enough that there's like relevant story content, essentially. So I paused on their end. But yeah, 5 AP is especially very useful. Oops. What? Wait. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, Dazil. This is Dazil. Yes, that is right. The desert town of Dazil. So what's interesting is you might notice the game is lagging here, and that is something that happens on the original PlayStation. Meaning the emulation is working 100% as intended. Something I've always appreciated with emulators is like, hey, if the game lags here, then maybe that was part of the experience, per se. Not entirely, not all the time, but it also speaks to the girth of like how much elements are there for the PS1's hardware. Kind of like with Mega Man X, when there's so many sprites on screen, the game lags, like with Armored Armadillo's stage. So they're going to give us a whole overview of this new town. This town's lively. I don't know if it looks familiar to any of you. This is the center for all excavations in Ave. You know, desert and, you know, like interesting little embedded town design. You know, it's like kind of made of the same ground. What could that possibly remind us of? Maybe something very classic. We have a guy who knows nothing of the world. And he's going on a journey of self-discovery. I mean, it's not like he, you know, this person I'm referring to in this series I'm referring to had him destroy his entire town. But he is setting off with a wise person who knows more than they let on, who might be in some ways a mentor. What does that sound like? Oh, I just can't think of it. I'm just joking. It's Star Wars, people. It's Star Wars. You know, Chitan's kind of his Obi-Wan, except, yeah, he's only Obi-Wan for like 5 seconds. When I say 5 seconds, I mean like however many hours in-game. But he's only, you know, Obi-Wan for a few moments, and then, you know, this is like maybe its own self-contained small reference, per se. And then Faye is our desert boy, who, well, see, he didn't come from a desert now, did he? Right? But he does come from a mysterious past. We don't know who his father is. Oh, and we also don't know a lot about him. He mysteriously is able to control a power. You know, he somehow exploded. Not that this other character that I'm referring to exploded, Anakin Skywalker. But you do see the little dots there, huh? This is only in light reference, though, because what they do with it is something else entirely. But, moving on. People come from all over Ignis to try and find the resources buried in the ruins around here. We should be able to find out what both Ave and Kislev are up to here. And we also have to gather the things we need to repair with Veltal. Repair Veltal. That's a trigger word for him. Veltal. The gears. Yes, we must exchange the broken parts to fix Veltal. Otherwise it will not be able to function at all. There is an ethos. Ethos! Ethos! Remember what I said at the beginning. Ethos. Like, my hand can't even reach it with how much significance it has. The ethos. A workshop in the southern part of the town. Let us go there, Faye. Yeah, okay, Doc. Let's check this place out then. Hey, I haven't seen you around here before. Don't think that if you cause trouble, you'll get away with it. We're Ave Army guards. Remember that. So they are part of Ave. Soon this area will be totally excavated. We'll have to find another place with buried treasure. Running into those army guys is real dangerous. If they find new ruins, they'll take them over for themselves. So, I wonder where the best place is. I came here looking for fortune, but all the good sites are controlled by the... So, a very big thing to remember. Remember this, write this down somewhere, write it in your notes. Very important to understanding the lore and world and politics of Xenogears, okay? This is a political thing here to remember. But it's controlled by the military. Now, which military are you referring to? Ave? Gebler? I'll have to go home, a failure. What should I do? Okay, so he says the same thing. I don't think we could... Yeah, okay, there we go. I wanted to try my luck in treasure hunting. I'm pretty successful. The reason I found a good partner. Even now, he's looking at the map, analyzing our next step. I sure depend on my pal. Is he referring to this guy here? Because I don't know about that, man. But it's probably someone else. Oh, yeah, there's a special interaction that you can actually miss here. Let me see if I could do it. We gotta walk to a very specific place on the map. This is totally optional. I'm trying to recall where it was, though. Wait, no, it might have been around here, but... Oh, there it is. Huh? You can miss this, because if you stay on the bottom and just go where you're supposed to, you can completely miss this. That's amazing. They're doing digging right next to this town, too? This is an Ave-run excavation site. The machines and gears found here are valuable resources that could turn the tide of the war. They are indispensable to the war effort. Anyway, Faye, let us move on. We have more pressing matters to do than taking in the sights. But yeah, a really cool scene. Like, you don't see scenes like this in Xenogears often at all. In fact, I don't even know if that's the only one or not. But that's just, yeah, they don't show things like that where it's a completely separate CG. They don't. It's like, I can't remember more than that one, but that's why I remember to do it every time, because it's so cool looking. They're pulling a mech out from the desert dunes, like, oh. I love, if you couldn't tell, I love mecha a lot. I'm kind of horny for them. I'm joking. But I really love mecha, though. In fact, my most favorite mecha anime currently is not everyone's favorite Gundams, but it's Mobile Fighter Gundam, Mobile Fighter G Gundam, which is kind of like an alternate universe to Gundam, but it's very focused on martial arts and all that stuff, and there's a lot of like martial arts elements that come up. I mean, I was a martial artist growing up in my life, and I stopped around high school, but then I pursued like capoeira in Portugal. But yeah, so that's... Oh, I forgot to talk about that one thing. I was talking about, so Faye and Shitan are, well, you get Ellie as well, but the weapons they're all using... Yeah, Domon Kashu! I love Domon Kashu! He's so cool! And, but Faye... Actually, I felt like, Baby... I was always wondering, like, if I ever could meet Takahashi, I'd want to ask him if he's seen Mobile Fighter G Gundam, because it feels like there's inspiration. Just slight inspiration there. I don't know for sure, though. But, you know, what was it? Faye and Shitan being martial artists that are fighting, and Faye remains, like, a martial arts person throughout the... I just spoiled something. But Faye's a martial arts, so is Shitan, and it's rare to see that as the main protagonist, as opposed to, especially back then, as opposed to someone with a sword, and maybe their partner character, like Tales of Eternia, also known as Tales of Destiny 2 on PS1, and Tifa Lockhart, and Zel Dinchit, I don't know how you say that one, Dinkt, and a few other characters that are like, oh, they're just a side character martial artist, they're never the main character. It's extremely rare. So this kind of made my interest change a lot. Like, Xenogears really changed me, not just on a philosophical aspect or a thoughtful aspect of, like, even how I speak and, you know, communicate with people, but it's also changed me on what I enjoy. That's why I love Suikoden's, like, box art and the character, you know, the main character of the gameplay, because a good chunk of the main characters, 1, 2, well, I mean, you could kind of say 4. Reverse daggers is more common for, like, a thief character, not, you know, like, Zidane is, like, the one exception. He's, like, a really rare exception. He's really cool because of that, though. But 5, Suikoden 1, main character, the Tyr McDole uses a staff, like a bow staff. Suikoden 2, Ryo uses Tonfa. I'm actually experienced with Tonfa, by the way. And then, no one uses nunchucks, though. Like, there's no nunchuck main character that I'm aware of in any game, now that I think about it. That's unfortunate. I also know how to use nunchucks, or nunchaku. But the 5th, Suikoden, uses a tri-section staff, which is now one of my ever since that game, tri-section, well, and Suikoden 2, which the second primary tertiary to primary? Well, one of the main characters that also travels with the main character is there most of the time, uses a tri-section staff. The main character in Suikoden 5 uses a tri-section staff, which is one of the most adaptable melee weapons. At least I feel it still is, because it's a staff, but you can use it like a whip. You can use it for defense, offense. It's a long range and a short range weapon, middle range weapon, all in one. It's so cool, all the things you can do with it. And if you have like a little chain or a rope to pull on it, so you can make it like a normal staff, then you have like everything you need. Oh, so cool. But anyway, this town is important because of the base for excavating ruins. The elite of our army are stationed here. Like in this build? Yeah, I think so. This town is the center of all gear excavating in Ave. They take the generators out of the excavated gear to make new models. Protecting this town is essential to beating Kislev. I left my family... You guys are winning. What are you talking about? I left my family at home to come here. I want to finish my duty here and go home. The Kislev army is up to something in the land north of here. But don't worry. If anything happens, Gebler will back us up. Oh, of course they will. They will. Those guys. This is the Ave Army's Dazil Guard station. No civilians allowed. If you have no business here, please leave. Oops. So, learning a little bit about the politics, but also, yeah, sorry for also going into my own, like, personal interest there instead of talking more about the game. Please forgive me. For those of you who are watching at home, I keep saying that. Civilian worker gears have no chance against military worker gears in excavating. But even if we had a military gear, we wouldn't be able to operate. Why could that be? Haven't met you before. So you want to rent out a sand buggy too? Sand buggy? A sand buggy is a special type of vehicle designed for the desert terrain. Its tires will not get stuck in the sand. You really need them for long desert trips. Sorry, but all of our buggies are lent out now. Do you want to wait for one? Some of those guys hunting for parts should be back soon. I see. Well then, we'll have to come back later. I don't think he says... Yeah, he doesn't say anymore. Okay. I know there was someone who explains eventually. I'm in a fix. The generator sensor is broken. It's the only thing that can sense buried gear generators. Without that, I'm ruined. Not entirely important, just learning and expanding the world lore. Since those Gabler forces came, Ave hardly ever lost to Kislev. I wish the ethos would give out some of those new powerful gears. The ethos? What do gears have to do with the ethos? Only the ethos has the technology to maintain generator-driven gear. So, why is it that a specific organization has to be relied on for better stuff? Isn't that strange? Think about it. Think about it. Like, imagine this. Imagine this scenario. Well, here. The ethos decides which gear gets which generator in which country. Think about that. So, if an organization decides who gets what, doesn't that mean they have all the political power to decide who wins? Think about it. So, let's put this in. Let's create a case study perspective. You are a person on the Kislev army, and you're a soldier who is in contact as like an emissary from the Kislev army to go talk to Ethos about needing a generator to power a gear that you have the blueprints for that you would be willing to work on. And they say no, right? You go to, trying to think of an existing thing. You go to just a place that designs weapons. They excavate. Well, they don't design weapons, but they excavate and they hold on to these things. Microchips. Okay, so think of it this way. Do you remember? Not remember. Do you know about our current super chip shortage for computers? Well, guess who decides who is getting those super chips? Well, the people who have to make it, right? And it can only be made with a very specific material, which is very rare. So the guys who sell it kind of have the most power over it. They decide who gets it, who gets these super microchips for the computers or other machines that require this today, right? So they can charge whatever price they want, but what is to stop that person? Like, so whoever is the highest payer gets to have those resources so that they could boost development, thus boosting their economy, right? So in that case, these guys are holding on to the very things they need to power their gears, to power actual power needed for an ongoing war. But it's not even a thing of who's the highest, bidder payer. They just get to give when they feel like it. They give it to who they feel like giving it to. So that's kind of scary. Because if you are, say you're the daughter of said person I was just talking to who has to get that, and then father says, oh, there's an Ave guy that just came in, and they just gave it to him straight up. I guess we're kind of screwed. Imagine that kind of news. So, just something to put into perspective. Like, that's the most probably extreme version of it, but that's kind of what's going on here, based on how Shaitan described it, if you were to put it into perspective. So right here, as you know, we found the arcane rod. I feel like this was an accident. Maybe it wasn't, but a leather whip. We don't have anyone who could use a leather whip, according to this. These characters do not use weapons. So what gives, right? But, otherwise, we could buy the fencing gear, the fencing wear for, for, Faye? Because that's a little better. We could buy the fencing cap for both of them. And we don't need to get these per se, but it wouldn't hurt. We could have it for now. We're gonna be, just as a warning for those of you who are playing, or trying it for the first time, don't put anything, like Shaitan is, he's a character you'll have, but not at first in some areas, so if you want certain things, then take it off of him, and if you don't, then don't put on things you don't want to put on him. Let's see, we're going to give the accuracy. We're actually going to steal his glasses. I'm sorry, Shitan. We're taking your glasses away. We'll give him the fencing cap. And we're going to actually give this to Faye for now. Even though, like, 2 extra attack power would be great. I'm trying to think of what's coming up. Actually, we're not gonna... Ooh. Yeah, no. It's... I can't remember if accuracy also applies to... I feel like it does. I could have sworn it does. There's... Okay, so another thing to put out there. Certain stats on your characters actually do apply to characters when they're in their gear. So with Faye, your ether applies, your ether defense also applies, and your agility applies. Or does it? No, that was response time. I could have sworn accuracy also applies. I could be wrong. I might be wrong. But for now I'm putting that, because I know something that's coming up. We're not going to be fighting on foot for a while with Shitan, technically. Like, we will, but not in the immediate future also. Like 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours from now. In an hour maybe, but yeah. I wonder who built all those ruins. Some say an ancient civilization which ruled this land long ago built them, but after looking at the results of the geologic tests, I have my doubts. Questionable. Does he have anything else to say? No, he doesn't. But really interesting. So, people say that ancients built them, but he has his doubts about that. What could that mean then? Now, if you read between the lines, you might be able to guess, but I won't spoil, because that will actually come up later. My hubby ad's so smart with his ruin theories. Why don't we just leave the ruins? Oh, this makes it so odd. Remember what I just said about they control who gets the political, like they have political power simply by controlling who gets what, right? They can influence political power by giving people necessary means to win battles and all that stuff. So why don't we just leave the ruins to the ethos? Let's just leave it to the ethos. Let's just leave everything to the ethos. And he thinks, like, oh, while they say, maybe he's referring to the ethos, that it's from an ancient technology, his geological tests prove otherwise. So, what does that say about the ethos? I'll let you think on that one. I can't say yet. I can't give it away yet. But I know exactly what that means. I'm sure someone in the comments will even explain it. The battle with Kislev the other day in the desert ended in a complete victory for us. We need the army because they get us generators from the gears found in the ruins. We'll never give this town or our ruins to Kislev. I think we heard that, so they just copy and paste that. There are burglars out looking for treasure in the desert ruins. Brr, shivers. Oh, I just wet my pants. I better be careful too. Oh, you better be careful too. What's with the kids in these games? In this game, holy smoke. They are a riot. Like, what? There's another kid that I think too that, well, not just a kid, but a character as well. There's a kid and a character, a guy, that will meet like halfway into the game that are referenced in Xenoblade 3. Won't say who though, but it has something to do with the ocean. We'll get to it when we get to it. You look tired. You can stay overnight at the bar, so why don't you rest there a little bit? Traveling all worn and tired might just get you killed. In other words, hey, use inns. So I could have sworn there was like, there's an object you were able to interact with. Was it this? Like, I think there was something that's a water well. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Wait, you know what I haven't tested? Oh, okay. Well, now I've just tested. I was like, I've never tried to go in the house behind that person. Aha, we did it. Oh, here's our boy. Okay. Thinking into the night, this sure is a noisy place. And steal their treasure. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. Wah, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, we did it. Haha, we did it. Who'd have thought it? I didn't think it would go so well. Sneaking in the night. Follow after the army excavation. So and steal their treasure. So these are the very thieves or burglars we just heard about. Well, in a place like this, you have to expect this kind of atmosphere. Yeah, but even so. Shut up! So, this man with a big bald chin, big left chin. Uh-oh. Why are y'all yapping when Big Joe is here trying to drink in peace? Man refers to himself in third person. Can't y'all shut up? Who do you think you are? I don't care if you're Big Joe or Big Schmo. Or Big Schmo. You don't mess with me. Yeah, you sure talk big. Can you dig for treasure as good as you talk? What's that you say? You're so tough. Always looking for junk laying around. Why don't you do something more productive for once? If you ask me, you're a big puss. Hey, stop it. This guy's trouble. He's looking wild. Ah, shut up. Just shut your trap. Yeah, that's right. Run home to mama, little boys. Damn you. You'll keep. You'll keep. That's a weird one. Ha! Cowardly little punks. Why? This man sure likes to make his presence felt. So Big Joe, he is. You might think he's kind of silly. You might think he's a guy with a big cleft chin and a star on his cheek. But there's more to this man than meets the eye. In the weirdest way possible, too. He's not important to the story of Xenogears. But he's interesting. Also, I mean, he has a portrait. He has a portrait, okay? He has a portrait. So sometimes that means something. That means like they're kind of important, usually. It's a telltale sign with any RPG, usually. But he's not as important as you think, but there is relevance surrounding him. Something I would say maybe could be, maybe world lore, but you know, I'm not gonna say more than that. You drinking too? Booze is my life companion, especially in a sucky world like this. Everyone's searching for dough and dynamite. Huh, how unromantic. We won't stay. Because we're looking pretty healthy. But we will go travel upwards just because. You know, exploring the world of Xenogears, seeing things as they are, you know, looking at things. How do people live? Huh! Those ethos fools. Just because they can fix gears, they think they can act all high and mighty. How do they expect us to pay so much? Aha! There you go. What did I say about, oh, the highest payer, highest bidder, etc.? Bam. There you have it. Just like the microchips, or the super computer chip stuff that's going on. I told him not to drown in his sorrows, but he wouldn't listen, would he? But yeah, you could equate a relevant or similar thing to that almost. Almost. This is possibly the worst version of it though. Or, you know what, no. Could be currently happening. Not to be grim, but it could be entirely relevant. Lucky Avenue, a relaxing bar. Wait, I just want to talk to this guy though. Yo, there we go. Hey, why the long face? Something bad happened. Hey, it's times like this you need a drink. Or two. Or three. Goodness. There's a bunch of thieves out in the desert called Sandmen. You gotta equip yourself properly. If you don't, you'll only have yourself to blame. Not really. They're not that tough. The prices here are a little high, but we need these things to cross the desert. What things? What are you selling? Welcome! I think that it was an item shop. Yeah. So Rosal is for restoring your MP. We're not going to need to worry about that too much, but wouldn't hurt to have a few of these on hand. I think we're fine on Aqua Souls for the most part. We have one survival set, so that's okay. But I've heard a rumor that the Kislev army attacked a nearby village. Haha. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Lots of adults come to dig up the wounds. They all come wading in big gears. Yes. Yes, they do. So I'm trying to remember if it was someone else who's like an old person that says something crazy and, oh, don't listen to me, I'm just a crazy person. Lately, the town has become so lively. Well, aside from actually, there was the one guy we talked to about the ethos. It's nice to see the children so happy. Hey, are you all soldiers here to dig up the ruins? I thought they were after bad Kisled men. Kisled men. I guess I was wrong. I wonder what Kisled means to him. Maybe they were led by kisses. That's a funny way of putting it. Big profits for little work. That's the best way to make money. That's the knack. We make our money selling parts to excavate to the ethos. With that, we excavate to the ethos. The rarer the parts, the better the price. Dig it? Look at how they make the catchphrase out of it to make it seem like such a friendly little thing. I've got to improve the performance of my gear with the parts I bought here, even if it's only a little bit. I hear there are parts for your gear that increase the performance and abilities incredibly by just equipping them on it. I wonder if there's any such parts here. Somehow I doubt it. So, they're more so just hinting the player, hey, like, you should actually do things with your gear. You should actually not ignore it. They don't tell you how crucial that is, but it is kind of crucial. Something to pay attention to, because you can completely screw yourself over by not buying gear parts and upgrading your gear when you should. So it's always good to have a lot of money. Sorry, my part supplies are so low I can't sell anything to civilians. But yeah, it is important to have a lot of money when the time comes to buy gear parts, because that is more important. Like, yes, equipping your characters is important too, but there are... When I was a kid playing this game, I struggled with more stuff related to the gear battles than I did with the on-foot battles. The rest of the country has an unusual interest in this area's ruins. Large units have come to excavate all the ruins. Wait, what, did I read that right? I did not read that right, did I? Large units have come to excavate all the ruins. We're out of gear parts in the warehouse. I'm gonna have to order more from the Ethos headquarters. If requests for repairs keep coming at this place, we won't be able to keep up. We should ask the Ethos headquarters to expand this work. So, they need to ask Ethos to even expand their workshop, okay? Do you realize how controlling that is? To the point that they, like, we're getting so much demand, but we can't meet the supply. And we need Ethos to come here so that we're allowed to do that. Like, bro, just expand it yourself somehow. No, but of course they can't. I remember grinding for money to get past the Nets gear boss. Absolutely. Absolutely. That gear boss, I know who you're referring to, the big one. The big one in the place. And there's only you and you know who. And yeah, I was stuck there. I kept losing that battle over and over. And then I was like, what can I do? So I tried talking to you know who. And then I was like, oh, I can buy gear? But there was two things I did. So I upgraded. I didn't understand how the gear upgrades work, so I might have spent money on nothing. But then another thing I also did was I only had Raijin still, so I grinded for the second ability. And once I did that, I used that, and I did so much better as well. I remember, because that attack just does the extra damage that you need. And I think I also used Booster as well. There was like a whole number of things I did. But once you once you have that filter, once you get filtered and you realize what you need to do, then you can overcome a lot of battles, except for like a few that are so annoying. But if you have an ether doubler, oh yes, this phase. But I'll have to ask the Ethos headquarters to send a mechanic that can repair army gears. So if something happens with an army gear, they can't repair it themselves. Those materials are hoarded specifically for the Ethos. Do you not you, Elwyn, but you, the viewer, do you understand how insane that is? Now, of course, we ask mechanics to prepare stuff for us, but imagine if you couldn't just call or ask your neighborhood mechanic because they don't have access to the gear. You have to call not Samsung or Acer or whatever, or this, or Sony. No, you have to call like your government or something to send someone to do the repairs. That's how it's like. So despite you having bought a thing, no one else can repair it because they don't have the tools. They don't have the access. So that kind of tells you how bad this situation really is. This is the waterworks. All of Dazil's water comes from this pump. This pump, okay? This one pump. Let's make that very clear. I know what he's about to say next. Or what this guy's about to say. Water is needed for the maintenance of gears. So our waterworks was also built to provide a steady supply of water to the workshop. Okay, it wasn't this person then, but there's a person that says where the water comes from. Oh yeah. Maybe you can guess this month's water supply schedule. I could have sworn there was... There's a person who talked about it. But if we don't find that person, I'll just say it. Just looking for other places where people could hang out. Because I'm trying to recall who said the thing. I can't find it. Maybe it was the person in the Ethos shop, but we'll see. Let's go to the Ethos shop. But then after this, I'll stop the recording for you guys who are watching at home. Wow, so this is the Ethos Workshop, huh, Doc? Yes, the Ethos Workshops are the only place that officially repairs gears. Let us see if we can get the parts we need to fix Beltol here. As they say, time is money, so we should do whatever we can as soon as we are able to. Huh? How can we help you? Sorry to bother you. Our gear has broken down, so I would like to buy some parts to fix it. Tough luck, huh? Can you tell me what the make of the parts you were after? Yes, we are hoping to replace an X29 model injection bypass circuit. X29 model injection circuit? That's only used on the latest military models. We don't even keep those kind of parts in stock here. You can only get such special parts by placing an order at the Ethos headquarters. As we've been hearing around town, this workshop is only for the repair of civilian gears. I see. Sorry to have bothered you. Sorry that we can't help you. Please don't touch it. It's being repaired. I think... Was there a way to talk to this guy? I don't think there was, but... But yeah, as you see, we can't touch it. So now they gotta figure out what to do. Doc, do you have a moment? I need to talk to you. Yes, of course, Faye. So, Faye, what did you want to talk to me about? Well, Doc, it's about Veltol. We can't find the parts we need, so is it alright if we just don't fix it? Ha! You see what he's doing here. Do not repair it. What is the problem, Faye? Well, I guess he means to not repair it. Well, we've been able to come as far as the Zeal on our own. So doesn't that show that we don't need Veltal as much as we thought? Actually, I've been thinking that once things cool down, I want to go back to Lahan and help rebuild. That's all I feel I can do now. I see. If that is what you want, then. If that is what you want, Faye, then fine. But I think we should try to move Veltal as far away from there as possible. Move it away? But why do we need to do that, Doc? It is only my speculation, but I suspect the incident that evening occurred because the Gebler special... The incident that evening occurred because... I suspect the incident that evening occurred because the Gebler Special Forces stole the Kislev Mills. Oh, okay. I see what they're saying. But yeah. So he's saying the Gebler forces stole from Kislev. Special Force? You mean Ellie's group? Exactly. When I examined the broken gear in the village, I realized the Gebler pilot was riding a Kislev gear. It must have been some new technology involved in it for the Kislev army to send pursuit forces after it. New technology? I suspect the Gebler force was out to steal the new experimental gear. I am sure news of the Special Forces' failure has reached the capital. They will be investigating the Lahan area to reclaim whatever parts of the new gear that they can find. Hold on, Doc. Won't the Kislev army still be in Lahan too? Most probably. And in that case, there will be a conflict between Ave's inspection team and the Kislev pursuit troops. If they find where we have hidden Veltal, the armies will fight over who gets Veltal, and right near Lahan too. So to avoid any problems, we should move Veltal somewhere else, right away. But we can't fix it in order to move it. Right. By staying here, staying here will solve nothing. Fortunately, this is the center of all excavation work in this country. There is bound to be some information on where we can find those parts. Anyway, the fear is often worse than the danger itself. We should not let such fears hold us back. Okay, so now we have to find out what we're going to do. But for you guys who are watching on the episodes, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Be back for the next episode soon. Which I might just be pressing the record button again. So don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, do all that stuff. Leave your discussion down below so we can discuss, or if you know a lot about Xenogears, please put your thoughts down there. If there's something I missed, put it down there. So that way people who didn't get to see that, get to see that. And yeah, but I'm going to keep going on the stream, and I'm just going to be pressing the record button once again. So see you soon. Okay, and we're back. And you know what? I actually feel like just getting a quick drink of water, so I'm gonna do that. But hey, welcome back. Nice to have you here on episode 3 of Xenogears. I know this is weird for those of us who are here with the stream, but it is what it is. So regardless, don't forget to leave your discussions down below. Take notes. Do whatever you got to do as we go through this little analysis and look at everything in Xenogears and understand it and etc. Alright, so I paused. I'm just going to get up. Don't mind me. Okay, gonna grab some water right nearby me. Woo! Okay. Alright, I'm back. So, now we need to find out where to go. Oh man, I was parched. All the reading, but I love this game. Oh! This is a sand buggy. That is it, Faye. I've thought of a good way to get parts we need to for Veltal. Let us go back. I'm sorry, every time I see, just so much let us. Let us go back to the rental shop and rent out this buggy. What do you intend on doing, Doc? Well, leave it to me. Just you wait and see. The sand buggy we're waiting for is back. Do you want to rent it? Yes, that is right. Do you have any do you have any we can rent right now? Of course, the keys are in the ignition. You can take it now. Well then, if I may. Faye, I'm going into the desert to search for parts for Veltal. Going to the desert? Doc, we're gonna excavate some ruins or something? The Kislev and Ave armies are confronting each other in the desert all the time. There is talk that their forces often break into battle over the ruins. What does that have to do with that gear? If I search the battlefields for the wrecks of such army gear, should be able to find the parts we need. Besides, Veltal is a Kislev gear, so we need parts from Kislev gears. So, in other words, and that's actually kind of smart, because whatever is fighting and most of the gears that go out there that are better for excavation are military gears. So... But, Faye, you are such a worrier. Things have a way of working out. Well, yeah, of course you would say that. But I can't tell you why yet. You do not need to worry so much. Why not go kill some time at the bar until I get back? Yeah, why not just grab a drink? You're 18. Fuck. Hey, are you letting him go out there alone? Lots of fights break out in the desert. It's a real dangerous place. I've heard about a group of pirates riding around attacking people on the sand cruiser. You really shouldn't let him go out there by himself. I am curious, what happens if we head to the bar like he suggested, though? Because normally that's like a call to action, like, oh no, we gotta do something, but... Oh, here's a person we haven't seen. Booze is great, ain't it? I just live for that first drink after work, okay. And I don't think Big Joe has much to say. Where's your friend? Ah, there's a war in the desert. There's a war on in the desert, and he just goes wandering off there. If your friends are important to you, don't let them get away. Especially if it's a lady friend. Yeah. It's like he's... So this is purely accidental on his part, I would believe. But, you know, he actually does have a point. But there's not much he could do about that. I don't blame him, though. So now what happens is when we head out to the desert, it's going to be like, oh, desert. Give it a moment. There we go. See? Oh, desert. What are they? Are they Ave gears? I'm worried about Doc. Guess I may as well follow those gears. So, I'll just pause here because there's going to be battles in between and just us running over, you know, desert dunes. Oof. Ha. Oh. Oh. I should probably throw in some X attacks as well. I'm just gonna see where we're at on learning Hagan. Okay, we're getting closer. Oh my eye. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was really fast. I'll do a square square and then an X. Level 9, but no Senretsu. I'm gonna use a Hob Jerky for safety. Running through the desert, running through the desert. How far has Doc gone? And now I've lost sight of those gears too. Uh-oh. What's happening? So since Shitan's not here, we're not really gonna get answers on what this is. Yeah. What is this? What in the world? That is like shocking. I just realized I'm not on the screen. Oops. Hi guys. Haha. Ha. That's funny. What the heck is that thing? A different unit. Are they going toward the direction of the saucer went? I better follow them so as to not lose sight of them. We'll just turn the camera as best as we can that way and go diagonally. And, you know, gonna be plenty of battles. Ooh! No, not... Well, that's why I put the glasses on, Faye. Do I have an idea? Oh wait, okay. One more time. Okay, so when you don't use all of your action meter, you'll get points. So if we press triangle and then not use the other 3 stalks of meter, we'll get 3 action points. Right now we have 9, and we can do this thing where it costs 4 action points each to spam Raiji. So here's what happens. It's a good way to get a lot of big damage in a single turn. We're going to be abusing this later. Okay. So we have no way to really assume where these gears have now went. But, actually I just realized, where's our compass? Oh, it probably doesn't exist in this area. Okay, it's time for me to heal. I will not survive if I don't. Like, even if I kill 2 of them, I can down the next turn, so... Okay. All right. Nice, nice, nice. I should heal. Does this desert ever end? It'll get dark soon, so I better hurry up and... What's going on here? Gears, a flying saucer, and now these guys. I hope Doc's alright. Hiya! Poor guy. Sorry about that. Just let me borrow this for a while. Hey, wait! So we've actually fought guys that look like that dude just now, so he's probably like, well, he's a bandit or something, so, you know. I'm no better, so I could use this. But kind of crazy, he's just riding on a motorcycle on these dunes. Uh-oh. Whoa! What happened? Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. It just seems like if you're out in the desert, like even dudes in mechs will just straight up, what's wrong with you guys? Are you overreacting for a little just for stealing a motorcycle? They probably don't even know, like, these probably are not even related to the same people, for all you know. Those guys might have not been Ave or Kislev, you don't know. But, geez, they were gonna bop him, they're gonna punch him. Oh my goodness. So apparently there's shooting capabilities on Veltal that we don't know about. Faye, I was looking everywhere for you. How soon did he come back? Doc, you're all right? Yes, of course. Looks like we do not have time to chat. Faye, hurry. Hurry and do what? I cannot use Veltal very well. Only you can use its full potential. Only he can? Hurry up and get on board. Oh, is he talking about the explosion? It's not really a good memory to trigger. All right. Now at this point, you know, either both of them die, or, you know, I'm sure you wouldn't want to lose a friend. At least that's what Shikan, I think, is trying to use here. It should be alright to do booster for this. It's not necessary, but it should be alright. Maybe unnecessary, even. Taking this guy out quickly. That way I can... There we go. I got it just right. That way they don't get one turn on me. Level 10! Hey, we got evade percent. That's good. Evade and ether is always good. Yay, we got Senretsu and inner healing. Okay, that's actually going to come in handy for an upcoming thing. So, hooray. We also got extra AR. AR is an accessory or a thing that you can equip on your gear to raise its defense. I don't know how, but I beat them. Ha 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 ha! What the? So here comes a very important moment. Crossing the arms. Everyone cross your arms like you're a badass. Your hot-blooded desire for battle has not been tamed, I see. So, there's a bit of symbolism to analyze here. If you noticed, he was... Well, I mean, one, there's a red moon behind him, which already means, like, ill omen, red... You know, like, it's like a it has a lot of different meanings. But the more like blatant one is that it's a, a very scary omen of sorts, right? And then if we look at rubedo, red, in alchemy, right? That typically defines the fourth final stage of magnum opus. So could it be that they're trying to say that this guy is at his peak? Is he at his perfection? It's funny. It says your hot-blooded desire, and the red stage can include blood, phoenix, a rose, a crowned king, a figure wearing red clothes. Oh, what color? What color is this? Oh, is that red? Huh. A little bit of rubedo symbolism here. And what else? There was another thing to it too, but I know it's more on that area of like higher knowledge. It's associated with the Philosopher's Stone. So, essentially though, aside, another element of symbolism to analyze here, and these are things I'm taking a little bit from resonant art and then interpreting as well. Like I kind of saw it this way myself when I looked at it and everything. And resonant art was just more confirmation for that, but I learned so much more details through them. Definitely check them out. I'm going to be putting their podcast in the description. Highly suggest, if you are already interested in the story and what's been going on, watch it and play along with them in their, book club style. But he was on a mountain, or his mech is on a mountain, and he is on top of the mech. So think of hierarchy, like I am above you, but I am also above my own mech. I am more powerful, like I am on top of the world. Like this is a power move right here. I am on top of my mountain, on top of my mech. Now let's see what happens.
Who are you? Who? Right. I know you.
I know you.
You killed her.
You killed him.
Her?
I'll turn up the volume.
No. It wasn't. Not me.
It wasn't, not me.
You coward.
I coward.
It was you.
It was you. So he says, "Oh, you killed them, or you killed her," and he goes, "No, it was not me." But then another person that looks like him says, "No, it was you." What could that mean? So I'm just gonna put the volume up. Sorry. There you go, and then I'll pull it down here. I'll pull it back up when things come up. You're the one from Lahan. So, is he now remembering things? He's remembering something from his past, clearly. So there's something beyond those only 3 years in Lahan. And isn't that strange? Is that suggesting he was in Lahan far earlier than what we really know? Isn't that weird? Because how could this guy be from Lahan, but he's thinking about himself as a kid? But look at this. He's a guy on a mountain on a mech. My name is Gra, the Seeker of Power. You certainly showed how much power you had back there in Lahan, didn't you, Faye? How much power I had? What are you talking about? A greater power is what I need to fulfill my mission. So I'm gonna go into a thing right here. This is not a symbolism thing. This is a literary thing. More of maybe an accident. Well, but the thing is, he actually says waza, 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 waza in Japanese. Hiragana. Like, he literally says waza, which is power. Wait, am I using the right word? Wait. Waza meaning Japanese. Oh my gosh, wait. I might be I hope I'm not making a mistake there. Technique. Oh, whoops. That's. Oh no. What was power in Japanese? Power. Japanese. Oh, chikara. He kept saying chikara, 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 chikara. It's, and I looked for, you know, and I had to compare the Japanese translation while I was like kind of playing the game and everything, because you could find it if you type Xenogears script in Japanese. You'll actually find there's this person who uploaded the entire hiragana script somewhere in Japan, I guess, you know, domain wise. And there's a lot of chikara from this guy. And on Resonant Arc, check out the video. He discusses the rule of threes, where if you say something more, like if you say something 3 times, any more times after that, it starts to lose its effect, and to the point where it becomes a joke at that point, or almost funny. And it's not intended to be funny here, but a greater power is what I need to fulfill my mission. I sent those gears into the lands as a catalyst to awaken the power in you, to make contact with you. The power. As a catalyst? You mean you caused that intentionally? That's right. The death of your loved ones. And you, powerless against it happening. The grief, the screams from your heart born out of tragedy. And this kind of tells you that Ted Woolsey really directly translated this, maybe to its own detriment. But hey, that's how it was. That's what the Japanese script is. Chikara, 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 chikara. There. That was the catalyst for triggering your power. You mean you attacked my village just to get me in that gear? Why? Why did the villagers have to die? Who cares why? It does not matter how many of them died. They were wretched vermin only living from day to day without ever fulfilling their prescribed destinies. And have you forgotten? You were the one who destroyed the village. I did not lift a finger. Bullshit! You lifted your finger and Timothy died. You are full of shit, man. That is a lie. No! I was just trying to save the village and its people. I never intended to destroy it. Is that really so? Surely you've heard it. It is the very essence of you, the voice of desire from within you that craves destruction. So remember, he was saying, oh, there was a voice that was commanding to get it. Shut up! Even if that were true, aren't you still the one who caused it? If you hadn't come to the village, the village wouldn't have suffered the way it did. Ah, so now you resort to blame. I see. That sounds like something you would say. That's good. Your basic nature remains unchanged. So this is important. This text right here, your basic nature, this right here, that something, it sounds like something you, in quotes, would say. Very important. This one right here. Remember this. Remember this, especially into this too. Yes, I'm sorry we have to make you wait that long, but remember it. Crap. You said you need my power. What were you intending to do with it? You know very well. It is to destroy Mother God. Yes, they are throwing the JRP destroy God trope, but there's more to it. There's more to it than that. But yeah, they are throwing that. Destroy God? Yes, we will destroy God. That is our purpose. That is our destiny. This is a JRPG, so we must destroy God. Not necessarily. Like, yes and no, but there's more to it than that. Don't be ridiculous. I won't get involved in such a thing. If you want to destroy your god or whatever it is that you're on about, do it by yourself. You resemble your father. My father? You mean my dad? You know my father! So, I'm sorry, this is another thing they talked about on the podcast. My father, you know my dad? You mean my... I think I forgot what it said in Japanese, but this is a funny thing. Give me my dad, you know my father. Here, you know what? I'll pause for a moment and I'll find it. Okay, so this is I can't remember what it was. Let me see. What did he say? Okay, so I just got to go in here. I'm on a website, Xenogears Perfect Words, the real thing. This is this little database where they uploaded the script. And if I go to Desert, wait. Oops. Story chart? No, I'm not looking for the story chart. Oh wait, did I go to the wrong place? Maybe. No, do not filter results for English. Anything but. Did I find it? Okay, this looks a little more familiar, maybe. Nissan, Limestone Cave, transport ship, okay. No, it's not here. This is more of a guide. Where was the script that I found? I found a script thing. And it was really interesting to, like I said, to compare, but Ed Woolsey did a really good job, honestly. Where was that? Maybe if I look at my... I don't know if it's still my history. Let's see, though. Oh! Did I find it? Oh, wait, it was that website. Yeah, April 24th, when I was looking. There we go. Okay, I'm on the right place. Okay, Desert of Tazil. Oh, here we go. Okay, I found the... So... Oh. Okay, no, I went one link earlier. I'm almost there. How do they spell Grof's name in Japanese? Oh, there it is. Father? You know my father. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, so he does say, like, oh, you're, you know, aren't you alike, you know, like your father? And he goes, oh, my father, you know my father? And, wait, but he also says, father. Yeah, he goes, father? Father. And then, oh, wait, give me a sec. I need to do a grab of this. So he says father, it's really interesting. He says, essentially it's like hiragana kanji hiragana. So he flips the way he says father. So he actually does go father, like chichioya. So, okay, just to make this a little more clear. So Groff goes, oh, you know, he's similar to chichioya, which is like a very formal meaning for father. So Fei goes, chichioya, oyaji, omae oyaji o shite iru no ka. So essentially he's saying like, oh, you know, but so he flips it from father to dad. Like he really does. Oyaji is a more casual term of, you know, oyaji. I mean, is a more casual form. Oh my gosh, oyaji is the more casual form of, you know, just how you refer to your father. Where with the other way, chichioya is like the how do I put it? Like it's just, yeah, it's like a more formal version of that. Trying to remember. I'm looking for what was like one of the other ways it's used. Yeah, like that's like it's more of the formal sense, but I'm trying to it was look at resonant arc with that one, but it's yeah. So just it's interesting, you know, he doesn't use oyaji, right? But then he goes like this is it would be more proper if he said my father. You mean dad? You know dad? You know, but I think maybe saying like, oh, you know dad, it like maybe it sounds a little weird to say it to a stranger. So he goes, you know my father, so maybe it would have been better like father, or like wait, father, like as in like a father? Wait, you mean like my dad? You know my dad. See, I think it would have worked if it was you know my dad. But in the same way, it's really weird because see, in Japanese, that translates a little oddly itself, because for them, oyaji is the more common term. You wouldn't say chichioya, right? So it's like a more removed version of saying father, which is like if he goes, oh, chichioya, oyaji. So it makes more sense in Japanese. It's just hard to translate that into English. But he did. That's basically what happened. But it makes sense to also say, you mean my father, you know? Like when he says it here English-wise, it's like he's saying, oh, you mean the guy who gave birth to me, you know? So he refers to father in terms of, oh, the man who gave birth to me. My dad, as in like, wait, you mean dad? Right? Like, oh, shoot, dad, who I supposedly don't know. Actually, you can see that's where it gets kind of funny, because it's like he knows. I guess there's no higher term for father for us, is there? When I think about it, so that might be why that sounds so confusing. That was a most delightful scream. I was enthralled by it. Nothing is more beautiful than the scream of death. What did you do to my father? What happened between you two? I don't know if that sounds familiar already. Well, what does this sound like? I'll let you guys guess. I'm not gonna hint anything else. Huh. Do you really wish to know? There is no use in you knowing it now. What? Your power is still beneath that needed for my purposes. Anything unusable must be tried until it becomes suitable. What? Yeah, I would be confused too. He's speaking in poetry at this point. Not really, but... What in the hell is that? What will you do, Faye? If you die here, then so be it. You may indeed gain some happiness from not knowing, but surely that is not what you truly want. If you want to know the truth, and that is what you want, isn't it, Faye? Then this is what to do. I don't know how I feel about that one. You must show me that you have attained the level of strength I require. To do that, you must destroy others by using your own strength. Then you will gain all that was lost in exchange for that scream of death. And then he goes off. Bye-bye. Wait, we're not finished talking yet. Wow, my voice did a weird thing there. We're not finished talking yet. There we go. So, this boss battle. We should be fine here using booster. We don't need to, but this is the best thing to do. Because if you try to attack this guy normally, you don't do too much damage to him. This guy also absorbs our fuel, so we don't want him to do a lot of that. So it'll just be, you know, shooting her kamehamehas. 60 fuel, though. This is also why I'm not activating booster per se. Like, yes, it would help, but maybe it is better. But yeah, I lost from just losing fuel once. It was really sad, because I was just relying on attacking. I didn't think using guided shot would actually help much. No, I'll show you a quick damage thing. Like, well, we should be okay. You see, we miss. So, and yes, we could use lighter attacks, but compared to having that consistent damage. So normally this is what usually happens. Normally I get attacked. I'm getting really unlucky. Oh, that's another thing. Even if you miss, you do gain meter. So I'll just show that. But look at that, 0 damage. And then, okay, we get 78, but imagine you do 0 damage that one time, and then, you know, you have to wait a turn to actually do damage again. So technically doing guided shot is a way to just get consistent damage the whole time, and then finish it off. And we got a level up, which is nice. We also gained Ether, always good, especially for those little moments, but, you know, more importantly, getting defense is very nice as well. And we got an eyeball. What are those for? Oh, no. You kind of sell them. Faye, are you alright? Faye! I'm fine. The gear seems to be broken, though. I'm so glad that you are unharmed. The gear had only temporary repairs made on it. They were not made to survive an outright battle like that. Faye? So, Faye is feeling very weird right now. Oh no, the Ave military, not now. Faye, I think we should remain calm. Faye? So Faye is feeling really conflicted right now, because let's think about what happened. So destroyed his village, still, you know, affected by PTSD. This guy once again forced the responsibility and the blame on him, and making, you know, reminding him, and now saying, oh, the whole purpose of it. So even though he could technically now say, no, it's this guy's fault everything happened, because he intended for that. He made it happen. He, you know, just by making contact with him and having, you know, his friend killed, that he would have this all happen, right? So, you know, but he's still forcing that onto our depressed Faye. So now he's feeling really this inner turmoil with himself. Also, I'm going to turn up the volume. This is important. Pay attention. Red and blue colors also.
Let us join together.
Yeah, I know. It's just one sentence, but...
I never thought we'd meet again like this. It must be fate. How ironic. But I'll never let you have him. Even if it kills me.
So I'll never let you have him, even if it kills me. And to add to that, what was it? The guy's like, oh, you know, you'll join with me or something. Like, there's a lot of weird small things going on there, but they all have meaning. And they don't want you to really know too much about what happened there, but we saw a Groff, red-haired dude, and kung fu looking guy. You know, he was dressed in a gi of some kind. So, but I can't say much, because that will be literally explained later. So, you take from it what you will, the words they used and all that, but I have to keep my lips shut on that one, unfortunately. But we can at least analyze the colors, you know. Oh, the colors of conflict, blue versus red, you know. But there's so much more to it than that. How are you, Faye? Did you sleep well? Huh? Well, sort of. Sorry I messed up. I was careless. That gear is a top-secret experimental model from Kislev. It was only natural that Ave would also be madly searching for it. Faye, are you hurt? You do not look so well. Well, I suppose you could say I was hurt. That man in black spoke of your father's fate. Is that what is wrong? There is that too, but it's the other stuff he said. I really like this song a lot. It represents an inner turmoil. It represents like so much about what Faye is currently experiencing right now. Like this song is what we see right here. This is all of this, like right there. Like, have you ever felt that way where you just have to lean against a wall and, you know? And it's when you have so much thoughts going through your mind and your whole world got flipped upside down. A suggestion that, oh, that guy's the guy who killed your father, but he also somehow wants you to join up with him to destroy God. What in the world? But also he went to you to awaken your power by killing your loved ones and making you kill them. Like, what? You know, like that's crazy stuff. Imagine if you met someone who had intended that from the very get-go. Your life is not even yours at that point, is it? It's almost as if, you know, everything happened according to their plan. What happened at Lahan, as I said, was all planned to get me to ride in that gear, or so he claimed. It's got me worried. Because clearly this guy is still going to be coming back and bugging him. Why wouldn't you be worried? I'll make a save. We'll be going for a little bit more, and then I'll stop the stream. Probably once we get like an hour in on recording. Because I'm slowly trying to cut these down, but eventually they're going to be increasing again as things get a little crazier, and I want to keep certain elements together, certain relevant elements. Right now we're on a whole new saga of elements where what we're engaging with now is, you know, it's still like overall to the plot, but the pacing here is like where we're at right now. To get you to ride in that gear. Doc, before the village was destroyed, I lived without doubting myself. But it's different now. Don't know who I am. Never felt like this before. As you see. Well, we cannot do anything as long as we are prisoners, even if we wanted to. Let us rest a little. Maybe we'll sort your feelings out a little. Let's talk more. Are you worried about your father? All I know is what the maids at my home in Lahan told me. One night a strange masked man carried me to Lahan. I was heavily wounded at the time. In my delirium, I called out for my father. That's all they could tell me about my background. I don't remember anything of my father or my past, so I guess I'm not really all that lonely or sad. Doc, why didn't I notice that I had no memories up until now? So, he is not telling us anymore. We try to talk to him again. He has nothing else to say. So now we move on. It was him. No mistake. That was no coincidence. Could it be that we are approaching the time of the gospel? So, the time of the gospel. I'm trying to remember what Resonant Arc might have said about that. I don't know if it was also in reference to Nietzsche. Trying to remember. Oh, right, Matthew and Luke. So this is where, I mean, now They don't mean literally, but there could be some reference, essentially, in regards to that. And I don't know how much I want to explain about this, because they're gonna... Let me just review some script here that I have open. Because there's a script from a certain character I cannot reveal yet. Nope, okay, I shouldn't say it. It's gonna be explained. It's gonna be explained. Yeah, it'll be explained. I shouldn't say anything else. But oh yeah, okay. So, okay, I thought this was later for some reason. I don't know. Okay. Yes, the gospel. We are the people expelled from paradise and forced to live on the cruel surface of the earth. We who built this land will once again return to the presence of God in paradise and live there eternally. So, remember this kind of concept that they're after, right? If you know about Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche, the idea is that God maybe has abandoned them and they're trying to get back to paradise, or, you know, maybe you have to create an artificial God to do so. They're gonna play around with this theme, and I don't know how much more I should say on that. But let's keep reading. That is the time of the gospel. That time is at hand. So to return to paradise, we, the gazelle, must find God's resting place by then and resurrect him. That is our final prayer. So they have to find God, yeah. Our final prayer. Our final prayer is to escape from the fate that was determined at our gen. Okay, so I'm sure y'all are like, yo, where is this? And also, why is Shitan talking to someone called the Emperor? That's really strange, huh? What? And like, we already know that Shitan knows a lot, but what is all this? What could it mean? Our final prayer is to escape from the fate that was determined at our genesis. Majesty, is this the end? The end? Are we approaching like a mass destruction? Like what is it? Are we approaching rapture? What's going on? All will be explained in due time. Bingo! Just as the report said, an Ave transport. And look at what we have on top. No mistaking it. That's a new Kislev model. It has to be the stolen gear everyone is after. Ah, yeah. It's ya boy! Whatever the case, there's no way we're gonna let that shotgun guy have it. Gunner! Turret A Anton and Turret B Belta can initiate their ectropometers 20 seconds after opening their hatches. Franz! I don't hear anything other than the flowing sound of the sand. No suspicious radar activity detected. Marcelli's. Maitreya's units are... Maitreya? Like, as in, like, you know, like how there's Raijin, Maitreya? Maitreya's units are on standby at the catapult. They'll all be able to launch 1 minute after we resurface. Good, let's do it. FatCon level 1. Surface combat ready. Torpedo room ready. Anti-gear guns ready. Navigation and engineering are also ready. Young Master, what is happening? What was the alarm about? Not again. Young Master, hold on a second. Battle stations, everyone. Surface navigation. Begin operating the sand pump. Whoops, my arm is like freaking out. I meant to, do it like a finger pose thing. Yeah! Okay. Prepare to fire starboard cannons upon resurfacing, on surfacing. Young master! Trim to the right. The wind is strong up there and we may be blown off balance. Jericho, hand the helm over to me. Look, what is that? So if all, if y'all remember, some of the NPCs were talking about someone or something. Sand cruiser. It must be those desert pirates, which, we heard from the NPCs. Oh my god, I just realized how loud this was. Okay. I don't know if I was audible. I was probably, barely audible. So, I'm sure the other stuff was heard because it was quiet, but I'm sorry about this part. I love this song so much as well. Alternate firing between A. Anton and B. Belta. Calculating adjustment. Oh, that's someone else. Not Bart. Oh, whoops, I just said his name. Oopsie. Ah, yeah. Switch modes over to salvos and after the initial shots. Let's slow them down. Get ready to give them a spanking they won't forget. Young master, please wait. It may just be a requisition ship, not a warship. Let me handle this. Whether it's a warship or not, it's carrying a new gear. Gunner, let him have it. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Judging by the angle, it seems as if a gun blast has made a hole in the hull. Made a hole in the hull. I love it. We will probably sink within minutes. I feel like Shitan's kind of a joker here, maybe, He's all like, well, looks like we're dead. A few minutes. Doc! It is locked. Somebody, free us! Ah! Well, not anymore. Let's get out of here, Doc. So I think there's a thing you can claim here. Yeah, there's a lot of things. So just in case, I'm actually going to make a little save state in case we need to redo, because otherwise we have to watch the whole cutscene again. And I have a fast forward function, but that's not going to be any fun. But yeah, here's the thing we have to do. So there's a switch for the what? I totally missed that and I forgot what he was going to say. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, whoops. I think I already screwed up. But there's something you can only get by getting, one, you have to grab things early, but there's something you can only get by being really quick. There's a door that gets blocked off somewhere. I can't recall though. Crap. I might already have to reload. But I might have also wasted too much time. Maybe it was back there. We'll see. But I made a save state, so it'll be easy to go back. I'm just trying to recall the position of things. Oh, and we also get into battles while we're here, so that's fun. Ukigumo. I'll show that off for you guys. Luckily, if we do get low on health for any reason, I like how they like, what just happened? But if we do get low on health, we're at 5 out of 5. So, we can really start working on Hagan. And we have Senretsu now. Or no, we don't. So I'll perform it just to... Oof, right, there's that too. But if we need healing, Shitan has an AoE healing ability he can perform. So With him, we'll do triangle, triangle, square to work on a few things at the same time. Okay. Oh wait, well, there's enough guys. There's enough guys. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Oh, it's his turn again. Do it. Oh wait, we do it. Okay, so now you can see Senretsu. Furia! Okay. Received leather vest. So we'll put that on really quickly. Luckily, you know, time freezes. We're just gonna put it on Faye, since right now he's the most important person that we have. I'll keep the glasses. I'm trying to think about another thing later. I'll keep this for now. So I'm actually gonna jump down here, as risky as that is. We're gonna... Oh! Da, 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 na, nu, 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 nu. Okay, so I'll pause for the people at home who I'm making the recording for. Let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll also throw some square moves in there. Keep working on that particular move for Shitan. Keep working on square X for Faye. Oof. Okay, we'll probably have to do some AoE healing soon. So I'll get Faye. Ooh, yeah, I'll definitely get Faye started on that. I mean, whoops, Faye. He has inner healing, but why not handle two things that... Oh, wait, he doesn't. Okay. So we'll just have Shitan do some healing. Right, he does not get that ability yet. The difference between Faye and Shitan, though, is only, what is it? Like, Faye can only heal one person at a time, essentially. But we will keep working on getting more moves, because the more moves we have... Oh! Oh, hey there, K-Kin Crows! Oh yeah, it's a pretty fun game. It's a very philosophical game. A lot of stuff regarding that. Ooh, nice. We got some Rose Soul and Aqua Soul. And we got a... Oh, good. That's good to get early on. Okay, so now we gotta climb back up. Then we gotta jump over here, run up the stairs. Oh! Oh, geez. Okay, for some reason they went through the ladder and I freaked out for a moment because there was that sound that went off. Okay. Whew, that was close. Alright. I did not land on that because I didn't hear the sound, and if I did... There we go. Save. So once you save here, if you're playing on original PlayStation stuff, yeah, you're not going back. So make sure you grabbed whatever you could. Ah, there we go with the battle. That flushing is a little rough, but I do, yeah, it, there's some weird little flashes here and there I find. Oof. Oh. I wonder if someone ever made a quality of life version where they reduced the flashes. Because did you know that there's actually like some RPGs and games out there that have anti-flash? Yeah, like the flashing here is pretty bad, which is why my eyes are starting to strain a wee bit. But once we're out of this area, then it's yeah, it doesn't happen often afterwards. Oh my god. There's a lot of dudes. But there's an anti-flash version of Earthbound, for instance, which is really nice. Because that game is really, even for me, it's like, oh my gosh, my eyes. Right, I forgot that also kills people. Xenogears. Because they've done, was it people who've done, Oh, there is a mod! What do you freaking know? This modification, oh, but it's only during battle. Modification disables the excessive full screen flash that occurs whenever an enemy is hit with a physical attack. So, there at least there's something. I'll have to tell my partner about that. They have photo, yeah. So this will affect the battles. You see how they flash a lot. But, so it's called No Battle Flashes mod for Xenogears on romhacking.net. And, what is it? But yeah, unfortunately, like, the flashing that occurs in the story, I guess that can't be controlled because it's not a constant factor, or it's perhaps, like, you know, handled by something outside of the control of the game, perhaps. No battle flashes, undubbed patch. I know about that one. BWF patch. This package contains a series of hacks to add proportional font to the US version. Oh, okay, so just it makes the font a little nicer. And 2.0 patch, what's that one again? Controls are put back to Japanese controls. Okay, nothing to do with flashing, but at least there is a no battle flashes thing that was made in 2020. That's cool. Ooh, we got a really good level up there. The flashing isn't fast enough to trigger anyone. I think it's just rough on the eyes. Yeah. Luckily, I paused so much on story moments because I'm also here to just really analyze the living hell out of the game. Explain the philosophical concepts that are present throughout. I could have sworn, didn't I see a treasure in here? Or am I literally going bonkers? I might be going bonkers. I'm just trying to check without triggering a battle at the moment. No, there wasn't. Okay. I guess it was my imagination. One thing that annoys most people with this game is when you're in... Oh, right. I can so they put a save there for a reason, but you can fall off and die here. So that's the thing about this game. There's not a lot of fall off and die moments in this game. There's only this one, really. Yeah, I think so. But the other thing, though, is when you get into battles, since they're random encounters, the only time you know it's going to happen is if the music suddenly stops, or if suddenly you can't jump. However, if you are mid-jump, guess what's happening? Your movement stops. You just boop, fall like a rock. So there are areas where you have to platform, and you might have to go up a tall tower. Guess what happens if you get into a random encounter? You fall all the way down, and you got to go all the way back up. So the best thing to do, even though it's like, oh, but you know, I'm trying to conserve my resources and move as fast as I can, is if you realize you haven't been in a battle for a while, or if you hear the music turn off, just try to force a battle so that you can jump afterwards 100% safely. Yeah. Or another way around that is on those harder sections, and if you're playing on an emulator like DuckStation, which is trust me, I'm telling you, EPSetsy or any other emulator so far that I remember trying back then would all have problems and crash on a lot of points, but DuckStation is able to handle Xenogears. Not even the PS3, which was released digitally, it has a problem that you can encounter with a boss fight in Disc 2 or something that is almost undoable unless you get lucky. Now, that does somewhat apply with even the DuckStation emulator, but you can use save states to ensure it doesn't happen and stuff. So there's at least a way to control it, as opposed to the PS3 version where you could like be soft luck by very bad RNG. Very common RNG, unfortunately. But, you know, so, you know, if you have it on PS1 hardware, then you're golden, essentially. Which, I have the disc still just sitting right there. Doc, where did you go, Doc? This is my own extracted copy of Xenogears. Hey, can you hear me? I am moving the crane towards Veltal's cockpit. Hurry, go up the crane to Veltal. We're going under fast. Oops, I forgot to start recording. I'm so sorry, people who are watching the video short version of this, but we got outside of the ship, and they're like, and Shaitan's like, oh, I got a crane. I'm gonna make it so that you could get onto Veltal. So climb the crane and get on there, okay, buddy? And he's like, I got you, Doc, but when you're done, you hurry up there too, okay? Yeah, it's a double disc game. Let's see. Oh. So, okay. We want to be quick. We don't need to worry about, like, falling to our death, but no. We want to be quick. That's why they gave us a save beforehand. No. No! Oh my gosh, I can't let that happen so often. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Alright, now to get down to business. Here we go again. You and I seem to have a fated relationship. So, oh yeah, just so you know, to catch you up, I'm also going to pause for the others. Am I done with this? I love Chrono... Okay, so actually, if you love Chrono Cross, you'll love this game. It's like the same kind of... Well, actually, this one goes a little bit further in, like, story depth. But if you like Chrono Cross, this is, like, the next level up in terms of story. And it's actually from a lot of the same, like, people somewhat. Like, some of the people from... Okay, so a lot of the people who worked on Chrono Trigger worked on this game, Xenogears. And Takahashi was among one of the team that worked on on Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger, the Xenogears was meant to be a sequel to Chrono Trigger. So Luca appears as a weird cameo in this game. Like, her sprite is in the game, and she explains to you how to save the game with a memory cube. And Balthazar, Melchior, and oh no, wait, let me scroll up the YouTube comments. I always forget his name. What was his name? But the three wise sages, they're in this game. Gaspar. Yes, I was wondering if the two might be similar. Yeah, the music is by the same person, by the way, as well. Same composer. And, but then midway, they were like, this is way too dark to be a Final Fantasy sequel, and way too dark to be a Chrono Trigger sequel. Because this main character has... Let's list off what he has so far. PTSD, depression, and he's also hearing voices. But the hearing voices part is something I can't really spoil much more on why that's happening. But he actually is a poor mental baby. And like, if you thought Cloud was bad, no. This was so bad, like I said, that they were like, we know Cloud's kind of screwed up, but this is a little too much. So there is not many JRPGs that I can, or not even a lot of games where a character suffers as much as this guy does. except for maybe Omori. Omori is a game about depression, but this is a little bit more than depression. This is someone who also has a personality type disorder going on with him as well, but I can't go into that. I can't say what that is because that'll be spoilers when we get to it in disc, the end of disc 1 or disc 2. But regardless, there's a lot going on with this poor man. He has been through so much. His entire village destroyed by himself. Oh yeah, to catch you up. So, minus the places. So what happened and why he's the way he is. So 3 years ago, he was brought to a village known as Lahan. Lahan was this remote town that is isolated off from the rest of the world. Right now, the rest of the world's politics are these two nations, Kislev versus Ave. Kislev is just one of the other nations that exists on the continent of Ignaz, along with Ave, and they are both fighting against each other. At first they were fighting on the ground, but ever since they started excavating ruins in this world, they started finding, like what you see here, mecha, known as gears. They use those gears to fight each other, and, you know, a lot of things have changed since then. The Kislev were winning at first, but then along comes this secret, weird military force that call themselves the Gebler. The Gebler start teaming up with Ave, and all of a sudden they are seemingly like winning now. They're holding, you know, they're ahead. It gets better though. There's also a special organization known as Ethos. Yes, Faye, I feel bad for Faye. There's a special organization known as Ethos. Ethos, they are in charge of everyone's information, like history, and they also help people with identifying excavation objects and saying, oh, they're from an ancient civilization. However, there's a guy in the town where you first learn about all this that says, oh, well, they say that it's from an ancient civilization, but my geological tests prove otherwise. I have doubts. So that's a big red flag. They also decide who gets to have certain equipment, like if there's a special generator, they have special generators that power military gears. Only they decide who gets that, and you have to make like a request with Ethos in order to get that stuff. However, it seems like they also charge a high amount, which kind of mimics today our problem with microchips for computers, where we need the stuff, but it also costs a lot. So whoever is the highest bidder gets the goods, which puts you ahead politically and economically, right? And then on top of that, there was a guy who was like, oh, we're getting all these demands for repairs of these mecha, but we can't meet the demand because I need to expand my workshop. However, I need to put in a request to Ethos. Do you see the problem? Why does someone who needs to just expand their work need to put in a request with Ethos? Why does everything have to be done through Ethos? Doesn't that mean they decide who gets to have it better than someone else? Doesn't that mean they decide who gets to have more advantage politically, or, you know, in a war, or ethically, or whatever? Like, so that's a big thing to pay attention to lore-wise with Xenogears. But that is where we are, sort of. This guy, in his remote town of Lahan, was just living his normal life. He was brought there 3 years ago, zero memories of who he is, brought there by a strange masked man, right? And the only thing he had was calling out his father. And his best friends, Alice and Timothy, were getting married the next day. And, you know, you're preparing for all that. So you're supposed to go up to the mountain and meet with Dr. Uzuki to get camera stuff to take a picture for the wedding. And there's also this friend of his called Dan. He's this kid who is Alice's brother. And I'll get to that in just a bit. So he goes up to the mountain, he eats there for dinner, and he sees that there's gears flying in towards his town. Now, this has already been explored at the very beginning of the game. You actually already see his town getting attacked and him in the gear that he gets into fighting. So they revisit it, and they don't bother to re-show a certain part of that scene because you already saw it happen before you got to it, right? And before that scene, they show a completely different thing that feels like it has no relation to the rest of the game, of a ship and its crew getting screwed over because whatever they were carrying seemed to start attacking it. So they tried to stop it. It didn't work. They tried to evacuate. The evacuation ship got destroyed. So the captain decides to self-destruct the ship. And then out of that ship is a person with long purple hair who happened to survive. And that's all we know about that. We see 2 meteors flying down otherwise. So back to him. That was shown first, before everything. This supposedly unimportant scene that might take who knows how many years ago. His town gets attacked by Mecha, and he's like, what? And Shitan's like, oh my gosh, those are gears. We gotta go and check out what's going on. They go down there, and Shitan tells him, we need to save people. Save people. And he's like, all right. But then he notices a gun, like some gunfire coming from one of the gears, and he starts honing in on it. And he's like, whoa. And then he sees another mecha that suddenly lands in front of him. And he's like, what the heck? And its pilot falls out, but he starts staring at it. And he starts, apparently at this point, explained later, hearing voices telling him or commanding him to get in, saying that he needs to get in. But we don't see that. We don't hear it. But he tells us that later. What we do see from what they show us is that he sees a strange person inside the gear. Someone that maybe even looks a little bit like him, right? So he gets in the gear, he starts fighting. And everything seems normal at first until a weird mecha appears that's standing like M. Bison from Street Fighter, or like a ninja dude. You know, he's got his, like, he looks like a really badass gear, but he's got his arms crossed, and he's all like, he's just floating there. And then he, you know, like Timothy comes out. He's like, oh, what's going on? And he's like, oh my gosh, Timothy, get the fuck out. And then the mecha goes like that, giving the order. And then the mecha, one of the other mechas with guns, shoots at Timothy. Timothy dies. Faye loses it. He goes, ah! And then afterwards, his hair, his bangs fall, like he has more bangs that fall in front. And then he smirks. Explosion. Destroys his entire village. And the only people, most of the people who survived were a lot of kids and like some old people. And, you know, maybe a few adults. And, you know, he finds this all out from Dan, the brother of Alice, who did not survive. His best friend, who was getting married to Alice, and Alice, who was like, oh, if only we could have met earlier, maybe things would have, oh, I shouldn't say that. So, you know, she kind of had feelings for Faye too. So both these people that he loved died. And as well as, you know, oh, and the village chief elder too, who was basically the father figure to him of that town. So now everyone views him as a monster from his town, and Dan absolutely hates him. Absolutely is livid about what he did and blames everything on him. Chiton tells him it's best for you to probably leave. It's better for people and yourself probably, but head through the forest. I'll catch up with you. We're gonna head here. So he heads through the forest, meets this orange. Wait, let me bring up a visual of this. This is very important. He meets this orange-haired lady called Elheim Van Houten, or as he, before she's even introduced herself. Oh wait, I don't know how I'm gonna show this. But there's this orange-haired lady in a strange suit that he meets that points a gun at him. And is all like, oh, freeze, you know, and she tells him, like, I need to, you know, she's speaking in a strange language at first, but then she speaks in English, realizing, oh, wait, this is a surface dweller land, another term. And she explains it later. It's people who, like, apparently they view people living on the earth as domesticated animals. So, yeah, they're considered unintelligent humans to them. So, this lady, this mysterious woman, she's saying like, oh, you know, you need to freeze. I need to find the way out of this forest. Do you know the way? And he's like, no, I don't. I'm lost too. And she's like, oh. And he's like, okay, well, why are you standing there for? And she's like, what? And he's like, yeah, I'm standing right here. Shoot me. And she's like, what? No, are you mocking me? He's like, no, I'm serious. I'm right here. The target's right here. Shoot me. And she's like, something's wrong with you. Like, no one, what is wrong with you, right? And then she shoots at the ground. And he's like, no, not there. Here, shoot me right here. So he is literally trying to suicide by, like by cop almost. He wants to be put out of misery. And this is kind of one of those first elements of depression. As with depression, you don't have the energy to kill yourself. And that's why in the medical field, that's why in a field that I will not speak of, that I am related to, that I might not have a lot of knowledge in for reasons that I cannot explain because having to keep personal life from my own life. I mean, personal life from YouTube life. Essentially, it's also why we worry about when we give an SSRI, we need to monitor, make sure the person doesn't have motivation to kill themselves. So in Faye's case, he doesn't have the energy to want to commit suicide, but he has a lot of suicidal ideation throughout the game. And we see it right there. She gets attacked, but because of her gunshot, though, it alerts an animal. A ghoul comes down, knocks her out, and he goes, "Don't hurt Ellie!" He doesn't even know her name. He just says, "Don't hurt Ellie." And after he saves her, makes a campfire, they start talking, and they decide, like, we gotta work together, but hey, I gotta know your name. And she's like, "Oh, it's Elheim van Houten, but my parents call me Ellie." He's like, "Oh, somehow I knew that." So very big element to pay attention to later. It'll bite you in the ass. So they go on. They get to a point where she asks, like, "Hey, so what happened? Like, what's going on?" And he's like, "Oh, well, I destroyed my village, but it wasn't my fault. It was the Gears who landed there." And she's like, "Oh, the Gears." And she starts thinking, and guess what? Oh, she was the reason they landed there. She brought her battle to to his village, but she was trying to make an emergency landing because her thing was out of fuel, and she had to land and then get away on foot. But the battle, that the people they were escaping came along with her. I'm so sorry, but it's all important stuff, I guess. And essentially, she she starts to realize, oh, I have a part in this. But he keeps telling his story, and he's like, "Oh, it's not, it's not my fault. It's them. They chose to land here." And essentially, she's all like, "Oh, you're a coward." And he's like, "What? I'm a coward?" And she's like, "Yeah, if you didn't get in that gear, none of this. You should have been saving the people. Why weren't you helping the people? Not just any average person can pilot that gear. It takes special training." And he's like, "Well, I had to do what I could. I was trying to save my people." And she's like, "No, but if you didn't get in that gear, none of this wouldn't happen. You're a coward." And he's like, "Oh." And he's like, "You're right. I am a coward." And he falls deeper into his depression, and he starts mentioning the blood on his hand. It just really, really just breaking down, self-destructive. So depressing. And I gave the best delivery I could with it. When there's something serious happening, I let my voice acting and my acting itself come through. I was in tears, okay? I was trying to be Faye. Not trying. I was Faye. But essentially, we find out a little bit more about her. She gets attacked by a dinosaur, though. Faye has to save her because Shitan just out of nowhere decides to bring the mech with him. He's like, "Why did you bring this with you?" He's like, "Don't ask questions, save the girl." He's like, "Okay, fine." And gets in, beats up dinosaur, saves her. I know it's strange, dinosaur, but it was a dinosaur, okay? That's the world we're in. But so after he saves her, he's just sleeping. They set up a camp. Shitan, the doctor, starts talking to Ellie. Ellie, as it's revealed by Shitan, he knows how to speak her language. He also knows what her people are like. He knows a lot about her, and he's like, "Oh, but let's not pry into each other's past, okay?" Because she starts asking, like, "Wait, how do you know all this?" And he just goes like, "Oh, let's just say I'm someone who knows a lot, And already, that should be red flags to some people, but not entirely. And he tells her, "You should get going back to your people, though, because it wouldn't be good for you to be here. There's going to be a lot of danger following Faye, and I don't think you'd want to be caught up in that based on who you're a part of." which we find out is the Gebler Force. So now we're here, getting attacked by some people we heard about from the town, you know, in the NPCs, mentioning some pirate desert bandit people that use a sand cruiser. Whew. Okay, sorry. The place we were last at looked like a Star Wars place. So it looked like the desert town kind of place. So that's why we're in the desert. And the sand cruiser, you could almost equate to like the thing. Anyway. Well, not entirely. Actually, anyway. There was also some elements of Nietzsche, alchemy, etc. Oh, right, I forgot one more thing. Related to this, there was a guy we met called Groff, who was like, haha, I know your father, because I heard the screams of his, oh, do you want to know what happened to him, though? And it turns out this guy called Groff was like, oh, I orchestrated all that. I had intended all of this to happen. That was me that had given the order to kill your friend, and I made contact with you specifically so I could awaken your power. So, but he also goes, oh, but it's your fault. So he puts the blame on him. And poor Faye is like, oh. Like, he's just, my poor Bean. Like, he just keeps getting blamed for something that was, like, out of his control. It really was. But there's also some choice words he says, but yeah. Choice words of things to keep in mind later. There's so much things, mental notes to make in this game. It's crazy. Whew, okay. Come on, Doc. Over here. Hurry up. Thank you so much for catching me up. You didn't... Well, you know. If you're interested in the game, but you're watching at this point, it's very important that I give any of these details, because, like I said, Xenogears is a game that expects you to take notes. You could play the game, and you could just learn what you learn as a result of it, but this game also inspired me and many people to look into Carl Jung, Sigmund Freud, you know, id, ego, superego, Frederich Nietzsche, Gnosticism, like all these different concepts to further understand a lot of things that happen in this game, because it makes even more sense and has more meaning when you do. Believe it or not, Final Fantasy VII actually has those themes present as well. Are you okay, Doc? Well, Dr. Shiton Uzuki. Feels like you have sacked your saccules and tickled the utricles enough for one lifetime. Wow, dizzy. Sorry about that, Doc. I didn't have time to open up the cockpit. Are you really okay, Doc? Hey, I was only joking. Riding in the hand was not so bad. You can see what is so good about a secret experimental Kislev, this top secret experimental Kislev machine. Yeah. When I started it up, it began doing all kinds of stuff by itself. The environmental response system and weight reduction hovering kicked in straight away. Automatically. Really? Amazing! Save yourselves, but leave your friends to sink in a sea of sand. Don't you believe in comradeship? Here comes our star of the show. Our resident hockey boy. I like him, though. He's a good boy. He means very well. It's not very manly of you to leave your platoon to die while you run away in a gear, you know. So now we have to fight this guy. Wait one moment. We're not Ave soldiers. Huh. Can you make a better plea for your life? You come jumping out of an Ave ship and claim you're not Ave soldiers. Stop trying to fool me. I tell you it's true. How pathetic are you? Even if you're the pettiest of soldiers, how about showing a little spine? And put up a decent fight. Stop it! I'm telling you, I'm no soldier. I don't want to fight. How nauseating. Why don't you stop grumbling? Leave the gear and run away. Oh, why don't you stop growling? Leave the gear and run away. For someone who doesn't want to fight, you're quite powerful. I see. All environmental model. And that's it, huh? Now I want it even more. So, this is not a battle you need to win or anything. It's purely for introductory purposes. So he lowered our accuracy, so we can't even hit with, like, we will have trouble evading, and we'll even have trouble hitting with the most basic of attacks. Brigandier is what his mecha's called, his gear. Ah! This guy. Using his accuracy debuffs on us. Let's see if we land this time. Yeah! Oh no, he double turned us. It's funny that he follows the same rules as a gear. He does when you attack, you gain an attack level, and you can use that attack level to perform an additional move. And he literally follows the same rules. He has to attack in order to perform Chain Whip. Oh! Unfortunate that we missed. But all I could do is just rely on this for actual consistent damage. I guess I could... You know what? I could try... I mean, he should be done now. Yep. Oh no! This is not good. In the heat of battle, I got caught in quicksand. Me of all people. Damn, it's all your fault. Boy, are you gonna get it later, so be darn ready. Why? So, in all the depressing moments that have occurred prior, somewhere in all that darkness, you need to have something to break it up. You can't just have complete, only depressing moments, or, then the player's gonna feel really down themselves. Hey, come down here now. So Bart is kind of that. I'm not gonna kill you. All I want is for you to leave this gear. Huh? Hey, you're not an Ave soldier. I told you that in my intercom transmission earlier. You're the one who refused to listen to me, right? Sorry. Yeah, I remember you were saying something like that. I went off half-cocked and thought you were my enemy. My name is Bart. I'm a pirate that works this territory. My name is Faye. I was arrested for no apparent reason, shoved into an Ave transport ship. Was nearly going to be sent to a concentration camp until you went and blew the thing to blazes. Anyway, I'm just glad to have been able to survive. I see. Well, I'm glad I at least helped you out a little. But I didn't expect a civilian like you would be riding in a military gear. Besides, this gear is a brand new model. I've never seen this type before. Let's just say a lot of things have happened. It wasn't like I wanted to pilot it. So, Faye at this point has a big aversion to gears because, it's a gear that destroyed his, it's because he got in the gear, he destroyed his town. And all he sees now with gears is they're trouble and destructive. Where are we anyway? Looks like we fell into one weird place. And everyone wants him to get in the gear. Kind of like a certain someone. Shinji Ikari. I never heard of huge stalactite caves such as this existing under the under the desert before. What? You don't know anything, do you? Where are you from? The desert only covers around 1,000 sharls of the outer layer of the earth. The stratum underneath that consists of igneous rock. From a sea of trees to a sea of sand, and now a stalactite cave. What's next? What are you talking about? So he doesn't realize he's from a little isolated village. Oh, nothing. Never mind. We're in trouble. Look, the hole we fell through has disappeared. We better find some other way out. So, you want to call a truce for now? At least until we find the exit and get out of here. Yes, agreed. First, we gotta find the way out of here, so let's get going. So this is when we have Bart in our party. Whew, thank God. I didn't want to dry up and die in the desert. Hey, you, I know you're tired, but don't go any further than there. Shut up, you sunk our ship, don't you forget that. No, you shut up. Just be thankful you were saved. Excuse me? Is there anyone who is almost dead with no arms or legs and in need of abdominal operation? No one? Well, that's depressing. I see. So your young one has not just been shooting at anything and everything, then, Sigurd. So, once again, Shitan, knowing things, knowing people. Why does he know people? Why does he know so many people, and what is going on here, you know? And another story about depression. Yeah, exactly. So funny thing, not that necessarily this was inspired by Evangelion, but rather because it's like this came out in 1997, but they were developing this game for quite a while. So what happened around this time, 1996, 1995, leading up to all this, was there was this big, like, supposedly there was a trending thing in Japan in regards to Gnosticism, you know, Carl Jung, Sigmund Freud, and understanding like higher philosophical stuff and relating it in one's everyday life to understand themselves. And there were all these books that were really popular at the time, and a lot of people were reading this. So that's why, you know, a lot of media around this time, the 90s especially, Evangelion, Key the Metal Idol, what was another one? What was that? What was that one? Wait, actually, if I just put philosophical anime, I'm sure it'll come up. Utena. Utena's another one. Mushishi! That's what I was thinking of, Mushishi. So all these anime in the 90s started really laying into the philosophical kind of trend at that time, and that applied to video games too. You can actually see it sort of in Wild Arms 2, sort of, very lightly. You can see it in Final Fantasy. You can see it here in Xenogears. You can see it, the existentialism stuff in Chrono Cross, and a few other JRPGs. So all of this was just kind of coincidentally, like, everyone was getting inspired by this at the same time and putting it into media because it made their stories richer. That's why we look back on these games and we're like, wow, it's so incredible, because they were interested in understanding the self. Cloud, all about, you know, finding yourself in a way. There's, of course, themes of loss and everything, but becoming whole is a Gnostic concept. Xenogears is entirely about that, in a lot more, in psychology especially. Everything to do with understanding the self. You know, Chrono Cross, if you look at what the main character goes through and everything, or even any of the characters, meeting other dimensional selves, what they might be living their best life or their worst life, and yet they're happy with themselves, while the person living their best life is not happy with themselves. So a lot of those concepts all play in, especially around this time. And so that's why we see these similar concepts. The mecha is actually its own symbolic concept that I forgot what it was referred to. But if you check the description of this stream down below, I don't know if it appears for you, but because it should have updated, but there's a link I put to Resonant Arc. I suggest if you ever play Xenogears, or if I think you said your boyfriend plays Xenogears, Ginkgo is my background on my computer. Oh, cool, cool. I still need to watch Mushishi again. I completely forgot everything in it. I just remember there was a lot of stuff I didn't understand as a kid. But the link down below is a link to Resonant Arc, which is this channel completely dedicated to analysis of video games and anime. And they go into all this stuff that I'm talking about far deeper than I could ever hope to, because they are far well read than I am. I'm more of a person that works based on like, okay, I see it and I'm like, I want to understand more, and I'll look specifically for it when I should read the whole text. But I've had to dedicate the recent 2 years of my life to my career. But I highly recommend watching that video. They do oh wait, I'm sorry for not pausing when describing this on the video, that for the recording version of this. Okay, it's paused. So or your boyfriend, I think you were also saying, would be interested in playing this. Play along with Resonant Arc's Xenogears analysis, because they do a book club style playing of this game. Essentially, they say, okay, go up to this point in the game where the character says blah, or once you're at this town, and stop there, save, and then continue on to the next video when it's out or whatever, etc. So all the videos are there, obviously, but they do a book club style play where you're meant to play up to a certain point, and then you watch their video. They explain all the stuff on it, and they discuss it and all that stuff, and you could read all the comments and everything that are also like other philosophical enthusiasts. Even I might appear in some of those, funny enough. And and then they'll tell you where to go to the where to go on of what they're going to discuss in the next episode. And you could still play ahead, but it's just so that you know where they're going to go up to, and so on and so forth. And I did that on my 4th playthrough of the game. I had played the game 3 times prior, maybe, or was it 2? But regardless, during COVID times, this was a thing. And I was playing the game again because I was like, I want to understand more. Because I watched that first video and I was like, oh my God, there was so much I missed. And as I was going through, I could not believe it. I could not believe like how enlightened I felt learning about that. And like, it changed me even more, I guess you could say. It made me way more aware of like everything I was playing and reading and watching. Like I was like, oh my God, they're using red and black and white, rubedo, albedo, and negretto. Oh, it must mean the person who has the red hair. That means they've reached like perfection or something like that, and they're realized. And then the person in the white is just like all over the place. Like this is me when it comes to like just put a board with like the pictures and strings attached, pinned to each picture, and then this is me. That's me when I'm talking about Xenogears and anything else when philosophical concepts come up. If this position looks familiar. My partner would enjoy Earthbound Mother, but still, this is interesting. Probably watch some LPs. Yeah, definitely watch LPs. You can watch their video on the side of a Let's Play or a playthrough. Like you could watch the playthrough up to where you're supposedly supposed to go, and then you could watch their analysis video if there was like, I mean, trust me, it's not even a case of understanding. It's a case of like there's things people say or things that are shown that actually have more meaning than you realize, or actually have a whole entire thing. And they only know this because they're also comparing it with Takahashi's interviews and the Xenogears perfect works and all that stuff. But like you could watch a playthrough. I don't know if there's any Let's Player that's I mean, if there is someone out there, hopefully. But I could be the first to play through and analyze at the same time? Shit. Oh no, have I accepted a responsibility that I'm gonna regret? Yeah, it has changed me though. It really has. Oh man. And good luck to your partner. Sorry for saying boyfriend. Good luck to your partner with Mother Earthbound. I suck at that game. Or maybe I'm just, I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad at it. But I'm really bad at that game. I die so much and I'm like, oh, the game's so unfair to me. Like, I don't know. I find the enemies in there to be absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Pepe Sylvia scene. Oh yeah? Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna continue the recording part. Yes, he actually calculated this attack. Or so he says. As you can see, no one has died this time either. So, once again, Shitan Uzuki, knowing some random bloke on a ship. Like, why does he know people? Right? What's going on? What is he not telling us? Sigurd, sir, the collection of the goods and soldiers from the Ave transport is almost complete. We still can't locate young master. The Grand Maitreya's platoon will scout around again. The layers in this Lord Lasagna, yeah, it is a straight up Lord Lasagna. I'm gonna eat well with this one. You are. There is so much layers to one peel. Okay, I'm counting on you. Yes, sir. Even, like I said, at a basic level, this game changed me. I had no idea about Sigmund Freud or anything when I first played the game. I learned about it afterwards because I was curious. The first class I took when I got to college was psychology, and that was because of Xenogears, because I wanted to understand the id, ego, superego, and why they were talking about all that, you know, and how it works in the story. And oh my gosh, when you take id, ego, superego, but then you use it as a story concept, but then you also use it literally. Oh wait, you know, that might if it doesn't make sense what I said, then perfect. I didn't spoil anything, but it is very fascinating. The mind of Fei Fong Wong. Yes, sir. Since I'm part of the unit, I'll also excuse myself. So, what happened to this young one you call Master? He fell into an underground cave with that other guy in the gear. It's near an old excavation site, and he's riding in a gear, so he'll probably be able to come up somehow. We'll try to find him for a while. But if that doesn't work, then we'll wait for him at our meeting point. You seem to trust him a lot. Trust him? Yeah. I trust he'll get us into trouble. But I never thought I would meet you here, Hugh. So, Hugh. It's not a coincidence. It is an inevitable consequence, I assume. So not even a coincidence. He's saying it might be fate or something like that, but he called him Hugh. Not Shitan, but Hugh. What's up with that? What's going on there? Hyuga. Oh. Hyuga. He calls him Hyuga. So Shitan, what's Shitan Uzuki? Because he said Hyuga. And he knows him from before. Something to think about later. Are you saying something is about to happen? So, we heard from Hyuga already in the ship that, oh, he says, is the life of the gospel about to happen? Wait, is that's what I said, right? Life? What's it? Is the time of the gospel about to happen? And they give a little explanation. The time of the gospel, as explained by the emperor, as he's called, His Majesty, which Sitan refers to him as, he's just, we don't know what this guy's the emperor of. He's just called the emperor. And he explains that the time of the gospel is a time that they're supposed to return to paradise to be among God. And God had kind of kicked them out from paradise to just kind of roam in this limbo, you know, and they want to get back to it. you have to wander off, but please continue to have a good session. Yeah, I'll be finishing up soon because my recording's getting I don't want to go too far with it. This might even be a good stopping point, honestly, before like more stuff comes up. Because it's just gonna be a lot of dungeoning. Oh yeah, you know what, this is a good point to stop. But yeah, you have fun whatever you do. It's actually late for me too, I realize, so I should probably get some sleep. What an awesome origin story for myself. Thank you. All right. Okay, everybody. This has been a 6-hour and 30-minute stream. I feel like this is the longest I've ever streamed, maybe, but that's because I love this game to death and I love discussing it. For those of you who are seeing this recording or in recording form, please leave a comment down below. You know, discuss what ask questions. If there's anyone who has answers to those questions, then please answer them. Don't forget to subscribe. All that good stuff, I guess. And I hope you all have a good day. I'll try to do more of this. I'm actually doing a challenge on the side as well. I hate myself for starting that. I should have just went with this, but I guess I got to keep my other promise on that for myself. But, I hope you all have a good day or a night wherever you are in the world. And I am going to get some sleep. So I'll also be working on putting a proper intro to the first video. So you're hearing this now after I've stopped the stream, whenever you're watching this. Have a good day.